Yo, we gonna wait for more people to get in here, bro. Y'all join up, man. Everybody join up, man. Yeah, there we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, my boy IB, man. We back in action, man. Let's go, man. Big say so, aka 150, man. Black and Brown showed up, man. Hey, shout out Black and Brown, man. I dedicate this live to him. I missed his rescore Chocolatito Estrada. I talked hella shit, and I ain't even back it up, bro. I done lost a whole eighth of weed that day, and I was pissed off, man. I done forgot about the rescore. I just didn't care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I went live in return for my boy. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we here today, man. So everyone, shout out Black and Brown. Everyone, shout out Black and Brown, bro. He the reason, man. He the reason why we here today. It was good though, IB, man. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you, bro. I'm gonna drop the link for everybody and shit. Live just started, man. You know how it's going, man. So we even. Yeah, we even, bro. We even, bro. We even, bro. No, I had to do it for you, man. You know I had to. I was thinking about that shit today at work. I'm like, damn, man, I miss Black and Brown Rescore, man. This man called me and everything. I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta go live, man. Only way, only way, bro. Yeah, man. Hey, YB, your boy done upgraded, man. I done got me a mic and everything for this rap shit, so the quality gonna be even better, brother. I'm stepping it up, man. Tune into them new songs, IB. I done dropped some new shit. We done dropped some fire, man. But nah, man. 135, man. That's what we talking about today, bro. I just named the title 135. You know what I'm saying? The lightweight division is the hottest division in boxing, man. We all know this, man. We all know this. Hottest division in boxing. But I don't even know what to start with, man. I really don't even know what to start with. Hold on, man. I'm just sending this fucking link out to everybody and shit. Hold on. Y'all give me a second. Y'all just give me a second, man. He said, okay. All right, he said got a little hotter now. Shakur joined the mix. But how long Devin will stay? I think Devin gonna fight Lomachenko and he out of there. He gonna fight Lomachenko and then he gonna I guess he gonna push for that Tio fight. That's what his dad is talking about. You know what I'm saying? I would like Devin to fight what's the name? Shakur as well. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he's gonna stay at the weight again. You know what I'm saying? Devin said he'll fight him, but his dad said no. You know what I'm saying? So whatever his dad say, you know he gonna listen to him, man. You know he gotta listen to his daddy. Shakur versus Zapata, man. Hell yeah, that's a great fight, man. You know what I'm saying? Shakur Stevenson, he's still waiting on the contract. He should accept that fight. And they sparred back then when they was kids, man. Shakur said they sparred when they was 16 years old. Yo, salute. We got Mr. Doc in the building, man. What's up, Mr. Doc?
Hey, Big Say, so how you doing, my man? It's been too long,
Yeah, man, I'm good, man. I just went live today and shit.
right?
You know what I'm saying? We just talking about the lightweight division, man. And
Okay.
I'm gonna be live for a little bit. So, it's the topic gonna change through time. You already know that though.
Oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm ready. I'm
Yeah,
prepared.
man.
I am prepared, Big Say. So I got, I got my I got my Evergreen State, right? And I got
Yeah.
you know how I roll. We're good. So 135. Okay. So what are we talking about? I mean, are we just talking about the division in general?
Yeah, man, just the division in general. We not talking about no specific fight.
Mm. Well,
Yeah,
you got to start. You do got to start with. I mean, we have an undisputed champion here, right?
yeah, Devin Haney, yes, sir.
Okay, so let's ask this, if you don't mind, to give this some structure. If you don't, again, if you don't have something more in mind, I'm saying, right? Uh, what would be the ideal from our perspective, right? What would be the ideal fights? Well, realistic, but ideal fights for him, for his legacy as a lightweight.
Oh, well, I think the Vasily Lomachenko fight and also the Shakur Stevenson fight because
Mm.
the winner of that Lomachenko and Haney fight Shakur Stevenson. That's what Bob Arum said. But even if Devin wins, I don't see him staying at 135 again. I think he's done after the Loma fight. He'll probably be out of there.
Oh man, I was gonna say because I would like that dynamic of him, right? So he's achieved undisputed, right? And then he takes out the old lion, Lomachenko. You know, I'm not predicting who wins. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah.
This would be the ideal scenario for him. He takes out the old lion and fends off the young lion, Shakur, and then he moves up. You
Yeah,
follow
that would
me?
be ideal. I think a lot of fans would love that, but his dad said no though. His dad said no, man.
Well,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Now
So
let me ask. I got an honest question, and I'm not. I got no problem with him moving up at all. But like, okay, then. I mean, okay. Other than the obvious, like Bob's probably going to pay him a pretty penny to fight Lomachenko. What's the point of? Why not just move up now? When you got Prograis and Taylor and all
I,
these
I think
books floating around.
no, I think Devin really needs this fight, dog, for his legacy. He
Mm.
really needs that Lomachenko fight, man. You know what I'm saying? He built his name off of Lomachenko. You know, he was the mandatory, as they say. The fight never
Oh, and
got
that was
mandated.
yeah. Well, there was drama. Now you're reminding me, okay, because there was the drama
Yeah,
when Lomachenko got made into the French fry champion, and they made the franchise. Yeah. I get what you're saying, and that kind of this would at least put a bow on that whole thing for him, one way or the
yo,
other.
salute to Major Key, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. But
Absolutely, absolutely.
you right, dog. You right, brother. Yeah, man, I agree.
Okay. So let's just assume for the sake of argument, let's say he beats Lomachenko, right? He
Yeah,
should. He should, right? He should. I'm just being real here. And when I say he should, right? That's that. What I mean is that's usually the purpose of this kind of a fight is to
yeah, man.
improve Haney's name.
He's the young champion. You know what I'm saying? He's the younger guy. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? He's the favorite. Yeah, man. He should win
Yeah,
that. He should.
Lomachenko mid-30s, coming off injury. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So where does he go at 140? Like where does he go? Okay, where does he set his sights first? Do you think? Or better yet, where does he set his sights first? If it's up to you as a fan.
Well, for me, man, I would like to see him fight the champions, man. You know, Regis Prograis, you know what I'm saying? I believe Matias is a champion. You know what I'm saying? Get in there with him, get in there with all the champions. But
Oh,
it
Matias,
looks like he's
Matias,
about
I
to
gotta
fight
tell you, real.
Teofimo though. It looks
I'm
like he's
glad
about to
you.
fight Teofimo. That's what his dad wants. That's what his dad been saying. They're gonna fight
Not a bad.
Teofimo.
Okay, that's not a bad fight. But what does he gain from that at 140? Other than okay, now if that's his first fight at 140, that works for me. That works for me because I can understand not going for a title. You know what I mean? Your first time at the weight class, and I can also understand wanting to fight someone else. You know what I mean? Moving up the same way you are, essentially, right? But who's on basically, I would say, viewed as on your level, or at least potentially. So I like that. If that's if Teofimo was his first fight at 140, I think that's fantastic. Black and Brown, what's up, brother? How you?
We
How
got
you?
Black and Brown in the building,
Yeah.
man. We got Electro Jet in the building as
Oh
well,
yeah.
bro.
Let me shut the fuck up and let these two weigh in on this.
Salute to Mr. Doc. Salute to my boy Big Say So, and salute to Electro Jet. How you fellas doing tonight?
What's up? What's up? Salute to everybody here as well.
Big Say
So,
So and
what's
Electro
good
Jet. Yeah, you Jed and 150 know how
What's good,
I do.
Electro?
So, I'm always relaxed. How are you, Black and Brown? And Jed, yourself?
I'm good. I'm glad 150 is live. It's been a while, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But he's live now, and we're talking about the lightweight division. And the lightweight division been on fire for about 3 years now. You know, about going on 3 years, and still it just continues to heat up. And if we can get these fights, it'll be even better. And I know a lot of people.
I don't know if
people
it's been
are on this.
fire. I think it's more smoldering.
Oh,
it
you're
was
right.
smoldering.
You're right. You're right.
And now it's getting
You're
on
right.
fire. Now you see the sparks, but
You're right. You're right.
You know.
There's been a lot of like hype. Let me rephrase that. There's been a lot of hype. No, because Electro Jet is right. There's been a lot of hype around the lightweight division over the last 3 years. And because
Black and Brown,
forgive
me, Black and Brown. Black and Brown, forgive me for interjecting. Would you say it's fair to say that it's a division with a lot of potential?
Oh, definitely. One of the
okay. Would that be about right, Jed?
Yeah, I know. That's absolutely correct.
And now with the addition of Shakur, and I know a lot of people are going crazy or they want to see Shakur versus Devin, but hey, man, the way this sport works is Lomachenko is worth more to Devin Haney at this exact moment than Shakur Stevenson. He needs to get that Lomachenko win on his resume. It's a legacy fight for Devin, and he needs to get that on his resume. And Shakur ain't going nowhere. Shakur ain't going nowhere. He'll be all right. Shakur can wait a while. Shakur needs to get acclimated.
They can fight it. Yeah, they can fight at 140.
But fight at 140. Shakur needs to get acclimated. There's no rush into that fight.
Now let me ask you.
Devin's next scheduled fight is Lomachenko. Go ahead.
Now let me ask you this, Black and Brown, though, from strictly a combination of or pick one or the other, a fan perspective, right, and or a historian perspective. Wouldn't it be better, right, for Devin's lightweight legacy to fight Lomachenko and fight Shakur and then move up so that he like I was telling Big Say So earlier before you guys jumped on. That way he's got the, he established himself as undisputed. He took on the old lion, Lomachenko, took him out and fended off the young lion, presumably Shakur, and then go to 140.
Well, you asking for a lot, man.
No, he's just asking for Shakur.
He's just asking for Shakur. Fight.
He's just asking for Shakur, and I'll say this: the more the merrier. The more the merrier.
Hey.
But after he beats Loma, I think he's done at 135.
Unless they break the bank for him, right?
Bob Arum said it, EJ. He said it. The winner of that fight fights Shakur Stevenson. But I don't think Devin gonna stay at 135, bro.
Unless Bob,
his dad already said no anyway. His dad already said no.
But say so. Bob does have that kind of mind-changing Jedi mind trick type money.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's gonna break the bank for this fight, or I'm not saying he will or won't. I'm just saying that is something to keep in mind. If Bob has his mind set on something, right? he's got the kind of money that can change minds. I'm just saying.
Like he's got his mind set on Spence and Crawford not fighting. So yeah, that shit happens. So.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point. Fair point.
But I'm gonna say this. And I don't know how many of you are gonna agree with me, but Devin Haney, as talented as he is, and I am giving Black and Brown can vouch for me. I've been fucking sticking up for this motherfucker. So I don't want to hear that I got hate. This fight, like Black and Brown fight, it says this fight is important to Devin Haney. It is it's more important to Devin Haney than it is to Lomachenko. Even though Haney got the belts, it's more important to Haney than it is to Lomachenko. Because Lomachenko has his legacy already set. That being said, I don't know if he can take it from Loma. I really don't think he can.
Jed, I got a question for you to kind of hone in on what you just said. So would it be fair to say? Would it be fair to say, right, that on the one hand, beating Lomachenko validates Devin Haney, right? But on the other hand, losing to Devin Haney doesn't invalidate Lomachenko. That sounded like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that sounded kind of what you were.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that basically okay? You're saying so Lomachenko's resume, in other words, can take that hit, whereas Haney, while he's undisputed, he doesn't have the bodies yet, right?
Exactly. Now let me get something straight. If Haney loses, and this is from a strictly fight fan, and I love the way this game works. You know, even if Haney loses, depending on how he loses, it's still good for him.
Yeah, say it's a split decision, right?
Yeah, if it's a split decision, if it's a
split, bro. If it's a split, they giving that shit to Loma, man. But
150. I think that's what Jed's getting at. Hang on, I think that's what Jed's getting at. Hang on, if in a way.
Come on, man! It's Bob Arum top.
I know.
We're talking about Bob Arum.
What I'm saying, 150 is this. What I'm saying that if us as fans, I'm no fuck Bob Arum, fuck him. We're not talking about him. If this is a close fight and Loma ends up winning, it's still good for Haney because that still validates his talent and him.
He's on that level. It proves
that proves exactly that he is on that level, that he deserves the accolades. All right, but if he loses miserably, all that's gonna do is prove everybody's point.
And all of that, and Jed, I want to say something. All of that talk and Jed, you say so, you two in particular, and probably you two, Black and Brown, you guys have heard me rail against this culture of boring fighter, blah blah blah, right? I really, because I like boxing as a sport, but if Haney loses miserably, all of them kind of naysayers, they're going to get all the momentum in the world, no matter who likes it or not, right? That on top of not only is they're going to say not only is he boring, he can't win at the highest level.
But right? See, the thing is, I don't think he's a boring fighter.
I didn't say that either, but I'm just saying those naysayers.
I never say he was a boring fighter.
No, I'm not. I know none of you.
What I'm saying, because I think he makes box. First of all, he has yet to been tested. Okay, I consider him only having 2 fights under his belt, honestly, which is Linares and JoJo. Those are the only 2 fucking serious fights that I can give him credit for, right? That being said, everybody knew Kambosos was a one-hitter quitter. That was it. And Kambosos was lucky to get that to get the belts off of Lopez.
Well, there was 2. There was
he was lucky. It was like because
lucky.
Hang on.
I just say, how do you put on a performance like that and then it be luck at the end of the day?
Let me put it this way.
Look, hold on.
Let me say this, guys.
Maybe that came out wrong. Maybe that came out wrong.
Let's say so.
Let me say this, bro. I'm saying Kambosos, man, that's not his fault, man. The dude was confident. The dude knew it was gonna happen. He wanted this fight. He was ready for that shit, bro. He knew T.O. was gonna come in like a barbarian and act like an idiot and try to knock him out in the first round. He knew that. He knew he was gonna come in with that type of mentality. And Kambosos is playing those mind games, bro. He broke T.O. down early on, way before the fight.
I just want to say this about Kambosos. I want to say this about Kambosos. There are legitimately, all right, there are legitimately 2 ways of looking at his body of work, okay, both including the Teofimo fight and leading up to the Teofimo fight. He had a history. You can either look at it this way, Jed. He had a history of pushing everybody to the limit at the highest level, or you could say he had a history of always making it hard work at the highest level. You understand what I'm trying to say there?
No, like I said, I misworded what I said because the second that Black and Brown came in and said lucky, no, because it was stupidity on Lopez's part to come in the way he did. But still, what I meant was it still was a close fight according to the judges.
Right. Well, that's Kambosos' history, though. That
You know?
totally tracks
So,
with his
Yeah,
history.
so
man.
that's
He's
why
always
that's
he
why
always
I
runs.
say
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
that's why I say all because honestly, if Lopez would have came out and started fighting 1 or 2 rounds earlier, it would have probably been Haney and Lopez fighting instead of Kambosos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, there's an argument. Well, here's what I'm trying to say, Jen. There's an argument to be made. An argument to be made that no matter what, Kambosos was going to make it a tough fight because he always makes it a tough fight. Now the flip side of that is, yeah, he also makes it a tough fight against guys he probably shouldn't make it a tough fight against. But that's my whole point here. Kambosos he's not the simplest fighter.
You know what? I saw it clear as day. Kambosos was going to be a one-hitter quitter, and that was it. I saw it clear as day.
I thought it was obvious.
All the stars and all the planets aligned for him.
No, but Jed, if you look
Look,
at his record, dude, it's all majority decision, split decision, or like razor close decisions. That's Kambosos.
But that wasn't Kambosos with Haney.
No, that's what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is he makes it hard work for everyone, sometimes including himself. But to me, Haney. So in other words, there's 2 ways of looking at Haney's win over Kambosos. Either A, he did what he should have, or B, he did what no one else really could do, which was not just beat Kambosos, but beat him. You know what I mean? Like there is no argument on his own home turf, mind you.
Now, what I got to say to that is that, all right, like I said before, the win over Lopez was going to be the high point of Kambosos' career. And that was that. That was that because what I seen for the training compared to what Haney trains, because Haney lives a certain lifestyle. He's not a banger. He's out there. He's fucking serious about his work. That's what I'll give him. Haney's a hard fucking working boxer. But the thing is, he's pillow fisted as fuck, which is something, I don't want to even get into that. But the man has skill. He's an above average fighter that I knew was going to beat Kambosos. Kambosos, I would consider an average fighter. Haney is an above average to excellent fighter. Whereas I consider someone like Loma, a top tier boxer for that fucking weight class. Even now, even at his age now, the man still got the moves. This is so important for Haney to really, really make this fight count, even if he loses, because I have respect for the man already. He's gained my respect for the 4 belt defenses that he did before Kambosos. All right, he got my respect. I've been going on Black and Brown's channel for the longest talking that shit. That he should get a chance. He should get a chance. Am I lying, Black and Brown?
No, yeah, you have been right by side with me, giving him credit for these title defenses. We've been giving him credit. We've been giving him credit.
I'm not a fan, but I've gained a lot of respect for the man. But
hey, that's my whole thing. You don't gotta hang on. You don't real quick. I don't mind if people. I mean, we all got to have our heroes and villains in any sport, right? Our teams we hate, our teams we love, fighters we hate, we love. But that's just part of the fun. But I appreciate Jed's sentiment of, hey, man, if fighter X wins the fights, right? Hey, that earns him a shot or should earn him a shot. Give the man a shot, period. And if he wins, he wins. Doesn't matter, right? Like I always go back to in American sports, I always go back to the old example of the Bill Parcells Giants in the NFL. I assume you all.
Those are my Giants.
You know who I'm talking about? Jeff Hostetler, old ass O.J. Anderson,
exactly.
Running that clock down.
Those are my Giants.
Now, Jed, was there a more boring modern era fucking football team than those Giants?
Well, they had LT, so LT was never boring.
Yeah, well, no, come on, you know what the hell.
LT was never boring. Shut the fuck up.
They called it tuna ball. They called it tuna ball. But guess what? Guess who won the title? Guess who won the title, Jed? Right? And we all had to throw our hands up and go, "Hey, you're the fucking champs." All right. when the Buffalo kicker, what was his name, Norwood? What was it? Wide right?
Yep.
All right, there you go. Right? That's to me, that's sports. Right? So I don't care if the guy's pillow fisted, boring, whatever. Right? At the end of the day, even if I hate him on top of that, if he wins, he fucking wins.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went all over.
No. My thing is this: like I have the right to change my mind. I changed my mind about Shakur. I changed my mind about Shakur because I was adamant that Shakur was a boring fucking fighter. Because when I first started watching Shakur fight, he was a defensive fighter. He all he did was accumulate points. Then I saw the one fight where he stopped being defensive and was on the offense, and he showed me some stuff that I'd never seen in any of his other fights. And now he's doing that more, which is why I'm a huge fan of Shakur Stevens. But there was a time where I couldn't stand him.
You know, a second ago when you said that you're not a huge fan of Haney, but you respect what he's done.
Yes.
To me, I think as boxing fans, that weighs more. The respect weighs more than just being a fan, because any of us can like a style, any of us can like a personality, like what somebody brings to the table. Oh, they excite us. But when you really respect what they've done in the ring, to me, that weighs more.
And it weighs more to me, and I appreciate when people see that, and other fans see it that way as well. But when you got these hardcore fans that, you know, don't you dare talk about my boxer and like their family, like he got his hand in his right pocket and shit. Yeah, I can't stand that shit. That's
family.
Jed.
Family. Jed. Hang on. You were too nice about that. They don't talk about it like it's family. They talk about it like that's their old lady. Okay.
I knew you guys. I knew you guys said the name LT, and LT was gonna pop up.
Oh,
I fucking knew it. I knew he was gonna pop up.
Motherfucking Candy Man. Oh shit.
You can't really say my name, man.
Yeah, you should have heard the shit they were saying about you.
I got off of work, bro, and I eat and I look for a stream. You know what I mean? Let me join one. Shout out to my boy 150.
Yes, sir. LT was good, bro.
It's good, man.
Hey, man. Yo. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, look, man. I wanted to go back with the Cambosia shit. Y'all just went everywhere with these points, man.
Yeah,
I'm
stay
like,
on
damn,
Cambosos, bro. 150. Stay on that
yeah,
high.
Sorry.
Yeah, man. I wasn't even done with that shit. Yeah, about Cambosis, man. Nah, I give Haney credit for that fight. I always have. I never thought it was a bad fight. He did what he was supposed to do. I mean, the dude beat Teofimo Lopez. He beat him. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he was a 13-1 underdog, bro. A lot of people didn't think he was gonna win, bro, and he beat Teo. Like I said, Teo came in like a barbarian in the fight, and that's what Cambosis wanted, man. Cambosis is a counterpuncher. He wants you to come at you like that. That's where he finds his success. But against Devin Haney, he had to turn to a pressure fighter. He has to take the lead. That's why he looks so trash, bro. You know what I'm saying? This dude's switching to southpaw, and there's no offense behind it. He's just getting hit by a straight right the whole time. And he's a terrible pressure fighter. He can't fight the inside.
I think let me go real quick. I think a lot of the whole Cambosos, Teo, Devin thing, I think what happened is game planning and levels. I think Devin and Teo are both levels above Teofimo Lopez, but when you do not game plan, that's what you get. I thought Teofimo came in with a horrible game plan and had a horrible night, right? And did not game plan for Cambosos at all. So what happened? You've seen Cambosos have success, and Teofimo was not able just to walk all over this dude like he should have. Then you see Devin Haney game plan to perfection, and he implemented his game plan to perfection. And then you see when you implement when your level's ahead of somebody and you implement the game plan, then that's what you get. You get a 22 to 2 score, a 20 to 4 score. Like that's what you get in 24 rounds. And then when you don't game plan, that's what you get. Teofimo Lopez, that's no game plan. You could be levels above somebody, and I do think Teofimo is levels above Cambosos, but no game plan. Horrible fucking game plan, and that's what happened.
And Black and Brown.
I agree. Horrible game plan. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, to your point, definitely. Black and Brown. I feel like he fundamentally, even above and beyond just a game plan, I feel like he underestimated Cambosis and did not recognize. Facts. Everybody this guy fights, he fights close, right? It's all, you know what I mean? No matter, you know what I mean? It's always going to be. In other words, you can't just sleepwalk your way through training camp for this guy.
Tio's a very self-centered person, so it's all about him.
Mm.
Him. His skill set, what he's gonna do, what he got going on. I don't think he pays much attention to his opponent.
No, he looked past Kambosos.
All right, now is it unfair of me? Am I going too far, guys, to say that his pops don't strike me as the type to really? I'm not saying this like he doesn't have ideas. I'm
his
just saying
pops is not a fucking trainer. His pop happened to be there.
so he ain't breaking down tape Jed. In other words, right?
No,
until
his pop
2
does
a.m.
not impress me. He's a shit talking, self-centered, egotistical, living through his son vicariously, motherfucker.
Is he Angel Garcia 2.0 or is he worse than Angel? I still want to see that fight, by the way. I want to see them two fight.
No, he's talking about Tio Sr.
Tio, I want to see Tio. Somehow I want to see Tio and Danny Garcia fight just so I can see the two dads.
The thing about the whole Tio show is it just continues to get worse. Like they're not recognizing it. It just gets worse and worse. And I just hope, Mr. Doc, I just hope we don't see a replay again of the Kambosos situation because it's going to be a train wreck. It's going to turn into a fucking train wreck if that happens again. Because out the ring, interviews and all this other shit, he's saying the most horrible shit. So he better fucking win. You cannot say all the shit he's saying and then lose.
Well, and he's going through, and he's made it very public that he's gone through, like, what was he had, like, his wife left him, right, after, like, with his, like, 9-month-old child or 1-year-old child or something.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. All kind of out the ring shit, yeah.
Chaos. The point is,
chaos,
to what you were getting at, it's chaos in my man's private life. And you got to be really, really special to overcome that kind of private life chaos. And
man, Mr. Doc, I've been saying that shit for 2.5 years on YouTube, and people will fucking go crazy on me because I point that out that you cannot have success over and it will not last. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. A chaotic personal life is not sustainable. I've been telling dudes that for years.
Yeah.
2.5 years plus.
Yeah, there's the rare, you get the rare exception, right? The rare exception. And even they usually end up paying some kind of price. Like Muhammad Ali, complete circus, right? Right. But, you know, hey, ended up with Parkinson's, you know, and you know, giving away a lot of money. But regardless.
But still to this day, he's the only one to get his championship belt back 3 times.
No, but I know that. But I'm saying he was a rare individual that could have all this chaos going on. Dude, he went to fucking my man went to fucking the Philippines, right? While he was still married with this model that was not his wife. Okay.
They were all doing it. Everyone was doing it. Richard Pryor was married to one girl, sleeping with another, and then making arrangements.
Check it out. It gets better, though. It gets better. It gets better.
That was just a sign.
So check it out. Ali's wife sees on the news that he's walking around with Veronica Porsche, flies over to the Philippines. She's a black belt, Jed. Legitimate. Yeah, Ali's wife at the time that he was married to. Was a black belt, went over to the Philippines, and I'm saying, my point is, it's a rare person that can deal with it. Him, Sugar Ray Leonard, you know what I mean? That's like Sugar Ray Robinson.
Here's the thing. All right,
my point is, it's
I'm glad you mentioned Sugar Ray Leonard. Look, the second that someone got into his head, Sugar Ray could not concentrate on his game, and he lost. He lost to Duran. Mm-hmm. Duran made a sly comment about Sugar Ray's wife, and that got into his head for the whole
multiple. No, he didn't just make one, Jed. He made constant.
But the thing I'm saying is that some fighters can deal with it. Some fighters can deal with the chaotic lifestyle, and some cannot. Obviously, Sugar Ray was one of the ones that could not, and he had to discipline himself and made a point of it the second time around. But there are some fighters that can deal with a chaotic lifestyle. Case in point, Case in point, one of the greatest heavyweights that ever lived. Mike Tyson. His life was nothing but chaos.
Whirlwind of nonsense.
His life didn't burn like for as long as I wanted it to, but then he ran into some unfortunate bullshit with Buster Douglas, and he got his
Robin
shit knocked in.
Givens. Robin Givens, baby.
You know,
Woo.
a bitch brought him down.
Well, and but that's a good example of chaotic personal life. Robin Givens and her mom, okay, automatically like that's adding chaos to your personal life, right?
That's adding more chaos.
Yeah. Now when
His life was already chaotic, but
when I
just
talked
saying.
about Leonard, Jed, I was more alluding to like his rampant cocaine use. You know, taking 3 years off at it, like not once, but like I think twice, which is completely ridiculous, right? And coming back to beat Hagler, say what you want about it. Hey, he was competitive with Hagler. That's enough for me. That's impressive enough. You get what I'm saying? That's what I meant when I said to me, Leonard was an exception. I understand the Duran fight, but I also feel like he kind of learned from that.
No, he did. He absolutely did learn that, you know, he had to temper himself and not let another boxer get into his head. So some fighters can deal with shit like that. Some fighters can't.
He probably stopped bringing his wife to the weigh-ins.
my thing here is like this. Like 150. Maybe you're right. Maybe I shouldn't down Kambosos as much as I do, because I shouldn't. He earned his spot. But I'm sorry, in my mind, no, I'm not even gonna say I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say
he's a one-hit wonder, man. He's a Buster Douglas. He's an Andy Ruiz. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, he is.
No, hang on. Yeah. Now understand. Hang on. You mentioned Buster Douglas. I want to make sure everybody here understands what they're saying when they compare this guy to Buster Douglas. All right, and I know 150. You at least have heard this story before. All right.
Are you gonna talk about Baltimore?
No, I don't can talk about no Baltimore.
All right.
Fucking. Oh God, now I'm see, you made me fucking space on the name. There was a UK fucking promoter, right? That for years prior to the fight actually happening, told Cuss, when Cuss was still alive, told fucking what's my man's name? Atlas. And he told fucking Rooney, right? Keep Mike away from Buster Douglas. Keep Mike away. And I'm talking about, he told them like 2 to 3 years before this happened, if not more. Keep him away from Buster. Keep him away from Buster. All right? When you know who won the point. Mickey Duff. That's the guy's name. Mickey Duff. Look it up. Mickey Duff told the Tyson camp for years, keep him away from Buster Douglas. That's bad.
No, actually, he should have fought him earlier, because then, if he would have fought him earlier, he would have knocked Buster Douglas the fuck out. Because
you're assuming.
I'm not assuming. I know, but you know what? This is show.
Mike was partying and banging whores. Everybody knows that. That's why Buster Douglas was a one-off. He lost.
Hang on. So Mickey Duff was just coincidentally lucky with his prophecy. He didn't have some insight that maybe us as
well. Isn't that what they said? That Haney ratted because they knew what Tio was going through? I mean, to say it happens doesn't make the other guy good.
No. It was a question of styles making fights. Mickey Duff was insisting to Mike.
Yeah, but Mike was partying and banging whores. Everybody knows that.
Well, that just makes it worse. That makes him an even worse match.
It means that Buster was the one-off that he was. It doesn't make him anything else.
I think he was going to be a nightmare.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's what Kambosos is, bro. He's a Buster Douglas, Andy Ruiz, bro. Those dudes, they won the title, they held it or whatever. That's the last time they're ever gonna get that opportunity ever again.
Okay, but my point is that these aren't like untalented nobodies that just came out of nowhere. They're flawed, perhaps. In fact, definitely, but they are talented. They're all talented. And who has faster hands at heavyweight than Andy Ruiz? For as slow as his feet are, right? Again, flawed, but who has faster hands, right? These are talented people. Buster Douglas was a talented fucking heavyweight. I'm telling you, man. He wasn't.
I dare to say
there's talent and there's that's what you call it. That's what you're calling potential. There's talent is not potential and potential.
No, but guys in the know. But Frank, guys in the know as like I said, the documented example is Mickey Duff told Tyson's team for years, keep him away from Buster. You got a great thing going here, but keep him away from Buster. I don't think that's complete. I don't think. Hang on, let me finish.
Because
I don't buy that is complete.
But Buster had potential, and he realized it at one instance. But then he was his own worst enemy, so that potential went unrealized. It's like even Boots Ennis is all potential. It's what he could be. We don't know what he is, though.
Yes, now that much I agree with. I'm just saying I don't think.
You know,
all I'm saying is I don't think it's coincidence that a prominent promoter of the time with a lot of experience.
Carlos Valdemir beat Zab Judah and was not near the athlete that he was. He just was a stay busy guy, and Zab was way more talented.
That was chalked up. Now, at the time, that was chalked up though to Zab being Zab. Zab was notorious.
But that's what we're talking about with Tyson. So that's what we're saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. We can't explain. Yeah. I mean, you could say, "Oh, Baltimore's all wrong for Zab because he throws a lot." That's what they say about Mexicans. He's all wrong because he throws a lot. Like Zepeda is going to be all wrong for Shakur. That doesn't mean that if he wins that you knew it the whole time. I mean, it's just certain things you can see in boxing. I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying we have to put it within a context.
Yeah, my only point was it wasn't just me talking. It was a guy at the time, right, who was an experienced guy in the business. That was telling them stay away from this guy, and I'm not. Again, I'm not. Maybe it was coincidence. I don't know.
It's what somebody else just said. It all lined up, just like for Kambosos. It all lined up for him. You had a T.O. in trouble, and if that wasn't true, then why did
Buster's mom did die? You're right, and that seemed to motivate him. That would be an example of what you're talking about. Things lining up.
Yeah, and nobody's making excuses for T.O., but the reports were true, and that's why Haney had spoken words to Kambosos. That's why he called him. Like, what fighter that does that? And that's another reason I'm not a big fan of the guy. I mean, I have my biases, but
to me, there's no excuse. If you sign for the fight and you don't pull out, no excuses.
No, we're trying to pinpoint where Kambosos does beating Kambosos make Haney great. That's what it's really all about.
No, he doesn't. No,
it's just the same with Holyfield. Holyfield beat Buster, but that didn't make him great. He still had to go through Mike.
Exactly.
It would be as if Mike beat Buster and then is walking around like, I don't need to fight Mike. Why? And his fans, that's what I don't like about this, and that's why I like these conversations. Because who would do that? Who would have at that time told Holyfield, you don't need him? He lost to Buster Douglas. You don't need Tyson.
Oh God, no, that would have been.
But that's what's going on. But that's what we're dealing with now, and that's why we have these conversations.
That's exactly what we. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I got in late and through this twists and turns. How is this analogous? What are we looking at now? How's this example of what's going on?
Oh shit! No, the shit stirred.
No,
I'm just trying to catch up. I'm not trying to stir shit, bro. Like I'm just like what's peace and everything. I'm just trying to catch up.
We
was talking about Kambosos, and I was saying that Kambosos is like a Buster Douglas, Andy Ruiz. Like he beat T.O. He held all the belts at once, but that was the last time he was ever gonna do that.
And I was pointing out, Smoke. To add to that, I was pointing out to them, Smoke, that Buster Douglas, while in a sense, especially from a casual perspective, he's a one-hit wonder. There were people in the know, and I brought up the example. You probably just stories, but it's important. It's germane to the subject. Mickey Duff was telling Tyson's people for 2 or 3 years, keep him away from Buster Douglas. Bad fucking style matchup. So you know what I mean? It's like okay, my point being how much do we value or devalue Buster? You get what I'm trying to say? It's like
it's a hard one. Yeah, it's a hard one. Buster Douglas is a hard one. Who was the other guy? Buster Douglas got his ass routinely. You could just press him and then he'd quit, and that's kind of the knock on Zab Judah too. It's kind of the knock on Zab Judah. I think Carlos Baldomir is probably like a better thing because Carlos Baldomir, we always knew what he was, and it was just that Zab Judah showed up and he was off his game. Like Andrew Ruiz, I don't know. It's kind of that's a hard one because one could say that he got robbed against Joseph Parker. And another, and also one could say that it was just the way AJ fought him that got him the victory. Like if AJ fought him in the first fight, the way he fought him in the second fight, and he was totally capable of doing that, he would have won. He would have never lost, right? So it's kind of, I don't know about Andy Ruiz.
I made a big point.
Maybe he's Andy Ruiz. Maybe he's Andy Ruiz. Depending on how you fight him, he'll beat your ass.
Right. Because I told people when Andy Ruiz ended up being the replacement, I was telling everybody that would listen, hey man, I think this guy's a tougher opponent than Jarrell Miller and possibly some of the replacements that had been considered. But
I thought he'd just fight him since he already fought Parker. I just thought he would just do the same thing, like fight Ruiz the way he fought Parker, because they're essentially the same kind of style. But apparently, he had something to prove, and whatever. Like it is what it is.
Well, Ruiz has those.
When it comes to Kambosos, I didn't pick him to beat Tio, right? Like Electro Jed is like one of the only people who are like, hey, we'll look out for this Kambosos guy. It turns out like Kambosos isn't that bad of a guy. It's just that like we didn't expect him to beat Tio or Loma or Tank or Devin.
Yeah, at the highest level.
It's not like he's a bad fighter though.
No, exactly. At the highest level, from what I saw in his resume, Smoke, he fights everybody close. He's a tough fight. You know what I mean? It's you have to be on your game and prepared.
It wasn't close with Haney. Haney just beat
him. Salute. Get the smoke. Outlaw Boxing Club. Salute. Frank, my boy Frank. What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Black?
Yep. That was one of the.
Kambosos is a B-level fighter, and Devin Haney just proved that he's levels above that. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all making a big deal about comparing the guys, man. Comparing him to Buster Douglas and shit. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, they all one-hit wonders. That's all I'm trying to say, man. It doesn't matter. I'm not comparing the careers or the style.
Okay, no.
Just that time, man.
Don't have a bad night against Kambosos. That's all I'm saying.
I had a point, though, say so, and that was this. And hey, all of you can disagree with me. I don't care. My point was this, say so. I think Kambosos was going to be a tough fight for Tio no matter what.
Yeah, but is Kambosos even Amir Khan? I mean, Amir, he could be great one night.
I'm not getting into that. I'm saying
I don't think so. I think Amir
That's
Khan
what we're saying.
Amir Khan's punch resistance is gone. I think that Kambosos is better than Amir Khan. I don't know if they would. I don't know what would happen if they fought. I don't know what would happen if they fought. It's a good fight. I mean, they're not the same weight class, but for me, I don't know. Like for me, I need Kambosos, because he beat Tio. I now need for other people to beat, not like throw him away and then like we didn't expect him to beat Tio anyway, and Tio just had an off night. I need for like other guys to beat him before we start calling him a one-hit wonder and all this other stuff. He just hasn't had enough fights. Like he went into a fight as an underdog and won, and then went into a fight as an underdog and lost.
Well, I consider Mickey Bay and Lee Selby a C+ level fighters, and then I consider Teofimo Lopez A- B+ level fighter, especially at the time. And then Kambosos got wins over C+ level fighters, a B+ level fighter. So, I mean, it's hard to call him a one-hit wonder, especially if he's not done yet.
I mean, do you think
it don't seem like he's going anywhere, and it don't seem like he's going anywewhere.
I do think at best he might end up.
Do you think Tio's an A-level fighter? Do you think Tio's an A-level fighter?
B-, A-, B+, A-. He's in that range. Let's see where he goes. He looked really good against Loma and really good against Nakatani and Kome. But then you start seeing the outside the ring issues, and you're like, oh. And I don't care what anybody says. Outside the ring, that's part of your game. That's part of your toolbox. Sorry, people got fucked up tools in their toolbox. I work with people that bring toolboxes to work every fucking day. And some people got ugly ass tools in their toolbox. And Teofimo's outside life is an ugly ass tool. It's part of his toolbox. So we don't know what we're going to get. I see high level, but out the ring, that shit worries me out the ring.
Well, I mean, he's showed he can be A.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Those things happen. There was a guy named Paul Williams,
Yeah. I'm just not making that shit
Paul
up.
Williams was the A-level fighter. Like Paul Williams just didn't have
but
defense,
he had an off night against Quintana.
It wasn't an off night. He had a bad style. Like really, he had a bad style for a long career. Like the idea that he was just gonna keep taking punches and punches on the chin like that, and like and have a long career, just like it's not borne out. I don't know if that's necessary. I don't know.
Hang on, Paul Williams. You're a 6'2", 80-inch reach, goddamn welterweight, and you are fighting like you're Julio Cesar Chavez.
Like, to me, Chico was A.
Well, notice that didn't happen to him at welterweight.
You know, Chico.
Notice that didn't happen to him at welterweight also.
What's that?
The knockouts. Like when his chin started getting fucking tatted, right?
Like, put it this way.
You're right.
You know, Chico wasn't elite, but you had to be A to beat Chico Corrales. You had to be a great fighter.
Exactly. I think that's probably more along the lines of.
That's like
I think Chico better than Kambosos. Damn, it's hard.
He is. He's better than Kambosos. I'm just saying that's the kind
Chico would have demolished Kambosos.
No.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
My point is, you gotta be a certain level to beat Kambosos convincingly. That's all.
I was thinking, what am I coming into?
There with it. It's hard. Like Teofimo is just a hard fucking nut to crack. But I mean, like some of it he might be overhyped. Here's really what the issue is. Lomachenko's over fucking hyped. So like it's really hard to fucking gauge these people.
Okay. Well, hang on.
Let Outlaw get in there first.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
No, what's up, Jed?
What's up, Jed? What's up, lads? I was just catching up on the.
Jed, I'm gonna load a bowl just for you. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, good man, bro. No, I was just catching up on the conversation, really. But yeah, I was thinking, what have I come into? Corrales would have buried Kambosos in about 5 or 6 rounds, I think. You know.
No. My only when I heard mentioned the same sentence, what caught my ear was you have to be a certain level to beat them convincingly, right? And that was the only thing I was kind of equating. To beat, in my opinion, to beat Kambosos convincingly, you got to be of a certain level, right? Now, I'm not saying it's the same, right? I'm not comparing him directly to Corrales. I'm just saying they have that same quality about them. Does that make any sense? Or
yeah, I mean, like if Adrian Broner had an off night at his best, he would have maybe lost to Kambosos.
No, let Outlaw answer first.
When AB was on, I mean, he would have probably beat anybody, but you know, he was his own worst enemy.
At what weight? At 135, 140, maybe. I get it.
That's what I'm saying. There's most athletic, you know, power. So Kambosos, if AB would have been an off night, Kambosos could have beat, you know, made.
I agree. I agree with that because I actually think Teofimo is better version than. I think Teofimo is better than Broner. I think he's like a better version. So
so who's better then? Is who's better, Mikey at his best or Teofimo at his best?
Nah, Mikey's a better.
Mikey's the best. Okay, come on, let's not be stupid here.
But Mikey at his best was older. Like Teofimo at his best, we've only seen like a 23-year-old Teofimo at his best.
Well, we can only go where we've gone so far.
Jed, I gotta super
because Mikey gets a lot of flack. You know, we didn't see the best of Mikey with his playoffs.
He should have fought Loma for Undisputed.
And not fighting
Loma for Undisputed, man.
He should have. I got something.
But then he went to fight on Spence, bro. He went for money and shit.
Jed, you got something. You've inspired me. I've got something super inflammatory to say, guys, and I'm probably going to be the only one you're going to laugh at. I think 135 Broner beats 135 Lomachenko the same way Teo did.
Maybe because of the size.
Teo did.
I don't know though. I think Broner's. I think
What did I say? I said 135 Broner, meaning not just at that weight, but him at the time that he was at that weight. Okay.
Are you saying a fully 100% healthy?
Goddamn right I am. You're goddamn right I am, Jed.
Fully 100%
healthy.
Loma? I don't know, man.
No, we're talking about the
I don't know, Doc.
Hold me here. Okay, let me get specific then. Let me get specific. The Lomachenko that fought Teo against the Broner that fought DeMarco. All right. I think that Broner, at minimum, gives Lomachenko a nightmare, if not beats him. It's a bad style. It's a bad style. Not because Broner's anything special. It's just a bad style. And it's the same approach Teofimo brought.
I think Teofimo brought more than just a style, though. I think Teofimo
really
also brought
hang on. Hear me out.
Broner don't let his hands go, man.
No, at 135 he did. You're not listening. You're not listening. I'm talking about the guy.
I remember when he fought DeMarco. I seen the fight. I seen.
You're gonna tell me he didn't let his hands go again? Shut up! Come on, man. You can't say that.
I don't know. Ponce de Leon got to put hands on Broner as well, though. I don't know. Him and Loma would have been interesting. I'm not sure though.
I think Loma has the same problems that Teo presented, which is imposing size at the weight, right? Having to get through that Philly shell, getting pressured, okay, counter punch. That's all. This is all Broner's same exact at his best when he at Circa DeMarco. All the same things he brought to the table. Go look at the tape. It's almost goddamn. If you look at their stances and everything, their approaches, it's goddamn eerie.
Yeah, they are similar. That's why I brought it up. Yeah, they are similar, but I don't know. I think Teo's a bit more fluid. He's a bit more athletic than Broner. I don't know.
The DeMarco. Remember, we're talking DeMarco, not modern. We're not talking.
Yeah,
modern.
But even against DeMarco, Doc, Broner still kind of was flat-footed, and DeMarco just walked onto him.
Okay, maybe. I still think it's a problem. I'm not saying it's 100%. Lomachenko loses, but he's always going to have trouble with, naturally guys that are naturally big at that weight with that kind of a style. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's that. At the end of the day, it's the bottom. It's not that.
It's also speed. It's size, power, and style. It's like it's some attributes too. It's not just some style thing. I got a question for you. I don't want to get too far off the subject though, but I think this might inform it. If let's say Leo Santa Cruz, Adrian Broner, Lomachenko, and Rungvisai are all like up for the Hall of Fame at the same time, who doesn't get in?
Oh, you got to pick one. You got to kick one off the island. Name the names again, please. If you would.
I'd say no Broner if I had to. Out of the four.
That's my first instinct. You got to remember it.
You know what, Broner?
Broner's been here. Did you see Broner's resume? Broner is the most star-studded, packed resume out of all of them, right?
This is the same. He's not wrong. Here's the sad thing.
He's got a good resume. He's got a good
resume.
Here's the big one. Here's the big single one. He's on a short list of about, I think it's a dozen guys in history that were 4-weight champions. Now, he may be even if you're the weakest.
Those wasn't fucking real titles, bro.
No, but even if
but all those other guys are also like ATGs too.
No, but my point is, even if you're number 12 on a list of 12,
he's got a good resume without a doubt, man.
I'm just saying,
who did he beat though? That's what I'm saying.
You don't know.
Paulie Malignaggi.
Or DeMarco. Now, if you're gonna big him up, you're not.
I mean, Escobedo was decent. He was supposed to be the next Golden Boy. I don't know if people forgot that.
Yeah, I know. People think he's a cab driver now.
I mean, DeMarco's not a bad win.
He was kind of a journeyman, though.
What was the white boy? What was the white boy my man knocked out on the way up? It wasn't a title fight, though. Oh, come on. He was all over the place in like Tuesday night fights for a long time. None of you remember now. 130.
Not by just calling him white and on Tuesday night, no.
I need to narrow it down a little more. Okay. Fair enough.
God damn it, Smoke.
Hey, what was we even talking about, man? We just getting out topic.
Let's out.
Right. The only reason I brought it up was about Broner versus Loma. Like I was just trying to just do it like kind of take it out of technical and then take it somewhere else. But that was it.
Yeah, let's out was who I was thinking of. Jason, let's out.
Yeah, so to me, the idea of Teofimo, Teofimo made his bones off of Lomachenko, right? But now the question is, was Lomachenko even 100%? I mean, Teofimo obviously wasn't.
No, he wasn't. But that
right. But Teofimo wasn't 100% either. No, but we're trying to rate a guy. When you're rating a guy, it does matter, right? If you're trying to rate a win, like it doesn't matter. Like it's not gonna, you're not gonna overturn the victory or anything. But if you're trying to say if a guy's A level or B level, like if the A level fighter the only A level guy he fought was compromised, how do we say what Teofimo is? Is he just a mediocre fighter that caught a
But Teo didn't just make his bones with Loma though, because Teo had a belt. He made his bones before Loma.
Yeah, right. I got it, but nobody gives a shit about beating Comey. But Comey doesn't make you anything except for a champion.
That's not fair.
Well, I mean, Loma's elite.
It is fair because Comey didn't beat anybody. Because Comey didn't beat anybody. That's why it's fair. Like Ray Beltran is probably his best win, and like Ray Beltran didn't beat anybody.
I mean, they're still top 10 guys.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's where we get into the whole top 10 guys thing. But that doesn't tell you whether or not he's A level or B level. Like top 10 guys can be a bunch of C level guys. It just depends on the division and the time, right?
But that's all really Better Beef and Bivol have. They don't really have any elite. They're the only elite guys.
We're trying to talk about whether or not they're white. Well, see,
whoever's elite, it's whoever's elite at the time in division.
Right, here's the thing: Vosdick proved himself against a proven guy. Like Adonis Stevens was a proven guy, right?
Then we're taking it to another level. Then we're taking it to another level.
What I'm saying is Comey was not a proven guy because Ray Beltran was a guy.
Wait, oh no, come on, you can't say that. See, that's that.
Okay, so then who did he prove himself off of? Like when I say that.
Okay. Game. I don't know, Smoke. I can't fucking agree with you.
I know you can, but okay, so follow me, and then you can maybe fill in the blanks so that we can be on the same page. When I said Vosdick was a proven guy because he beat Stevenson, and when I say Joe Smith was a proven guy, I mean I can go through the guys he beat. Like I mean we can talk about the old ass fucking Bernard Hopkins or the weak ass Jesse Hart. But he had a pretty good fucking run. Yeah, he lost against Bivol. But you knew who the fuck Joe Smith was, right? And you definitely knew who Vosdick was.
Well, yeah, you got to beat guys like Joe Smith and Zurdo. Whatever you think about Zurdo now, he still was a top guy at the time. So, the top 10 or the top 10 for whatever reason.
Yeah, I feel like those guys are proven. Like, I don't know how you go like, when I laid out that, and then I say a guy like Comey wasn't proven, like why that would be a thing. Like name me the guys. Like name me the guys that's on Beltran's resume that would where the Vosdicks, where the Joe Smiths. Who are these people?
Well, sometimes you could just get to a position like Virgil did being McKinson, a top 10 guy. That's just usually how they're moved. Yeah, that's how you move into position.
Yeah, but nobody thinks McKinson. Okay, like let's give McKinson a top 10 credit for whatever fucking reason, right?
It just was.
Let's do it. Let's just do it, right? Let's not even argue about it. Let's just say he's a top 10 guy. How would you say? Would you call him an A level fighter, a B level fighter, a C level fighter, a D level fighter?
Top 10 would have to be at least a B. I'm about B minus.
So just by virtue of being top 10, so every top 10 person is just by virtue of being top 10 is a B level.
Well, who else is there for you to face? That's what I mean.
The question isn't about who you're facing. I'm trying.
It is about who you're facing. We're talking about the reality of boxing and how you move in through the sport.
Right. Well, the issue, what I'm saying to you is whether or not you are A level or D level has nothing to do with your ranking in a sanctioning body in a division, because that's just a product of who else is around, not how good they are.
Well, and who you happen to be. Maybe you get lucky. It's like any sport to an extent.
And no, I'm just saying, like Ndongo, right? Like Ndongo, like nobody's talking about how, like people talk about how he went to Russia and beat that guy in Russia, but nobody's talking about that Russian guy. Like they don't even know his name, and they certainly don't know who the fuck that dude beat. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm talking about people. I'm not talking about you.
Ndongo is one of the worst unified champions I've ever seen.
I'm just saying, like, how do you rate like what level of fighter they are? You can talk about how they're ranked in a sanctioning body. You can even talk about maybe how they're ranked in the world, but that didn't tell you like what level of fighter they are.
I gotta disagree with you, 150. I mean, dude, Troyanovsky was pretty good.
Man, Crawford destroyed him, man.
No. I'm talking about guys Ndongo beat, like the main guy that Ndongo beat, Troyanovsky, and he did it over in Russia. Now, granted, you could say, well, maybe he just clipped him in one hit or quittered him. And
yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying because so you're saying you only get credit for being champions? I mean,
the
real question is, how do you rate a guy outside of his ranking in the sanctioning body? How do you?
There is no way. That's what we're dealing with the sport. We're talking about the sport of boxing.
The ratings are okay. The sport isn't rating us. Only we are. We're the ones up on the panel talking about a guy's A level or B level or C level. So I'm trying to get to like where's that methodology coming from?
From those the rankings, what belts they won.
If all it is rankings, then nobody should ever say anything about Deontay Wilder's opponents. But what they say is he fought nothing but bums.
Well, I wouldn't say they were bums. I mean, they were top.
No, I'm saying you might not, but other people do.
They're not following boxing. You have to follow boxing.
Even people who do follow boxing don't necessarily rank, Chris Arreola. I think I do, but are Bermane Stiverne, even though he's a champion.
Hang on.
Well, traditionally, that's why we have.
They say that, literally, they say the only person he fought was Tyson Fury, right? Like the only person of any value was Tyson Fury, and he lost and drew against that.
My head's hurting. Hang on, now smoke.
That is literally the narrative you hear all over the place.
Hang on.
Yeah, I can't argue with them. I mean, there's really no argument if that's what you think.
No. Who's saying Bermane Stiverne is absolutely nobody?
Oh, the people who say Wilder beat nobody. The people who say Wilder beat nobody.
Well,
all he did was knock out bums.
Well, look.
His best win is
So then, what do you think of? Wait. So, what do you think of Canelo Ryder? Then, are you okay with that?
Do I think of Canelo? What do I think of Canelo Ryder? I think Canelo Ryder is. I mean, I would have been okay with that
because it sounds like you're gonna give him credit for it. Because it sounds like since he's ranked, he earned his shot because he's a mandatory. You got to give him credit.
Of course, but that's again what we're talking about is two different things. I'm not sure if you're like on the same page. Like, if
I'm not, man. That's why I'm asking.
So here's what I'm saying.
I think I know what you're saying. You're saying as fans, how are we going to determine?
No, it's not even that. I'm asking, how do you determine a letter grade for anybody? Your thing is determining a letter grade has to do with a top 10 ranking. But even if you're in the top 10, how do you rank that? Like, just by virtue of being in the top 10, that means you're automatically a B-level fighter.
Well, no, an A.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. No, what I do personally, an A is because you beat an elite level fighter. That's what gets you an A.
Okay, great. So
you beat an elite level fighter.
So now we got the A class. How do you get to
A plus? Well, elite would be A plus. Like that has to be the best of the best of the best, no doubt.
No, I'm saying, how do you get to the B class though? How do you describe? Like, how do you?
They're ex-champion, top 10 ranking, somewhere along those.
All right, I mean that's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting at. I was trying to get at the methodology of like how.
Because you don't have to be wait. Because you don't have to be A to get a belt. It's like, like that's why some of these conversations you can't say someone's the best because they got the belts because we already know. Like just because you get a belt don't make you A. It's like you're talking about Ndongo. Like we know that he was never an A. He was a unified. Oh my God, he was fucking unified. Holy shit. Like, okay, but let's not go a parade.
Hang on, guys. At what point do we accept the sport for what it is? Were those, going full circle back to what me and Jed were talking about, were those tuna fish giants really better than those Buffalo Bills?
Yes, they were. Fuck off.
Oh, sometimes the
I want to know.
Sport. My point is, part of sport is the fact that the most talented or best on paper doesn't always win. That's why we fucking bother having the events, watching the fights, paying for them.
Yeah, no shit, Fight Doctor. That's not profound. I got a question. How do you of the theater of the unexpected? No shit, bro. Here we go. How do you grade Andre? Do you think he's an A-level fighter? A B-level fighter? Well, he's never he never beat a former champion or a current champion, but he's been a champion in 2 weight classes. What's his letter grade as a fighter?
He was a B.
I got him as a B.
B minus because he's in decline.
Nah, he beats. So a lot of C's get you a B. Nah, yeah, he's a B.
B because he never fought A's and he's in decline now.
Well, look, he's obviously good and talented. Like a lot of these guys, like Haney, Andre, they're all good and talented. It's just you got to beat the elite. That's just what makes you elite. That's the end of the story.
Or they can just accept that they're never going to measure up to the real greats of
Which
the
is
history.
why Haney needs this Loma fight.
Well, I mean, but Jed, are we still going to compare him to, or even if he knocks Loma's spark out, right? Which I know, I'm trying to make a point here. Hear me out. Yeah, no, hear me out. Even if he did that, we're not going to mention him in the same breath as Roberto Duran or Benny Leonard, right? Or fucking Pernell Whitaker. No, he's not in that conversation.
Not yet.
If he moves up afterwards, he's never going to be in that conversation as lightweight. He's going to have to go, pursue some other path to greatness and notoriety. Not saying there won't be one. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
I have an interesting one.
Hold the fucking horses here. Wait a minute. He's 23 years old.
No, but he's talking about moving up after this fight at lightweight. I'm talking about lightweight legacy.
He's got just talking lightweight legacy. Look, I'm not a fan, but the thing is, he's 23 years old. Right now, he's 23 years old. Even if he loses to Loma and loses close, it's still gonna do his fucking legacy good. And if he moves up to 140, he has all the possibility of being able to be, to be called like one of the greats, like a Duran or a fucking Leonard or a Hearn. Depending on who fights and how he wins.
But Jed, I'm sorry. When I said Leonard, I meant Benny Leonard. I was talking just beyond. I'm sorry. No. See, that's where we get. No. I apologize for not being more clear. And I was keeping it to like.
Don't put me in a position to have to defend Haney, please. I can't.
No. I love doing this. That's my favorite thing to do. Now.
Hey, Jed, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. So don't let him get you off. No, I'm just saying.
In the big picture, Jed, I agree with you. But I'm talking about in terms of his lightweight legacy. I mean, how much does beating Lomachenko?
Really, well, look, this is the argument I had, sir. I know but look at the names of Whitaker, Duran, Chavez. Those are names at 135. Haney is not that. If beating Loma might get him there, it'll be a step. But you got to clean out your division. If there's not an elite guy, then that's the next thing you have to do. Like with Jermell Charlo, 154. Was there an elite talent there? No, but he cleaned out the division. So we have to give it to him.
Right now, to even be considered, or even to get, be mentioned, not considered, but just mentioned, Haney would have to go through Loma, through Garcia, through Tank. All right, he'd have to go through those guys convincingly to be even considered.
Right.
I don't think he's going to stay at 135 that long. I think he's going to fight Loma, and if he wins, he moves up. If he loses, he's still going to move up. I don't think he's going to beat Loma, but I think it's going to be a pretty good fucking fight.
But that's what I agree with you in the sense. He has to have that fight, especially if you want to say you're the best at 135. Now people claim, he's undisputed. He's undisputed at 135. It's like
he can't get it. He can't get that with Shakur. If he fights Shakur instead of Loma, he's not going to get it because Shakur's just moved up to 135.
Yeah, I do agree. Even if he moves up, he needs that Lomachenko scalp if he can get it.
No, he actually doesn't need either one of those scalps. Loma is old and already got beat by mediocre guys. And Shakur, as you pointed out, has never even fought at 135. If he wants to grab the honors of the top spot, he has to beat Tank Davis. That's the guy he has to beat.
So beating a Hall of Famer don't count. You don't count beating Hall of Famers.
No. I want first thing first.
I'm sorry.
Who are the mediocre guys that beat Lomachenko?
Again, all I'm saying is it may be that Lomachenko has been beaten twice by mediocre fighters. But whatever the case is, he's in the middle. Whatever the case is, he's definitely in the middle of his 30s and a lightweight. Right?
So beating a Hall of Famer doesn't count.
It doesn't count to be not when Tank.
So what did you think of Inoue beating Donaire? Did you count that? You don't count that.
Well, I think that. Okay, Inoue was already the top guy at 118 when he did that.
Still, that's his best win.
No, I want to know.
I know, but that's right.
But you don't count it though.
Right, but he's already the top guy when he did that.
You don't count it.
What do you mean I don't count it? Okay, you're. I think that you are misconstruing two things. I don't know why you did. This is the second time you've done this. So it's a different thing to say that it doesn't mean anything to your legacy to be the Hall of Famer. Is different than saying you're the top guy in the division if you beat that guy. Like right now, Loma is not the top guy at 135. Yes, he's a Hall of Famer, but he is not the top guy at 135.
The mediocre fighter.
Okay, so
for his legacy, yeah, the top guy at 135 right now is Haney.
I mean, it could be, but I'm just saying. But you just said it isn't. You just said it isn't.
Fight more than fucking Loma does for sure.
But you just said it. No, what you said is he's undisputed. But in order for him to be the top guy, he has to fight Loma. And I'm saying it's not Loma that he has to beat in order to get that top guy spot.
He needs to fight for legacy.
Yeah, for his the big picture.
I don't even know if I don't even think he needs it for legacy. It would be nice, but he don't need it. Like he'll get in the Hall of Fame.
He definitely needs it.
Like listen, if he fights Shakur, if he
the
fights
names at 135, Duran, Whitaker, Chavez. I mean, we're talking about all-time greats here.
So for Devin Haney's legacy, Loma would be nice. He does not need it.
Well, okay, he doesn't need it. With what
at 135, yes, in order to be considered a great at that division, we're talking about the division.
Like I said, Tank would do it
through their whole entire career because what Manny Pacquiao was at 130, 126 is not the same when he moved up. You know,
I mean, I'm with all that, but I'm just saying that Teofimo is not going to be remembered as one of the greats at 135.
No, he would have had to do more. Yeah,
correct. Because Loma ain't the thing.
No. It's that he lost the belts. I mean, had he beat Kambosos and had another good win,
beating Loma is like it's cool.
All-time great.
It's cool. It is great for your legacy to have a Hall of Famer on it. Ask your Danis Ugas.
But beating Loma made him the best. That's why beating Kambosos didn't get Haney pound for pound.
Right. It made him the best of the division.
Just strictly across the board in the boxing world, they didn't give Haney pound for pound because beating Kambosos didn't mean anything.
Because at the time, Loma was considered the best. But then, once Teofimo was considered the best, the guy that beat him, nobody thought that guy was the best.
That's what I'm saying. Teo beat the best guy.
He did, but nobody thought that guy was the best.
So that made him the best. That made him the best.
But the guy that beat Teo, nobody thought that guy was the best.
Yeah, that's why Teo won't be an all-time great at 135.
Yeah, he's not even considered, not even a great, forget a great at 135. All he will be considered is somebody who beat fucking Loma. But guess what?
Well, no, he'll be considered the best at 135 at the time.
Hang on. He was a lightweight champion,
and he should have been undisputed.
He was a lightweight champion. I'm not saying he wasn't, but so was Ray Beltran.
He was obviously better than
like I can say, all I'm saying to it when it comes to this whole legacy thing.
Well, no,
like,
I mean,
it's not that Loma's not a.
Hang on, why you want to do Ray Beltran like that and bring him into the?
I mean, listen. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. So when I went to see Loma live, Ray Beltran was the co-main event, and it was like literally like one of the most boring fucking cards. Like fucking ever. Like anyway, it is what it is. I'm not going there. I mean, Loma's cool and all that shit, but I saw back then that he doesn't really have that finishing instinct.
I got a similar, maybe not similar situation to Haney and Loma is with Canelo, right? He's fighting Bivol. He should be fighting 168 pounders for the division, right? But he's still the best. I can say he's still the best because it's undisputed. But if he continues to not fight what we all consider maybe the best 168 pounder, David Benavidez, he's not the best. You know, he has it now, but he can't just keep dodging that.
Okay.
No, but here's the thing.
Hang on. I'm sorry.
The issue was that at 168, none of those guys were considered the best, right? There was just like Ring Magazine just picked the guy because he was in a tournament. But those guys didn't mix it up. And Canelo was already a pound for pound guy, and he went to a division where none of the guys were had distinguished themselves as the best, right? So that was how Canelo would, like, he's the best guy at 168. He might have been the best guy at 168 before he even, but he was favored to win all those fights even before he had a title.
So I got a question about.
But if he doesn't fight David Benavidez, then he no longer will be the best because we'll have known that he doesn't cement 168.
I mean,
you have to keep challenging.
David Benavidez has Caleb Plant issues. He's not even He's not even in the running for being one of the best right now. I mean, one of the best.
Hang on.
By Caleb Plant. He's got
most of you know how I feel about.
Well, he already beat Caleb, so it's really about David.
I gotta ask you.
Who's already beat? David Benavidez didn't beat no Caleb Plant.
I gotta ask.
No, Canelo beat Caleb Plant.
No, we're talking about David Benavidez though, being the best guy, right? Like we don't know that David Benavidez can beat Caleb Plant or David Morrell.
So.
Well, actually, David Morrell, I think is the best, but
I'm gonna say,
well, there you go. I mean, Canelo has to beat David Morrell to continue to claim to be the best. Fuck the belts, and he's undisputed. We can't just keep using that because that'd be giving him a pass.
Yeah, I'm with that. I got no arguments for me.
And that's what I'm saying about Haney. It's the same thing. Like you can't just I got the belts, I'm the best. Like we understand like what you have to do to cement your legacy and you as the best.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with
you
that
just said
assessment. I'm just saying that Loma's not the issue. I'm saying that Loma's not the guy.
Okay, either one. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give either one. If it's Haney or Tank, it'll be
those two guys.
I got a question about Benavidez.
They have to fight to see who's best at 135.
I got a question about this Benavidez cannoli thing, and I'm no fan of fucking cannoli. Am I the only motherfucker here that thinks David Benavidez will make cannoli look like James Toney?
It's possible. They have the style.
Cannoli is going to counterpunch the shit out of that wide open motherfucking kid. I don't care how fast.
You mean the kid that stands straight up, that has his head up there with a target on it? That kid?
Yeah, exactly. The one that comes in square in, Jed, with those fast hands of his, right? Oh my God!
He's not fighting at 135 though.
No. The point was, what does beating up David Benavidez have to do with cementing Cannoli's fucking, being the best at 168? Who the fuck is David Benavidez? He's a fast-handed mummy.
He's a two-time WBC champ. The way that Canelo got that WBC belt.
Okay, Smoke. Do you think that fight is competitive? Cannoli against Benavidez at 160.
I think it's a great fight.
Asking me, no.
One at a time. Smoke, Frank, Jed, go on around the corner, guys. Smoke.
Yeah, you got to get your fucking broke knees ass in there, man. Like, yeah, the Canelo that I've been watching over the last. Yeah, hold up a sec. The Canelo that I've seen over the last two fights is definitely vulnerable for a guy like David Benavidez. I still would pick Canelo to win, but he's vulnerable. You got to go in there and beat that boy up. You can't just shrug it off and wave your hand and say I already did it. Been there, done that. Nah, you got to get in there with that young boy.
Got you. You can't let the Jed.
Benavidez can beat Cannoli. You got me calling him Cannoli.
I got you.
The only way that Benavidez can beat
You're gonna say it again.
Yeah, the only way he can beat Alvarez is he goes in there with the same skill set as a Bivol. And sorry, Benavidez doesn't have that. He has fast hands, but he does not have the determination. He does not have the skill set, and he definitely does not have what's the word?
The know-how. He doesn't have the know-how, in my opinion.
Ring IQ.
Ring IQ. Yeah, but
Grit. We haven't seen him in a battle yet.
I think I've seen all his fights, man.
Yeah.
He hasn't been battle tested. You're right.
Benavidez has not been battle tested at all.
His best fight, in my opinion, is still the two. What's that guy's name? Graville. Remember him? Ronald Graville. There we go. Don't ask me how I remember that name.
Oh, come on.
Discipline.
Electro Jed, I understand what you're saying, but my only comparison to that.
Anthony Durrell.
Hey, that's an old Anthony Durrell, man. That's not prime Anthony Durrell. That's not the Durrell that even fought Badou Jack. The guy that fought Badou Jack was 2015, 2016?
It's the same thing for Plant.
No. I'm saying that Graville, the guy out of fights that have already occurred, Graville, the two Graville fights, that's the best opponent off the top of my head. Benavidez has been in the ring with and beat in terms of skill level and their.
I'll give Benavidez a younger Anthony Durrell.
No, but it wasn't a young Anthony Dirrell. He's old at that time, though, Jed.
He's old at that time, but then he fought and won decisively with a very nice knockout against a decent opponent, and then he fought Caleb Plant. And then got knocked out.
And he got buried.
And they got fucked up in the 9th round the same way that fucking
I think Graville I think Graville was at a
actually
better place.
Plant's knockout looked a lot better than Benavidez.
It was that
punch combination.
And the shovel, the shovel dance. The shovel dance. The shovel dance was priceless.
I will say that at least Dirrell was competing in a division that he fought in, right? Like when he faced Caleb Plant, like an old, inactive, and undersized, like a guy who's never even fought at 168, David Lemieux. Like that's just not impressive on a whole bunch of levels.
No. Ronald Graville, not Lemieux. Lemieux was garbage. I agree with you there. I'm talking about
Yeah, we're not talking about Lemieux.
Yeah, we're talking about Graville.
No, but even Graville, bro, that dude is nothing.
But Graville, even that was fucking years ago.
I'm not saying he was that great. I'm just telling you that if I'm looking at like guys that gave him the most resistance, right? I would say that. Seriously, who gave him more resistance than Graville?
I mean, you might be right. I mean, that might be. You might be right, but yeah, I don't know how that's gonna get you past Canelo. Like trying to figure out. Yeah, Ronald Ellis actually, he was just kind of tricky.
No, Smoke. I'm the one saying that. I'm the one saying Benavidez will make Buddy Cannoli look like James Toney. All right, because I think Cannoli's going to counterpunch.
Oh, right, that's it. All right, okay, I hear what you're saying. I mean, right. So I think he's got a bunch of upper body movement. And he's got some, but I don't know that Canelo just doesn't seem to work enough for these. Like if that, like basically, if you can take Canelo's punch, you can probably outwork the guy.
No,
one thing I have noticed about Canelo this past year, not past couple years, but this past year, one thing I have noticed is that he has slowed down a little bit. Not much. But he has slowed down a little bit. He's not throwing as many, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. That's one thing I have noticed. I am going to say that.
Yeah.
So Benavidez has the opportunity to take advantage of that, but he doesn't have the discipline, and he doesn't have the wherewithal to be able to fucking beat him with IQ in the fucking ring.
Yeah,
I just don't.
He can just be a big lump of a dude that can take his shot and throw a ton of punches. But really, I think Dave Morrell has what it takes to actually stop Canelo.
Yeah, he's a beast.
You know what, Morrell? I think Morrell deserves a shot.
I haven't seen his chin check though. If anybody has, you can let me know. But I haven't seen.
No, he's been chin checked. But he took it like a fucking champ, like it was paperweight.
Yep.
He's been chin checked a few times.
People don't understand that. I can't pronounce his name, but that Russian cat that he beat the hell out of, bro, that guy was no bum. I'm not saying he's
no.
He was not a bum.
Yeah, I mean the bum part of it. That's not even about being a bum or not a bum. I just think David.
Are you gonna call him a Euro bum? I'm waiting for that word to come out.
I don't really get like so to me like that's a term that's like way overused now. Like there's a lot of guys that are good and they're just being called bums because they're from Europe, and that's not really what it is. Like Europe used to have a whole bunch of mediocre fighters. And they literally were a bunch of fucking Euro bums, like during like the early WBO days. But that's not what we really have these days. I don't know.
Yeah. Who's running heavyweight, Smoke? Who's running heavyweight?
His name is Idos.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's not. I mean, this. So that doesn't really clear it up though, because a couple of Euro bums ran the heavyweight division forever, right? They just played keep away from. They just play keep away with the belts. That's all he did.
I want to ask Smoke this question. Specific, Smoke. This is to you.
Yeah.
Let's say Morrell and Alvarez fight in 2 years, and let's say Morrell wins. Are they gonna blame that? Are they gonna say he beat an old fucking Alvarez?
Of course.
On the way
out,
34, Alvarez? Right? Is that what they're gonna say?
No, well, because we've already seen the diminish. Like I think the peak of Canelo's career is we've already witnessed it. He's now on the backside. If you want to call him in his prime, cool. But in his prime, this dude is loading up on shots in the first round, gassing out by the third and fourth. Like, I don't think whatever. I think the guy is outside of his prime already. Right now.
I feel like he's fallen.
He started at 16.
I got it. That's why his driver's license doesn't matter. Like what his actual physical age is has nothing to do with his boxing age. In his boxing age, the dude has had a 20 years career. Like, damn, he's working on a 20-year career.
It's not the years, it's the mileage. It's not the years, it's the mileage. Can't remember what
exactly.
movie that is, but that's how it is in boxing. And I do feel like Cannoli in recent times, probably the last 2-3 years, like since the Kovalev fight in particular, he's fallen in love with his own power.
Puro is in the house. What's up, Puro?
Puro.
Yeah.
Another example I would say would be the Billy Joe Saunders fight. I think if he'd really
I think it's just that 168
if he fought himself against Billy Ho, he could have got Billy Ho out of there sooner, but he fell in love with his one punch power. You know what I mean? And I think that's also what did him in against Bivol. Was he fell in love with his one punch power? He thought he'd been.
I think at a certain point, like an athlete's life just catches up to him. I think he's got a bunch of miles on his knees. I think he's got a bunch of miles on his wrists. I don't know what his gas tank has never been the best, and now it's like showing up as he goes up into these higher weight classes. It is what it is. I just don't. Like, I do think his boxing skill and his craft is not like he's one of the like to me. He is one of the best defensive fighters. Like when people talk about Shakur Stevenson, like I'm like Shakur's defense is not better than Canelo's. But for some reason, like we're going with the line that Shakur has the best defense in boxing. Okay, fine, whatever. To me, Canelo's skills will get him past David Benavidez. But as far as like Canelo, 2018 Canelo, if 2018 Canelo fought 2022 Canelo, I think 2018 Canelo beats him.
Right. Bro, he's definitely.
I think 2022 Canelo is smarter than.
And it doesn't matter. I don't care he's not smart enough to take that ass whooping. Like if he's smart, he ain't gonna sign a contract. That's where his smartness will come in.
Look, man,
you're not allowed to put it like that. Fucking asshole smoker.
Let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think Canelo Alvarez, he's peaked. I also think that his sheets are just a bit too silky at this point, and I just think there's not a lot of the hunger and determination in Canelo Alvarez. That's what I really think it is, bro.
All that hunger.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. But the other part of it is, if he had the hunger and determination, could his body respond? And I'm not sure if that's the case. I do agree with you that it's silk sheet and all that stuff, but I also think the miles are the miles.
Yeah.
I still think the miles play a role. Definitely, the miles definitely play a role. Yeah, that's why I said he's peaked. I think he's peaked. Yeah, I agree. You know what I'm saying? So
now somebody else,
like the young lion should be licking their chops. They should see some food right there. That's old.
Let me go get my dog in. I'll be right back.
So yeah, does anybody think?
I think he beats David. I think he beats David though. I think he'll beat Benavidez.
I think he would too. I think that's a bad style.
Yeah. Man, I don't know if Benavidez would be able to take that body shot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while though.
I'm glad we got the plant fight.
No, it's gonna be a while. Yeah, definitely.
Because we've been waiting for this plant fight for a long time. They've been building it up and finally it's time for it. But the actual fight to be made is the Davids, like battle for the name, right? David Morrell and David Benavidez. That's actually the fight for me.
Yeah, I agree. And hey, I mean, I know people are skeptical about getting Cannoli to fight a Cuban, but hey, they got him to fight a Cuban once before, when nobody thought it would happen. So maybe
man,
I'm not
Morrell, man.
No. There was people that didn't think the Lara fight was going to happen.
No, I'm not even talking about that, man. I'm just saying Morrell, he's a good fighter, man. I think he's a little green, but he has the skill to beat Canelo. I think he does, though. He definitely has the skill set, man. The dude's a good ass fighter, man. I've seen what he can do in the ring so far, but I just think he's a little green, bro.
Interesting. I think it'd definitely be an entertaining fight. I definitely think it'd be an entertaining fight. Now, okay, now do you guys think it sounds like from what I hear, he's going to fight what, Ryder next?
No, Canelo? Yeah, Canelo's fighting Ryder. Yeah.
Did any of us think Ryder's got any chance in hell?
No, man. Hell no.
He got that win over Jacobs. I'm just trying to make the argument. Come on, help work with me.
He's got a win over Jacobs, here's the thing. So really what it is this. I thought John Ryder got jobbed against Smith. So him fighting Canelo, so Canelo fighting him is basically him getting the legitimate WBA. But I still think Benavidez is the legitimate WBC guy. So he's got Ryder issues and he's got the Benavidez issues, even to validate his undisputed run at 168, in my opinion.
But Benavidez got to get past Caleb Plant first, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
And I'm perfectly fine. Well, I'm back, fellas. I'm back. I've been away for a minute. But I'm perfectly fine putting all the pressure in the world on Canelo Alvarez to either vacate or fight the winner of the Caleb Plant Benavidez fight. I've got no issue with that.
Okay, now be honest, Black and Brown. If Plant beats Benavidez, do we really put that a rematch of that in priority over him fighting somebody new?
I don't even.
It depends on who's the new.
I don't even know if pressure is the right word for me. Like maybe like I'm already saying he should have dropped the belts, but it's more of the function of I don't know what he's doing with him. Like why? Like what are you doing right now? I just don't get it.
Well, if he's going to insist on fighting Bivol, right? Then I think he should be forced to make it.
Well, all right. So here's the thing.
Are you going to fight at 175, motherfucker, or are you going to fight at 168? Is what I'm.
If you get all the privileges of having a belt without having a belt, what is the purpose of having a belt? If you're Canelo, everybody wants to fight you anyway. You're still going to be the A side. Every fight you're going to be in is going to be a title fight. Why do you need to be the one that holds the belt?
I was thinking about that today. Since we're talking about it, I was thinking about that today. That he really don't need those belts at this point. But does he have a mandatory that is like putting pressure on him to defend any of those belts?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that Morrell would be the one that's doing the most for putting pressure on it. But I mean, I don't even know what the pressure would be, right? Like petition the WBA. The WBA convention already happened, right? Or is it the one that's coming up? Yeah, the WBA convention is coming up. So I guess we'll find out in a couple of weeks. The WBO happened.
I just don't see like a mandatory making noise, for one of his belts. Now, okay, you could say John Ryder made some noise this past weekend. Okay, so John Ryder made some noise, or Benavidez and Plant, they're going to make some noise. I don't see nobody else really making noise for his belt. So,
you don't think Dave Morrell just made some noise, like putting?
No, that's a good point. But does David Morrell really want that? Is he calling for that now? Is he trying to activate that?
I think so. I think that's what we'll find out at the WBA convention because.
So, like you're saying, Smoke, I don't mean to interrupt you, but like you're saying, it's time for him to vacate, right? And I was like, I'm almost I'm on the same page with you. But my thing is, I want him to be forced. Like one of these guys need to come up and say, "Hey, look I want my shot now." They
for me,
it's like an ultimatum for him. What are you gonna do, bro? Like you're gonna fly?
I mean, I get that part. I get that part of it, but it's more to me of he's already he has his pick of these guys. It's not so much of like show a little ankle for Canelo. Mostly, it's like you guys need to be fighting for belts, so the world pays attention. So there is pressure for these fights. Because them fighting each other for no fucking belts, there's never going to be any fucking pressure. It'll just be like, we'll just get bored of him fighting nobody, right? Like, I think that if they actually fought for titles, then if they, can you imagine, do you think that the Plant Benavidez fight would be bigger if a belt was on the line, a legitimate fucking title? I think so. And not just fighting for the right to fight Canelo. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's kind of like kissing your sister, man. I don't know. I just feel like these fights are big enough and they're good enough to be for titles. The only reason they're not for titles is because Canelo's not relinquishing the titles.
I don't know about that.
What is okay? No, hang on.
Because when you bring up Caleb Plant Benavidez, well, Canelo took Caleb Plant's belt. So the reason they're not fighting for a belt is because Canelo took the belt out of that fight. So I mean, I don't know, bro. I kind of like the idea of them fighting for the rematch.
I mean, I like the idea of Caleb Plant fighting for the rematch, right? Like that fight is good, but the fight because that was like a year ago, right? And both of those guys have fought 168 pounders since then, and Canelo hasn't. It just is weird. Like, I mean, Canelo fought at 168 pounds, but he fought fucking Triple G.
Yeah, it's the him moving up to 75 is what the issue is.
It's really just not fighting at 168.
That's where the issue's at, Mr. Doc. Is him going up to 75, coming back down to 68 and fighting a Triple G, and then now rumors he's going to go back up to 75.
Yeah, if he's going to fight,
and it really can't be defended. That's why I get smoke. That's why I get smoke when he says, "I think it's time to vacate." I'm kind of like, "Ooh, maybe if he's going up and down."
Really, the only the thing that I'm saying he should vacate, because the reason why I'm saying he should vacate is because I don't really see a reason for him to keep them. Like, if you could give me a reason for him to keep him, then I would be saying it.
The only reason he should get stripped is for not fulfilling a mandatory, though.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, why not just vacate them shits like Floyd used to do? Like, Floyd would just like win them shits and then like vacate them and like fight for him again, vacate him again. Like, what is it? What is stopping him? Like,
who actually? Nobody appreciated that about Floyd. Oh, that's
shit. I did. You know, I did because Floyd was never babysitting belts. Like, I saw guys babysit belts and hold up divisions and all that shit. Yeah, I like Floyd. Nobody could accuse Floyd of holding up a division or babysitting a belt. Nobody. I can accuse a whole bunch of people of doing that shit. I think that's what Vladimir Klitschko's entire career is about, actually.
But that's nobody. But boxing fans don't give a shit about that. All right, they don't.
I'm a boxing fan. I mean, some do, some don't.
I'm not saying you're wrong, technically speaking, Spook. I'm just saying that's not the reaction people had.
All right, so here's another weird thing, right? Like, who the fuck holds on to undisputed titles? Like, who does? Like Bernard Hopkins did, and that's about it.
People that want to be legendary.
And that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
But that's part of the conversation.
Across the board, I agree. Right? Across the board, I agree with that.
That's what I'm saying. It's shit like that. Like, why are you holding on to belts?
There's no need to defend that. You accomplished that. I don't like the idea of someone else getting a shot at undisputed for one fight. Once you accomplish that, I think it's done, and the belt should be vacated. You either move on or keep defending one belt. But I don't like the Jack Catterall idea. Him coming into the picture and getting undisputed in one night. You know, there's no road to undisputed in that sense. My bad, Smoke. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's another excellent point. Like, I'm just saying, it's just kind of a weird thing. Like, Bernard Hopkins did it, but Bernard Hopkins did it because he stayed at the division so long. He didn't like move up and move right. He was just at 165. He was just at middleweight defending those fucking titles. Okay. It was still a little bit weird, but whatever. He got those mandatories and he was getting those checks, and it is what it is. But Canelo doesn't even have like a check problem. He doesn't have an issue with people not fighting him or not wanting to fight him or like ducking him or shit. Like who doesn't want a Canelo fight?
Well, for me, that's why I'm excited for the Plant Benavidez fight, because I think the winner of that fight definitely deserves a Canelo shot. If it is Benavidez, we will see him in the ring, you know, earn the shot in the ring. And I don't think boxing fans will have a problem getting on board with the Canelo Benavidez fight. And if Canelo walks away from that fight, well then there you go. He walked away from it. And that substance, you know, when you see a fighter fight for his right and earn his shot, and then you see that fighter walk away, no matter what the name is, no matter who the fighters are, you'll see this fighter A in Plant, fighter B in Benavidez. You see them fighters fight in the ring, and they're fighting for the right to fight fighter C. And when you see fighter C walk away, you're like, hey, why'd you walk away from that? You know, so nobody can argue that. That's why I like it now. That's why I like it, because a lot of the other arguments when it comes to Canelo Alvarez, you're like, oh, yeah, he ducked this guy. Oh, yeah, he ducked that guy. Yeah, this and that. When you see Plant Benavidez actually fight for the right to fight Canelo Alvarez, and then if you see Canelo walk away, well, then that's substance. You know, there's something there.
I agree.
I'm off the go, Doug. Shit.
So hang on. So Canoli should be in theory limited to 4 opponent choices, right? Because he's got 4 belts, 4 mandatories in theory, right? Morrell's WBA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yildirim, he fought his WBC Mando already, though, in Yildirim.
That was years ago. Yeah,
all of his fights were years ago. Like, the last time he fought, when 168 against 168 was a year ago.
So hold on. His current Mandos, as I understand it, are Morrell for the WBA, writer for WBO. I'll leave it up in the air for the WBC, and then what do we got at IBF, guys? Anybody know?
That's a good question.
Who's at 168 at the
no clue.
Or is that vacant? You know what? I'll be the guy. I'll look it up. All right.
No fucking clue.
So okay, at the moment though, we got Morrell and we have what's my man's name? Right. In terms of mandatories.
Mm-hmm.
So okay,
Morrell Ryder and the winner of
it's Caleb Plant. It's pretty much Caleb Plant or that dude's Skull.
Okay, yeah, Benavidez Plant for the WBC, and that leaves us
IBF. We don't know what's going on with IBF.
Hang on, I'm looking right now.
Plant's very high in the IBF. He's number 3, and I think the number 1 guy is that guy William Skull. I'm not sure if he's Cuban. I'm not sure what William Skull is. Boxing Agadete was telling me about him the other day.
I'm not sure. I don't know that.
And then also you got William Skull number 1. You got Caleb Plant number 3. Edgar Berlanga number 4. So take your pick. In the IBF.
Yeah, the Cuban Skull. So okay.
Wait a minute, you just made me choke on myself. What the fuck? Berlanga up there?
Yeah, your boy Electro Jetty's up there in the IBF. He climbed them rankings.
Hey, don't be surprised. Canelo Berlanga. Don't be surprised.
That's a big fight.
Mexico versus Puerto Rico. You already saw the Cotto fight. I thought Cotto kind of got jobbed in that
You know
fight,
what? I'm so sick of hearing his name, man.
Hey, Smoke. I agree with you, bro. Hell yeah, bro. I rewatched that shit, bro. I think Cotto won, bro. I think
he got jobbed. It definitely should have been a draw. It definitely should have been a draw, and he should have been able to retain his title at the very least. But
bro,
he got jobbed in that shit.
I hate to be a pessimist and add to your anxiety in this regard, but if we're being honest with ourselves, I think if you had to pick between who's more likely to get that kind of a fight, Edgar Berlanga or William Skull, I'm pretty sure it's Berlanga. In other words, if we're having to choose an IBF mandatory, because Plant is already in the WBC mandatory, so it's going to be Skull or Berlanga for the IBF.
You know, to paraphrase Snatch, it's like those beaches in England. Like, who the fuck wants to see them?
Well, I got to be honest. I at least don't know enough about Skull to have a bad or good opinion of him. Whereas Berlanga, I've seen enough to have a bad opinion of.
You know what? Fuck it. Let him. Let Berlanga. Because you know what?
Well,
then everybody will see the truth.
Right? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
Everyone will see the. Yeah, fuck it. Let Berlanga. Yeah, you know what? I'm rooting for Berlanga.
I want to see it.
You want to see Cannoli punch up Berlanga? That's
who wouldn't? Why not? Why not?
You know what? I'm always for a good ass beating, so I'm not going to pretend like I wouldn't watch.
Everybody passed around Mayorga. He was everybody's passed around. Let Berlanga be that dude.
Hey, you don't
not Vernon Forrest.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He could beat you. Like you don't know that about what Berlanga can do.
Can I jump in really quick? I'm on that same hype, Mr. Doc. I was a huge Mayorga fan. He was entertaining in the ring. But can I point something out? I think that the sooner the better for Caleb Plant Benavidez, because if they can get that fight done before May, they can start applying pressure on Canelo Alvarez to take the fight in September and scratch the Bivol fight. If we can somehow get to that point, we can get rid of that Bivol fight.
True.
So we need to talk Canelo out of it. You know what I mean? I think as a community and as a sport, if Plant and Benavidez do their job, then we can do our job and talk Canelo out of the Bivol fight.
It would have happened, but it looks like they're trying to put a stopgap between Better Be of Bivol happening, because that's what he said he wanted, whether he was capping or not. And then they threw Callum Smith in his way.
And I guarantee you the WBA will absolutely tell David Morrell, hey, sorry, bud, but we got this whole Bivol thing going on. You're going to have to just wait in line. I guarantee you Cannoli will have no trouble making that happen if that's what he decides what he wants to do. That is fight Bivol. And now back to what someone was saying earlier, by the way, at minimum, whereas at minimum, the WBA ought to be telling Cannoli, okay, bud, decide which weight class. Either defend 168, right? Or go ahead and move up to 178 and vacate 168. But, you know, like I said, Cannoli's going to get away with whatever Cannoli pretty much wants to do.
Yeah, listen, no, Mr. Doc, listen.
Right.
No, Mr. Doc, listen.
Off,
but no, hold on, Mr. Doc, hold on. Because this is why I'm willing to hold Canelo to the rules of boxing, because he's holding those belts.
Yep.
Now, if he does what get the smoke, you know, is advising him to do, just start moving any way he wants, then there's no rules for him, you know? But when you say Canelo can do whatever he wants, no, he cannot, because he's holding those belts. So he has responsibilities. So as long as the fighters that are also in those sanctioning bodies, as long as they do their job and climb those rankings and impose their mandatory status, then there are rules he got to follow.
Well, no, I agree.
So for me, because he's holding those belts, there is rules for him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but he wants to act like there's not. So that's what I'm just like. There's a path for you to actually be the guy that you're acting like, where you don't actually garner so much fucking negative fucking sentiment in the fan base. That just give up fucking belts. You still get every goddamn advantage. All you're not doing, the only thing you're not doing is getting title defenses. But it's not like you're racking up them shits anyway. You're jumping all over the place. It's not like you're gonna get as many title fucking defenses.
Well, let me ask you
as
this:
goddamn Calzaghe or something like that.
Do you think that Jermell should vacate all 4 of his belts or 3 of his belts?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I don't know why he's still at 154.
Josh Taylor should have did it. I think they all should do it.
He did do it, but Josh Taylor did do it.
But it took him a while though, because he didn't do it till after Jack Catterall damn near took all those belts.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Here's why I give Josh Taylor a little bit of a pass, because I think Josh Taylor is sort of waiting for Terrence Crawford to vacate so he can move up and be another division champ. And there's just like
Crawford. You broke a major rule. White people don't get passes. Sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
Get passes. No passes. Oh, sorry. Are you feeling like? Hey, man! Like you could pass the white.
Yeah, I know I passed the white, but I take no passes.
So passing and white.
I take no passes.
Okay. But, listen. Like a pass, I'll give a pass regardless of like your ethnic background, depending on this category we're talking about.
You know I'm.
But
kidding.
anyway,
you know
yeah. The point. All I'm saying is like I don't think Josh Taylor can beat Bud. I don't think anybody thinks Josh Taylor can beat Bud. So I'm not like pressing him for that fight. I do think that he could be like a pretty good champion at 147 once Bud vacates. So I'm not necessarily pressing for him to give up the WBO super, but all that other shit, yeah, sure.
Okay, I have a question. I just got a question. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do, think, or whatever. I just got questions. So when you guys say that I'm paraphrasing here, but what sounds to me like undisputed is meaningless. So are we saying that, you know, say Roberto Duran's undisputed lightweight defenses are meaningless?
No, the defenses are a product of either having a whole bunch of them or defending it against somebody really good, like a bunch of really good people. But since that's not really about to happen for him at 168, he's not going to have a lot of title defenses, and there's nobody really like worth it. It's not like there's Hall of Famers up and down that fucking division.
Okay, so you're saying in his specific case, not as a rule of
yes, I'm saying in his specific case. And like if you're about to move up and you're jumping all around in divisions and all that shit, like what's the point?
I apologize.
I was okay with them doing it just because the fact that everybody else was doing it. You know, Spence at 147, everybody's holding everything up because it's a power move. I'm like, we know boxing and how it works. Well, not how it works, but the politics.
Yeah, but Spence is not in Canelo's. But like, see, here's the thing. Like, and maybe this is unfair of me, but I'm holding Canelo to a standard that I've held other guys who've been in his position. And when you are in that rarefied air where you're the face of boxing, where you're the ace against everybody in the entire sport, where everybody fucking all sanctioned bodies bend over backwards to kiss your fucking ass, then you're like adding all this shit. Like, if you need for your legacy to have a bunch of title defenses, cool, you can choose that path. But he doesn't need any of that shit. Like, none of this stuff is going to make him more of a Hall of Famer or more of an ATG or less of an ATG. It's just like he's already he's playing with house money.
I want to
smoke. Hang on, smoke. I got a point that backs up your point. Backs up what you're saying here. For example, 2 examples. How many times did Sugar Ray Leonard defend that middleweight title? I got it. Spoiler, 0. How many times did he defend that super middleweight / light heavyweight title that he got off Donnie Lalonde?
None.
Zero. All right, none. Fat 0. Right? He's still Sugar Ray Leonard, ain't he?
Yeah, like ATG. Like that shit don't help. Like all you did was go up and get to another weight class and get a title. Okay, great. He's already he already fulfilled that requirement when he beat Kovalev.
So what we're really saying, it sounds like, is there's more than one path here. Like Roberto Duran ran lightweight for a decade in the 70s, right? That's kind of his.
Yeah, like to me, his ATG status would be greater if he went around and fought the guys that the fans were telling him to fight. Like that would help his ATG status. Like if he went up there, like if the B-ball and the better B fights are the kind of fights that would get him the ATG status, not like defending the 168-pound belts against fucking David Benavidez. Like,
let me jump in real quick, fellas. Smoke. So everything you just described Canelo to be, right? The face of boxing, the A side, no matter who you're fighting, all this. Do you feel like there's enough space in the sport of boxing for 2 of those, or maybe 3 of those? Or
no, because there's only one guy. What I'm saying.
So you feel that's only a one-man position. Only one guy can.
I'm saying there is a one. I'm saying when it is a one-man position, then you have a different responsibility. Like like whoever you think is the face of boxing, right? Like that guy would have to capitulate to Canelo if Canelo wanted to fight him. Like if you think it's Tyson Fury, if Tyson Fury and Canelo fought, it would be on fucking Canelo's terms.
I'm following you, right? I'm following you, right? But my thing is, why is everyone else not held to a standard to reach the point that Canelo has reached? So Canelo has put himself on a different level, and I'm cool with that. But why isn't the other guys? Why are we okay with them settling for their position? Why are they not held to a standard that Canelo Alvarez has reached? Why are they not held to any standard?
They are.
Why is it okay to separate Canelo's name from Errol Spence and then put like a certain set of standards on Canelo Alvarez because he separated himself,
very simple.
which I'm cool with. But then why isn't there any energy towards the other guys to reach that same plateau? Why are they just okay with where they're at?
Right. So here's the issue. Here's the issue. When Canelo Alvarez was 5 years into his championship run, of his championship run of his career, nobody was talking about the face of boxing and comparing him to like the face of boxing guys. That's why it doesn't really apply to Spence. Spence got his first title in 2017. Like, how the fuck is he going to be compared to like Canelo? Like,
I'll tell you exactly how, because he could have been way more active over the last 5 years, and he could have gained a lot of ground on Canelo Alvarez, if you want my opinion. I think
but hold on a second. But it's not like Canelo Alvarez.
If you want my opinion, the only thing that has held Errol Spence back from reaching the plateau that Canelo has reached is his activity inside the ring.
Oh, hell no. It has everything to do with the fact that Canelo Alvarez, during the same 5 years, has also not been sitting on his hands. So even if he was more active, right? Let's say he fought how often? Like you can, and also this is like a diminishing returns. Like these guys that fight 4 and 5 times a year, their body breaks down, they fuck up, they look weird. Like that's what Canelo got real active, and now he's fucking injured. So same thing happened with Tevin Farmer. Like that, you can't keep that up for like years and years and expect not to get a bill. Like the guys who you take a guy like Tommy Hearns. He was pretty much washed at fucking 30 years old after a 10-year career. Yeah, he fought a bunch, but they don't have long careers doing that shit.
Yeah, twice as many fights as Leonard. To your point there, and you could not. I love Tommy Hearns, but if you listen to Leonard and Hearns talk, you can tell that Tommy's had twice as many fights.
Yeah, and it's not like Canelo Alvarez has been fighting bums over the last 5 years. Like, no, you were like more fights in the welterweight division, and even you were talking about how you call the 154-pound mediocre, the 154-pound division mediocre. Like over this during the time that Errol Spence has became a champion.
Yes.
So how the fuck is he gonna fight welterweights who don't want to fight him and then move up to fight mediocre 154-pounders, and that's supposed to give you ground on Canelo Alvarez, who has ATGs and all that other shit on his fucking resume.
Can we just be honest that Canelo Alvarez just went up to 68 and beat a bunch of mediocres to go undisputed at 68?
Yeah.
So Earl Spence could have did the same thing and been just as popular and maybe even bigger names at 54 for him.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Jermell Charlo fight's a big fucking fight for him.
Yeah. All right. So him and Jamal is a big fight, right? So let's do you think there's anybody, right? So the only guy I think that would have been able to get him somewhere close to that thing was Manny Pacquiao. The problem is Manny Pacquiao hasn't even really been Manny Pacquiao until we beat Keith Thurman. And then he wasn't really active. Like, it was after the Jeff Horn fight, he wasn't really Manny Pacquiao until 2019. So you got 2017 to 2019. So I don't know. So in the year that Spence became champ, when he fought Kell Brook, that same year is when Canelo fought Triple G the first time, right? But at that point, Canelo was already, he got 65-35 in the purse split for that was a rematch actually. But it was even in the first fight, wasn't Triple G the guy with 2 belts and Canelo with 1? Or did he have Canelo, or did he have 3 belts? No, he had 2 belts.
One of which Canoli basically gave to it, the WBC, if you'll recall.
Yeah, it was this. Anyway, it was some weird fucking thing. The point being is, I don't think that Errol Spence could have caught up in the last 5 years. Could have done there's nothing he could have done would have caught him up to fucking all that work that Canelo put in way before then.
Well, you hot-walk that dude the live long day.
You know, it's going to be really hard for him to catch up. That Cotto fight, the Mayweather fight, no. This is like a really weird thing.
Hang on. Now, Smoke. But just because you're not the face of boxing doesn't mean you can't be a face of boxing. Like Thomas Hearns may not have been the face, right? Because Sugar Ray Leonard was, but he was a face. Marvin Hagler may not have been the face because Sugar Ray Leonard was, but he was a face. And so on with Duran, Benitez, and you know what I mean?
All right, so in 2017,
but
just think of what 2017 looked like, right? Like if you just harken back to that year, it's one of the best years of boxing we had. That's when we had, Wilder turned Maine and Stewart into a meme. We had AJ beat Klitschko. We had Loma beat Rigondeaux. We had the Spence fight. That's when when Bud became undisputed. That's all. There's no way that Errol Spence and the big fight, actually the big money fight that year, the fight that dwarfed all of that shit, was fucking Mayweather and McGregor. That killed 20. It was still basically Mayweather's sport. Like Canelo was the guy.
In hindsight, that's kind of a symptom of things to come. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you just take these moments, like I feel like we're just like a prisoner of the moment, and we're acting as though like there's this playing field. But Canelo, not only did he earn his place through the fights that he fought, he also was a little bit like the face of boxing by default, because he's the guy, he filled the vacuum that Floyd left. The weird thing about it, though, the thing that actually like works against, especially works against Spence, is that Floyd was fighting in goddamn Errol was fighting in Floyd's division. So Floyd sucked the entire fucking life out of that whole division. Soon as he was gone, nobody gave a fuck. Like all those new dudes had to fight, blaze their own trail and stuff.
I think you had a force multiplier at play also, Smoke. I think when Floyd left, right, not only did it deflate that division, right, but also the vacuum that the vacuum that had been left in the heavyweight division by the dominance of the Klitschkos, right, that Floyd had kind of been, we'll say, covering for, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, he picked the mantle from Oscar. Oscar's the one who picked it up when Mike Tyson went to jail.
Yeah, that generation of guys, Oscar, you're right, exactly. Oscar, Floyd, that generation, they kind of covered up for the fact that the heavyweight division in America had, died. And when Floyd left, suddenly it was like, oh wow, not only are we hurting here, but oh holy shit, we got no fucking heavyweights to bring the casuals back in with, because that's how you bring in the casuals.
But in a perfect world, let's say Spence actually fights Thurman, he fights Pacquiao, and he fights Bud. Don't you think he's somewhere near that level?
Pacquiao fights Bud. So no,
I think he's a face, but not the face. He's a face.
Right. So what you were just talking about fight.
There you go. Also, now we're talking, Doc. Now we're talking, Doc.
So here we go. So the other thing is, in 2017, that was the resurgence of the heavyweight division. Like that was the heavyweight division reasserting itself after the Klitschko era. This is another reason why, like, it's kind of weird that like Spence would be compared to yeah,
no, I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense in this effed boxing world. But in a perfect world, because you're saying he would have never even came close, and I'd have to say that had he fought, Thurman, Bud, and Pacquiao, he's near there.
No, they wouldn't. Like, you don't like Thurman was nobody. Thurman was a guy. Listen, like Thurman was a guy that was running, but like chasing the ambulance that Floyd was in. Like he was that dude was not. He wasn't a factor. And like he was like these guys weren't factors at all. Like nobody was tripping off no.
No.
I disagree. Hang
on.
Bro, this dude was he was literally a mandatory.
Bro, there was a time. There was a time there that Errol Spence was carrying that welterweight division, bro. What are you?
It wasn't 2017.
Yeah, Keith Thurman was carrying that welterweight division.
Yeah, Keith Thurman. No, it wasn't. No, Floyd Mayweather was carrying that. Floyd Mayweather was carrying the welterweight division.
The time that Keith Thurman beat Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, man. Come on, man. Those were Keith Thurman.
That was when, bro. That was Floyd's world. Nobody gave a shit about those fights. I mean, it's kind of cool.
What are you talking about? I disagree.
There's a more basic point here. There's no chance.
I'm sorry, Doc. Floyd was playing by a different set of rules, how you stated earlier, Smoke.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't take that serious. I took Keith Thurman, what he was doing, serious.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that
my bad, brother.
No, but you're talking about yourself as a purist. I'm talking about who was carrying the division. Who was the money guy and who did everybody want to fight, and why weren't they fighting each other? Because they're all trying to fight that dude. Amir Khan was trying to fight him. Devin Alexander was trying to fight him. Keith Thurman was trying to fight. Like everybody's trying to fucking fight Floyd.
Now look,
the same way with Canelo.
Hold on. I don't want to get into the. I don't know enough, so I'm not going to say that because I know there's an issue there where Keith Thurman didn't want to fight Errol Spence. Now, see, I'm not getting into that part. All I'm saying is that would have been a great fight. That would have been a really good fight.
I got you.
On his resume earlier, and I still think it's a good fight moving forward.
I mean, it could be. I don't actually think it's a good fight. I think at some point it would have been a good fight, but I think that time was before he took that whole hiatus. Like the Keith Thurman that people see today is not the Keith Thurman of even back then, but even the Keith Thurman back then, just like these guys today, were just trying to fight Floyd. The same way these guys are trying to fight Canelo, back then, those guys were just trying to fight Floyd. And that's my point, is that Floyd at least had the good sense to not fucking hold the belt and then fight other fucking people while he held belts and shit, and also not fought the guys. He just didn't fight him, but he said, fuck it, I don't need to fight you. I don't need these belts. I'm bigger than all this shit. I'll fight you for your belt if I feel like it.
Yeah, but Smoke, what if he fights Benavidez? What if Benavidez beats Plant? He fights Benavidez, or
that's cool.
What if he holds his obligations? Like, what if?
Well, here's the thing. It's not even an obligation. Okay, so here's really what it is. Is I think it's weird that he is still acting as though he has these obligations. It's like, right? Like I have grown ass children, right? Like it would be like me calling my grown ass children to ask if they still brush their teeth. Like at a certain point, that's just fucking done, bro. Like if they're brushing their teeth or not brushing their teeth, it's not my fucking concern. Like I just need you to be there for fucking Thanksgiving. That's it, bro. It's just kind of, and that's what I feel like when it comes to Canelo. Like let those dudes go out and be fucking champs. Let them get their little fucking training wheels on, make their little money, and they'll build up their profile. So when I actually do fight them, it'll be worth a damn. Like people will be interested in it. It won't just be somebody like some underskilled guy challenging for my title.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong, Smoke. I think we're all kind of making different points. The point that struck me was this: just because Spence doesn't and probably never had any chance of being as big as Cannoli doesn't mean he couldn't have.
There you go. Yeah.
What he is now. That's all I'm saying. Just like I'm saying, that's what I meant when I said, okay, you may not be the face of boxing. Doesn't mean you can't be a face of boxing, as in a face people recognize.
Yeah, I mean, at the Mayweather time was Mosley. He wasn't the face of boxing, but he could sell a shit ton of pay-per-views.
No, there was a bunch. Yeah, there's a bunch of. It was the Mosley time. I mean, it was really the Pacquiao thing is really.
Yeah, we're saying Spence could be a Mosley. Okay, maybe he's not at the plateau, but he should be a lot bigger than he was. Than he is.
He could be a name, and that's what you need. You know what I mean for Cannoli to get the most out of him. He needed, or for Leonard to get the most out of what he had for a career. He needed Hearns to be Hearns, Hagler to be Hagler. You know what I mean? Duran.
But that's the other part of it, though. Like all that shit was that was Golden Boy boxing, right? Like those guys together were the faces, right? Like it was the Shane Mosleys, the Oscar De La Hoyas, the B Hops. Those are like they formed a super organization and had great fucking fights with great fighters, and it was just like the energy was. I don't know, man. I'm just trying. I miss the Golden Boy era. Like that's really what was happening. I missed the Golden Boy era for everything it represented, and I was hoping that Canelo, being like growing up in that era and being a beneficiary of that particular organization, that he would take what he learned and apply it to the sport, so we're not left to these fucking networks and sponsors and promotional organizations. But this dude, he's babysitting belts and taking like multi-fight deals. So I'm just kind of like, man, that's uninspiring for a face of boxing. That's like particularly uninspiring for me.
He could make the argument, though. He could make the argument that it's not his fault or his responsibility that no one else has made themselves into the equivalent of his Hearns, his Hagler, his Benitez.
He's already had those. I'm not looking for that shit. I'm talking about putting a stamp on it now.
No, hang on. If you say he's already had those, then he can throw his hands up and say, my work's kind of done, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. His work's fucking done. Why don't he just sit back and collect and let these other guys get on the treadmill, let them build their shit up, and then knock those dudes off for fucking bags? Like, I don't get it. In a big-ass fight, throw a big-ass fucking fight that everybody wants to see, teach these these people out how to throw it, like what a big fight looks like, what a spectacle looks like. Get a fucking, make $100 million, $200 million in this fucking fight and buy your uncle. Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck's the problem? I just don't get it. I don't know what fucking time he's on. I just don't get.
Yeah, but Undisputed sells a hell of a lot more than
he already
having one belt.
He's already undisputed, bro.
No, I know, but the title of itself sells.
If he's gonna defend,
but Canelo is bigger than the belt.
If he's gonna hang it, but here's the thing: if he's going to hang his hat on Undisputed, it's gonna that will require a run of defenses, not one defense. One man.
No,
is not gonna cut it.
Okay, what's Canelo Alvarez before he was ever hit 168 was a first ballot Hall of Famer. Before he became undisputed, him like holding on and saying I'm still undisputed. Like, what is that getting him? What is that getting anybody?
That's my point. That's my point. It's gonna take like 4 to 8 defenses before it becomes, even
if he had 10 defenses, so the fuck.
Okay, that's okay. Maybe that's where me and you differ, but I think we at least start off in the same place. If we,
I'm just saying, like, what is that gonna get him? Like, let's say he fought. Okay, let me put it this way.
Hang on. I want to say minimum 4 defenses before it means anything. Go ahead.
4 defenses. I mean, what does it mean? When you say it means something, what does it mean?
It means that he defended an entire cycle of mandatories. Okay, now you're getting into a territory of you mean business about being,
so the fuck what? Like, let's say he defended a whole cycle of mandatories. So what?
Well, no, he's just starting to get somewhere. In other words,
I'm just saying, like, let's say, like, right now, like, what he is he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and let's say that people don't feel like he's an ATG. If he defended 4 times, are people going to call him an ATG after that?
I think it would be depending on who it is.
It's possible.
So if you're gonna make
you add Benavidez in there,
I can qualify.
So hold on a second. You think the difference between Canelo Alvarez? You think the difference between Canelo Alvarez and being called the ATG is David Benavidez, Dave Morrell, some guy in the IBF that we don't know, and maybe and John Ryder?
For a Mexican, yeah.
No, we're not talking about the Mexican ATG. We're just talking about the boxing ATG.
On top of everything else possible.
Yeah, I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes.
And then hold on. And another, 4 years of fighting. Okay. You add some of those names in there. Then I don't see why not. Look at
right. I mean,
longevity. Look at the longevity.
Let me answer.
And you know what else? I don't see anyone taking his place anytime soon.
Yeah.
That's also what I don't.
Okay, so I got a quantification. I got a quantification for you then. Now. I'll quantify it like this.
To me, Canelo Alvarez did not whether so what we're seeing is just like, if you don't see anybody Canelo, it's a downward fucking spiral.
Okay.
Is he choppy or was that me? Because I didn't hear
No, I didn't hear him either.
No, it could have been me. It could have been me. All I was saying is, if you don't see anybody meeting the Canelo standard, then that shows the degradation of boxing. Because I don't think Canelo met the Mayweather standard or the fucking Oscar De La Hoya standard.
Oh, fair enough. I'm just talking about within the context of his own time. Now, you asked for a quantification.
I'm only talking about the face of boxing and its responsibility to the entire sport of boxing.
Hold up. I'm just gonna quantify.
That's a whole nother can of worms, dude.
Yeah.
No, that's where I'm at. That's literally where I'm at with Canelo. That's like
that goes back to BMB's point, because he's just held to a different standard. That's
because he's achieved it. Because he's achieved that level.
No, but you just said he didn't. You just said he didn't.
No, I said what I said is he didn't achieve ATG status. But what he has achieved the face of boxing status. So when it comes to the face of boxing status, that's what I'm talking about. The way that Floyd wielded his power as the face of boxing, the way that Oscar wielded his power as the face of boxing, the way that Lennox Lewis wielded his power as a face of boxing. Like every single face of boxing, but they didn't act like they're fucking Devin Haney.
I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like sometimes you want to have it both ways.
Which way do I want to have it? I don't want to have it two ways. We're having two separate conversations.
I know you want to have it both ways. He's the face of boxing, but he didn't do enough.
Hold up a second. I'll be very fast, so I can just explain to the guy where I'm coming from. When it comes to his title defenses, or whether or not he should, there's a bunch of reasons why I think he should give the belts up. The question I was asking, because Fight Doctor was talking about, a complement of mandatories, is there's a level of Canelo Alvarez that he's already achieved. That is, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's where I was going with it. Like, can you go from first ballot Hall of Famer to ATG? But you don't have to be an ATG to be the face of boxing. The other guys were, but I don't think Canelo is. I don't think Canelo's an ATG. I don't think title defenses are going to get him there. I think he needs to fight guys who are worthy of it, right? Like I think if he fought a guy like Beterbiev, I think if he became undisputed at light heavyweight, if he beat Bivol and beat Beterbiev, now you're talking about, okay, now let's open up that ATG.
Okay. Now see, hold on. We got a segue here because I was trying to think of just, literally, how would I quantify him making, let's say, 4 defenses, right? One of each belt, like we talked about, the winner of the IBF Eliminator, John Ryder, and the other 2, Morrell and Benavidez. Yeah. Say he beats Plant. Okay. Say he fights all those guys in, we'll say, a year and a half. All right. And you're asking me to quantify that, I would say, okay, you give me that, or you give me him beating one of the guys at 175, right? So Bivol or Beterbiev, one or the other. And I would say, yeah.
I'm saying if you beat both of them, you could go in. Beat both of them, now you're talking.
Okay, hold on. Now suddenly you're the one putting more value in the defenses then.
No, not in defenses. No, I'm talking about if he became undisputed at 175. I'm not even talking about title defenses.
No. We're talking about, you're asking me to quantify him defending undisputed at 168. And
yes.
I'm saying if he defended it all 4 belts once, so 4 defenses, right? I would say be about the same as if he went up and beat one of the guys at 175. So you could pick your poison, in other words. Now where that puts him on the track to ATG, that's up to you to figure out.
I don't know, man. Like, so you're making
it quantify about the same to me.
Yeah, so you're making an argument of quantity over quality. How I would respond back is, I don't think that Vladimir Klitschko is an ATG. Even though he had a whole bunch of title defenses, the quality of opposition to me wasn't high enough for me to consider that guy an ATG.
Oh, okay,
but I do think Lennox Lewis is an ATG.
So who's the cutoff? Okay, who's your cutoff man? Your Mendoza of the minimum. Who's your bottom of?
So my methodology goes quality. It goes quality and quantity.
Who makes the cutoff before? Who's the cutoff guy for?
Who's the cutoff for what?
ATG heavyweights.
My God! So to me, I think a bubble guy. A bubble guy for me is a guy like Mike Tyson.
Ooh, okay. I can see then. By that, right away, I can see. Fair enough. I can see why Vlad wouldn't make that cut. That's fair. If Mike's a bubble guy, I'm with you. Okay. Fair enough. I just wanted to.
Get a baseline where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Fair enough. No, that's fair enough. I can dig it. Interesting. So but just I was just trying to ballpark a quantification, right? I would say to give me either in other words, one cycle of defenses at 168, right? Or move your ass up and win one of those, or beat one of those guys, right? They'd be either what Now again, how far that I'd say they're about the same, and I would say how far that moves him, closer to greatness. That's obviously subjective and up to everybody. I wouldn't begrudge anybody's opinions in that regard. But in terms of how I'd quantify it in the here and now, that's how I would quantify it.
Like a guy like Usyk, right?
Okay.
That guy, he became undisputed, defended once against Tony Bellew, moved the fuck up, right? A guy like Terrence Crawford didn't defend that shit at all, moved the fuck up. A guy like Josh Taylor defended it once, dropped the fucking belts because he paid the sanctioning fees, shit like that. Like I don't see and those are guys who whatever you think of them, they certainly don't have a claim to be the fucking face of boxing. Not even one of the faces of boxing, if you put it that way.
Right.
So it's like weird for me that the guy who has every fucking thing going for him, everything is blowing in his favor, is like holding on to belts.
Some people hold that against him, though. I'm not.
It's just like kind of weird. Like I'm not holding it against him. I just find it like a little bit like.
No. I'm saying some people hold that
strange to me.
Some people hold it against Josh Taylor that he vacated, for example. And I'm not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent, right? I mean,
the people who noticed. I mean, who really noticed?
Yeah. Fair enough. But I'm just using that as one example. Sometimes it gets held,
I mean, I think most of it was about. Most of it was about they thought he lost to Catterall more than like
there's also
him
that
not
probably
doing
okay. It probably was a bad look it happening in the wake of a lot of people feeling like he lost. Yes, that didn't help either. But there you go. That's what that's kind of to your point. Not every case is kind of individual due to circumstance, politics.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, that once you get to the top of the pile, and you are the only one, like the whole fucking Highlander thing, right? You've tried
right. As long as we don't penalize people for defending on this.
No, I just find it strange. I just find it very strange. I'm not quite sure why he's doing it. That's really what it is. I think he should give it up, but I'm open to an argument as to why he's keeping it because
the only reason
he's keeping it. So like, why?
The only reason to keep it is if he intends on fucking defending it. You know what I mean? That would be the only reason.
Yeah, I mean, even if so, but why?
Well, yeah. You tell me. Like I said,
that's what I'm saying. I'm looking for a reason. Like, why the fuck is Canelo trying to defend these titles? Like, what for?
Can I ask you a question? You asked why he's keeping them. Can I ask you a question? Who wants them?
I'm sure. Listen. Okay. So, as soon as those belts become vacant, you will find people petitioning to fight for those vacant titles.
Oh, doesn't that sound convenient?
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound convenient as the easy way and the simple route? Come on, Smoke. That's not when they go vacant, that's when people will want them. Come on now.
No, and it's not even that. That's when they want them. Like that is when. Okay, Canelo. All right. There is no amount of pressure that you can apply to Canelo to make him do a motherfucking thing. Like you can beating Caleb Plant doesn't make all of a sudden qualify you for a fucking Canelo fight.
I have to agree with Smoke on this one. this is part of the problem with the sport I love. It's that, at the end of the day, that as much as I would like it to be a at least semi-organized meritocracy, the problem is when you get to Cannoli's level, he can literally do whatever the fuck he wants, and every one of these sanctioning bodies will fall in line because there's too much money on the line. Sorry.
Yeah, there is no pressure. Like everybody, like you saw what. All right, so how Mauricio Sulaiman did to Haney, I think, is basically the canary in the coal mine for all other fighters. The way that he, like, how he said, like, we're not gonna what do you say? We're not gonna abuse our mandatory process for Lomachenko. You got to get your game up. Lomachenko's at this status. You're down here. That's what the fucking sport's about. Like, there's no amount of pressure. Like, you can keep fighting and fighting and fighting. But unless that guy stops fighting so he can catch up to him, you're fucked, because that guy's going to keep fighting good enough guys.
Think about this. The WBC, right? So I might correct me, guys, if I got my timeline wrong here. But if memory serves, Cannoli hands his WBC middleweight title over to Golovkin, essentially, right? The WBC's response is then to make a new belt for him for his fight with Chavez Jr. Isn't that how that sequence of events went down?
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's made they made belts for this guy. That's why we got the franchise.
Yeah, they make belts for the guy.
Like, WBC just threw a belt on top of it. Like, the Smith fight was already made. They were already going to fight. The WBC said, you know what? For shits and giggles, let's just throw WBC in there too. That should have been a vacant fight. That fight should have been Yildirim versus another guy for the vacant title.
There you have it. But, you know, like I said, I guess where I'm coming from, Smoke, is to be completely clear, my perspective is this: you're probably going to be proven right, but I feel like, nonetheless, I'm not a future seer, right? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna at least give him the benefit of waiting and seeing, right? Maybe he goes out and either he moves up and beats Bivol or Beterbiev, or maybe he defends, all four of his 168 belts.
What is he? He's working on like 4 title defenses right now, right? The WBO. He's got the WBC defense. He's got the WBC. He's got Smith, Yildirim, Plant, and Triple G. So 4 defenses of the WBO. That's his, like, the length of his title run, his title defenses. Like, that's that he defended the most times.
That's what I'm saying. If you get a cycle or two,
another 4 defenses. Like, if you, like, how many?
That's why it's got to be.
Kawasaki has a shit ton, right?
No, but Smoke, where I'm coming from is, I'm saying, to me, this is why it has to be a minimum of 4 before I'm gonna, then I'll raise an eyebrow and go, oh, okay, I'll give you a little bit of credit.
So let me ask you this: Do you think Joe Calzaghe is an ATG?
Wow, what's our standard?
I'm not you. I'm not asking you for yours. I'm asking you for yours. In your mind, when you say ATG, does Joe Calzaghe come to mind? Because Joe Calzaghe got a shit ton of fucking W.
No, but I also know that I can have biased and or
listen. My point is, Joe Calzaghe has a shit ton of WBO fucking title defenses. A shit ton of them. And he's fought, to me, better competition too. And I don't think that guy's an ATG. I don't like.
No, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. I don't. He doesn't. I wouldn't look, man. I would have really, super strict Hall of Fame standards. I don't know that Joe makes it into my Hall of Fame.
I mean, at some point, you got to consider what these fighters do for the sport of boxing as well. You compared.
Well, hang on, Black and Brown. Let me respond though. That goes back to what I said when I said I acknowledge I have my own, biases and whatnot. And one of them would for sure be accomplishments, right? Like, I don't have a lot of sympathy for these modern fighters that, we don't fight as often. Well, okay, too bad. You had 30 fights. Good luck comparing your career to, Benny Leonard or one of them dudes. 250 fights or whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me. So Smoke said that maybe he might not be living up to his responsibilities as the face of boxing, but I would disagree, because look at what he's doing for the sport in terms of generating attention, his activity. So every time he fights, he's always generating these huge numbers, doubling, tripling anybody else in the sport. And if you consider his popularity and the attention that he generates to the sport of boxing, how many times he does it a year, I mean, to me, there is no. That's how you handle the responsibilities of the face of boxing.
Yeah, if only that were the thing. Like, first off, the first.
I mean, can you argue the numbers?
Yeah, of course, because 800,000 is what fucking Tyson Fury did with Wilder. That's not double or triple. It's the same fucking number.
Okay, no. Hold on. Let's stick to the context. The activity. You're going.
No. I'm going.
You went to one fight,
right? Because I wasn't done. You said the numbers, so I was talking about the numbers, and then I was going to get to the activity. When it comes to the numbers, he isn't doing double and triple. When it comes to activity, he's not the only guy fighting 4 and 5 times a year, although he is the only guy with that stature who's fighting 4 times a year.
Okay.
But now he's taking a fucking year off. So even that was like last year. Like, how long are we supposed to give him? Because he fought. Say again?
Did he take a year off?
I mean, that run that he did, that was like super active.
September to May is not a year, brother.
Well, no, the word is.
So we're not in May. So first off, he has to fight in May, but he hasn't been super active. Like, that whole idea about activity is like over now.
Bro,
that was become like really what it was. The whole point of that.
His run doesn't end when he says he's fighting in May and he just fought in September. The run isn't over yet.
Right, but it's not super active anymore. That super activity was a result of COVID, where he was inactive.
But don't you know, from fighting in September to May is still being active, more active than
I didn't say that. No, it is not. That is the activity everyone has. Everyone is fighting once every 6 months.
Bullshit. No, everyone's fighting once every 6 months. Did you just say that?
Yes,
everyone's fighting once every 6 months.
Yes, people are twice a year. That is the okay. Can I get in? Can I finish my point, bro? Like, you keep interrupting me, but you made 3 fucking points. I haven't even got to one.
No, smoke. You say something.
I'm trying to explain my activity thing, but I can't do it because you keep interrupting.
No, you stopped.
When we're talking about Canelo's activity, can I finish my fucking point about Canelo's activity? God damn. When we're talking about Canelo's activity, he stepped it up because COVID made him inactive. As soon as after he finished his 168 run, he has not been any more active than other guys. There people like guys like Sebastian Fundora has fought like 4 and 5 times, just like Canelo.
Okay, no, but I want you to compare other guys on the pound for pound list, not fucking prospects that are trying to make a name for themselves.
Right. So you want me to see how many times Ioka fought, like how many times Monster fought, and see if Canelo fought one more time than him?
Jermell Charlo, Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence, anybody else you want? Go
no,
ahead.
I'm just talking about. You said nobody, but okay. When I say the face of boxing, then you start talking about how he's doing
in 20 months. All right, who's fought 6 times in 20 months and generates the type of numbers that Canelo does, and he's doubled and tripled anybody else. You haven't proved me wrong. You use a
6
bunch
times
of words,
in 20 months. Okay, so
circles, but you don't prove me wrong.
Okay,
prove me wrong.
6 times in 20 months.
Doubled and tripled anybody else in generated numbers, generated eyes in the sport. Prove me wrong.
Okay, so here's the issue. Here's the issue that I have with your 6 times in 20 months. It's really about the 4 times he fought in like a year or something. That's really what you're talking about. That's when he was really active. The fact that he's continuing.
No, bro, you can't take fights away. The motherfucker fought 6 times in 20 months.
But the reason why he's fought 6 times in 20 months is because he fought 4 times in a really short amount of time. Since he fought 4 times in a really short amount of time. Okay, just follow me. Stop interrupting, and then we can be on the same page. Okay, again, the reason why it's 6 fights in 20 months is because he fought 4 fights in a really short amount of time.
Again,
can I finish my thought, bro? Can I finish my thought? Can you please stop interrupting me?
You're talking in circles, but
I'm not talking in circles. You're interrupting in a mid-sentence.
You're definitely talking in circles.
You keep interrupting me when I'm in mid-sentence.
Go ahead, bro.
Because you keep interrupting when I'm in mid-sentence. Okay, again, if I can finish my point without you jumping in. The reason why it's been 6 times, the reason why I'm talking in circles is because you won't stop interjecting. I know you think that this point is some killer point, and you don't want to hear me talk about how the reason why it's 6 months.
For some reason,
I can't.
You want to go against me, but you
again,
can't prove me wrong.
I'm trying to put it into context, but you won't allow me to put it into context because you keep interrupting.
Right,
so I'm trying to put it in context. There's 6 fights that you're fucking creaming your pants over. Most of this shit.
You're going to the 6 fights. You're trying to, that's not the issue. The issue is the numbers generated. Doubled anybody else.
Again, I already talked about the numbers generated. Okay, again.
I gave you 6 fights in 20 months. Compare that to anybody else in the sport of boxing. And add on the numbers and money he generates.
Right.
Add on the money.
Again, I'm going to try to. But in order for me to get there, you're going to have to stop. Okay, here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to stop interrupting me and to say the same shit 4 and 5 times.
Go ahead.
Please let me get my fucking thought out.
Go ahead.
The reason why it's fucking 4 and 6, the reason why it's 6 times. Yeah, I know.
Man, your mic's breaking up.
Very cool. The reason why it is 6 months, the reason why it's 6 fights in 20 months is because he fought 4 fights in a really short amount of time. After he fought those 4 fights, he went right back to the activity. Those last 2 fights have been the same activity of everybody else in the sport. And you're just lumping them together. 4 of those fights were atypical for the industry. 2 of those fights weren't. You're just lumping them all together. That's why I have a problem with you like doing that whole shit fucking together. You about 6 fights and a 6 fight period, how much money he generated. All right. We have 3 guys, AJ, Fury, Wilder, who have generated a fuck ton of money in the last couple 3 years. And when it comes to AJ, you could probably go back 6 fights and see that guy generate a whole fucking bunch of money. But anyway, that to me, that sort of line of reasoning, this entire line of reasoning of like how many fights you had, how much money you generated, that kind of thing lends itself to why you would call somebody the face of boxing, not what their responsibility is at the face of boxing. Like that is just the requirements to be considered the face of boxing. But once you are considered the face of boxing, you have a responsibility to uphold. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, not to mention, it needs to be pointed out that.
Hey, hold on, bro. Hold on. We got 3 people that just came on the panel, bro. We got Swat's Best. We got Young Billionaire, and we got Brian Harkin, bro. And Jimmy trying to join too. So
what's up, guys? Bro. Yeah, chop it up. Go ahead. Cook.
I just wanted to say it real quick. I think it should be pointed out that okay, whether it's AJ or Cannoli, I would say at least at minimum, I think we could all agree Cannoli's the face of boxing in the Western Hemisphere. He's nonetheless the face of boxing during what I would consider a down period for boxing in the Western Hemisphere. Sorry, again, everybody else. If it hadn't been pointed out, I felt like that needed to be pointed out.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Brian Hart?
Yeah.
What's up, Big Hark?
Yo, what's up, guys? From the standpoint, right, of we were coming off a pandemic, Canelo has been the most active boxer.
Period.
In any freaking division, right? Coming off a pandemic, right? We got right. He fought Callum Smith. He fought Yildirim, right? He fought Blowjob Saunders, right? He fought Caleb Plant. He fought Dimitri Bivol, and then he fought Triple G, right? So he's had 6 fights, basically. Well, right near enough the end of the pandemic, which I would have said late last year. Right, where nobody really gave a shit after that, to very recently, right, to about a month back when he fought Triple G, month or 2 back, right. So he has been a very active fighter. AJ has been a little bit more scattered. He's fought 3 times, 3 times, in that period, right. Yeah. So he probably had half the fights in that period of time. So we talk about generation of money, right? Yes. Canelo Alvarez has been the most active pound for pound fighter in anybody's list, right? He's been the most active. So from that perspective, Canelo has probably had more eyes in the sport due to the fact that he mopped up a division that, come on, it was not the best division. And actually, these guys actually wanted to fight him because they knew if they got a fight with Canelo, it was a payday. Majority of these guys didn't believe they were going to beat the guy, so they took the money, right? So that tells you the draw that Canelo brings in himself. These guys were willing to fight this guy because they knew they were going to get a payday. That tells you how big Canelo was to the sport of boxing. And
to me, like, sorry, go ahead, guys.
And to the modern fan, you know what he is, right? Especially with the Mexican support, the generation of Canelo's, popularity is real, right? I don't think we know how big it is, but I don't think we know how big it is.
Do you think that the face of boxing's responsibility is to fight often? Like, what other face of boxing has had that responsibility?
It's not the.
Should be consistent.
Right? Was it Floyd's responsibility? Was Floyd the face of boxing? He wasn't very active. He was really inactive. Right?
Well, I mean, it was between Manny and Floyd, though, right?
No, it's Floyd.
Yeah, but a lot of people. A lot of people complain. A lot of people complain about Floyd's inactivity at times. So
Yeah, but I'm saying it didn't make him less the face of boxing.
I'll be really quick, guys. Hold on. Let me go really quick. I don't think there's a set of rules. I think everybody does it different. You just said earlier he don't do it the way Lennox did it, the way Oscar did it, the way Floyd did it. Everybody does it their own way. There ain't no set rules for the face of boxing.
Well, there has been what they all have done though is put their own stamp on it, and they certainly none of them were fighting fucking multi-fight deals to some other promoter. Nobody did that shit. Like everybody was doing their own fucking fights. Everybody's picking. There is a list of things that they were doing to a man.
So
fighting often is not it.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Let me ask you a quick question.
I want to ask Smoke one more question. Just really quick.
No, he
didn't.
One more
question for Smoke. Hey, Smoke. So what is Canelo doing that them guys didn't? That's all I'm asking. Just please.
What is Canelo doing that those guys didn't?
What is he? I'm sorry. What is he not doing that them?
Oh, right. That's what I was saying. That's my point. Is what he is not doing is putting his own stamp on the sport beyond sanctioning bodies, beyond promotional companies, or beyond the networks, right? He's not showing like Floyd, talk to even Oscar for whatever, like Oscar, when he was a face of boxing, what did he do? He gave us Golden Boy Promotions. He bought Ring Magazine. He started this whole fucking trend of fighters cutting out the middleman and being their own promoters. He put his stamp on it. What did Floyd do? He gave us these fucking circus fights. He showed, he was dropping belts left and right. They moved the sport forward for the fighter, right? So the fighter could have like more, maybe more autonomy.
I mean, outside of a failing strip club,
also there's just like more eyes on their fights.
Outside of a bankrupt strip club,
there are also more eyes on those guys' fights as a result, right?
So not much, basically not much. Then right?
No, I mean I'm not. I don't want to.
Because you didn't really.
I know guys want to bring up. Jimmy's already doing it. I already had this whole like back and forth interrupting with you. I know.
That's a point. I think Smoke kind of has a point though.
No, I know I do, but I'm not. But I'm talking to people who weren't there. I'm talking to people who weren't there and read about it in magazine, so it don't really like. I'm not trying to argue this fucking point. People don't know what I'm talking about.
Hate is real.
Who, for example, would you guys consider to be Cannoli's Tito Trinidad? Good luck with that one.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, though, Floyd did have some good dance partners. So.
Yeah, they're talking about like activity. Like that's like what?
You gotta get the guys some credit at some point, bro.
I do give him credit, bro. Again, this is a separate conversation. If you want me to give him credit for fighting them, that's fine.
Did Floyd not use Golden Boy to piggyback all his fights?
Literally, you're not being accurate. Two separate conversations happening. One
what
a guy had to do to be considered the face of boxing.
No, I'm just asking.
Great. So we're having a conversation about what it takes for a guy to be
brand for like 5 years to help.
Another conversation is once you are the face of boxing, what are the previous face of boxing done, and what is your responsibility as the face of boxing?
Outside of beating the shit.
You can say none. You can say hey. You can go like none. You can say hey. You know what? As the face of boxing,
outside of beating his baby mama going to jail.
You can go like I'm trying to. I can't even hear you because I'm too busy like trying to answer what Buck 50 said. I can answer what you said once I'm done, but like I can't answer everybody's fucking issues at the same fucking time. Just when it comes to giving people credit, I don't mind giving Canelo credit for being an active guy, an active pound for pound guy. Excellent. That has fuck all to do with his responsibilities to face of fucking boxing.
Okay, so why did Floyd use Golden Boy to promote all his fights then? For like 7 years in a row, Floyd used Golden Boy and Oscar to promote all his events. Maidana, Guerrero. Outside of the Berta and Pacquiao fights, what fight, and even with the McGregor fight, he needed the help of UFC, right? And with the Pacquiao fight, help of Top Rank. What mega events did Floyd put on without help? I mean, after
again, my issue is not about help.
Every single fight was under Golden Boy, though.
I don't care if he gets help.
Cotto, Marquez, Ricky Hatton, all under Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy promotions, though.
Hey, Jimbo, I don't care if he gets help. I don't care if he gets help.
Well, that's what Canelo's doing, getting help from Eddie Hearn.
No, he doesn't. He's not what he's getting done. He's fighting multi-fight deals with fucking Matchroom.
Okay.
Help.
So Mike Tyson didn't have a multi-fight deal with Don King.
Yeah, Mike.
He was with him for like fucking 7 years.
Right. So when Mike Tyson,
Tyson was with Don King for 7 years, but he didn't have a multi-fight deal. Muhammad Ali was with Bob Arum from damn near a decade, but he didn't have a multi-fight deal. Floyd Mayweather has been with Al Heyman, a Golden Boy, a Dick Hoppin for the best part of 2 decades, but he didn't like. Come on, man, you're talking shit.
So when they became the face of boxing, they weren't on that shit. So just so you understand, Mike, when Muhammad Ali,
made sure Oscar De La Hoya promoted all his fights.
Listen, do you want to be wrong or do you just want to be loud? When Muhammad Ali was with Bob Arum, Bob Arum worked for Muhammad Ali
promoted all of his events, right? Floyd Mayweather made sure Richard Schaefer and Golden Boy promoted all of his fucking fights for 5 years.
Awesome. When Bob Arum was with Muhammad Ali, Bob Arum worked for Muhammad Ali at Muhammad Ali's fucking company.
It doesn't fucking matter. He's with the group for 5 years.
No. Let me tell you who the.
Hold on, bro. I just got on.
We gotta hear some new voices. We gotta hear some new voices.
Hey, hold on, man. Let me speak, bro. What's up with you,
man? Hey, let YB get in there, bro.
I know, bro. I just want to
YB. Stop, Doc. Stop.
What's up with y'all?
Bro, one at a fucking time, bro. One at a time, bro. Y'all niggas been cutting each other off the whole time. One at a time, bro.
It's the only thing I'll say. Hey, what's up, 50, man? Sorry to interrupt the panel. I just wanted to say, me and Smoke are never going to agree on this because when I do see a face of boxing, I would love to see them in the ring as many times as possible. I love, because I'm a boxing fan. So when I look at boxing fans and I look at a fan of the sport, as much as I can see the face of boxing, that's good for me because we all here are boxing fans, I would think. So the more we see the face of boxing, the more beneficial it is for the sport. So for
I don't
me,
disagree with that.
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on, bro. You've been running your mouth.
No, I got it. I disagree with you. I don't disagree with you right now. We agree right now.
Yeah. See, so for me to be like, all we talking about is activity, or all somebody's talking about is activity, to act like it's nothing, or act like it's not anything that sets you apart. That's a hell of a, to me, to have a guy that is the face of boxing be more active than the guys that are trying to establish themselves says a lot to me. And the fact that he's coming off of surgery and already has a fight lined up in May and September, so he's gonna fight twice on a down year for Canelo. I mean, for the face of boxing, coming off an injury when he don't have to. See, for me, I just look at it like we holding him. And I know you have a standard for the face of boxing that's different, what you should Smoke, but we'll never agree on this. And for me, activity is supreme because that's what we want all our top boxers to be, is active. I hate to see my top fighter fight once a year or once every 17 months. Or once every 16 months and call them pound for pound or call them top dog. So for me, I like to see you get in there with new challenges, new face as much as possible and take out as many opponents as you can as the face of boxing. That's what Canelo has been doing the past 3 years.
Yeah.
So
it tells you, right? It tells you, right, the fact that people are just not calling out Canelo, right? Right. This is why for me he is the face of boxing, right? The fact that people are just not calling out Canelo, but a lot of people are fighting him over a short period of time, tells you the money he generates for them, the other fighters and the promoters that work with him, right? From the other fighters' point of view. So that tells you, right, that he generates money for the fighter. That these guys don't give a shit if they win or lose. The only person in the 168-pound run that came to win for me was Callum Smith, even though I thought he was outmatched. He was the only guy who came, and I honestly believe he thought he could win.
So can I just ask a question, because I feel like we're having just like a kind of separate.
Damn, you love the spotlight, don't you, Smoke? So it's got to be all about you, bro.
I mean, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know why that has to do with anything. But I think that maybe you guys can help me to understand how being active is moving the sport forward.
It's carrying the sport on your back, bro. That's what it is.
Well, it gets more
beating your wife and going to jail.
Simple math.
It gets more eyes. It gets more eyes in the sport.
Look how many views he gets multiple times a year. I mean,
how is that moving the sport forward?
More eyes to the sport.
I think there's more eyes on the sport. It's the same eyes on the sport.
More eyes on the sport, more casual eyes on the sport.
Indoor attendance record. Bro, when he fought Billy Joe Saunders, he broke the American indoor attendance record, and he broke the streaming record for a boxing event globally. That's called carrying the sport,
these conversations.
Okay, right. So, do you think that Canelo Alvarez did more numbers than Floyd Mayweather, or fewer numbers than Floyd Mayweather?
In what time? Add context.
Like, I'm asking how is he moving the sport forward?
Against Conor McGregor,
and his numbers are not as good as the last face of boxing. So how's that moving the sport forward?
What, when he fought Erislandy Lara and Floyd fought Berto in the same year, they did comparable numbers on pay-per-view. Yeah, they did. When he fought McGregor and 70% of the people showed up for McGregor, no.
I got it. Yeah, if you want to compare it to Berto, if you think that the Berto numbers is the reason why Floyd's the face of boxing, I guess. Okay, I don't think the Berto really moved the face.
Manny Pacquiao as a dance partner is very different to having Caleb Plant as a dance partner. Would you not agree, Smoke?
So I do think.
Would you not agree, Smoke? Having Manny Pacquiao as a dance partner is very different to having Caleb Plant as a dance partner. Can we agree on that, Smoke?
Say again.
Having Manny Pacquiao, Oscar De La Hoya, right, as dance partners.
Oh, having dance partners. Having dance partners. Yeah, I think dance partners. Yeah, I think dance partners are definitely like helps you with the ATG thing. Not necessarily.
Floyd was never the face of boxing, bro. Manny Pacquiao and Floyd were both the faces of boxing. Floyd was never the face of boxing, bro.
Yeah, but are we talking about?
Manny Pacquiao and Floyd together were the faces of boxing. It was.
I mean, they weren't, but whatever.
No, they were. Yes, they were.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier, that there's enough room for someone else to come up and be side by side with Canelo Alvarez. You don't just have to be Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know what everybody else. I literally don't know what this idea about there was more like Manny Pacquiao was a face of boxing, whatever. My point being is, to me,
everyone around the world knew him.
To me,
I don't know what your issue is.
If he wasn't, no, hold on, Smoke. If he wasn't, then he was side by side with Floyd.
Yeah, I know.
Because he wasn't though. But I'm just saying, it's not an if. He wasn't. Like, there was a face of boxing as Floyd Mayweather.
No, it wasn't Floyd, bro. It really wasn't.
I know. I know Smoke's problem. Like, he doesn't like an Irishman being a face of boxing.
No, I don't mind it. I don't mind a Irishman being a face of boxing. I mean, Gene Tunney. I mean, I don't know how Irish he. I mean, like real Irish.
Why was Floyd the face of boxing?
What about hairless Irish?
On ESPN for Deccan Pacquiao. He was a face of boxing, right?
I mean, Mickey Ward, that was never really a face of boxing.
A dude from the Philippines came over to America and was doing similar numbers to Floyd. But okay, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
What are you talking about? Who's doing? Okay, sorry. Who's doing similar numbers to Floyd?
Manny Pacquiao and Floyd when they're both competing in the same era.
Okay, they weren't, but they weren't.
They're both averaging 1 million pay-per-view buys. They're both averaging 1 million pay-per-view buys.
Okay. When Floyd Mayweather became the face of boxing, Manny Pacquiao was not his co-face of boxing.
Manny Pacquiao, when he beat Oscar De La Hoya, right? And Floyd came out of retirement, bro. There was a heated debate, who's the king of boxing? And both guys were putting on mega events, right? Both guys
fine. What I said again, when Floyd was considered the face of boxing, he wasn't a co-face of boxing. He was just the face of boxing. There was no other person.
Floyd was not the face of boxing, bro. He shadowed Manny Pacquiao.
Okay, great. So there's a time when Floyd was the face of boxing. Go to that time, because that's the time I'm talking about. The time when there was no two faces of boxing, when there was just one, and it was Floyd Mayweather. What was he doing?
Right. Well, I don't know, bro. Do 300,000 buys with Andre Berto. I mean, if that makes you the face of boxing, Smoke, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
How about doing 300? How about doing 4 million pay-per-view buys?
But Conor McGregor, where 70% of the people came. Okay, I got you, Smoke. I got you, bro. 70% of the people showed up to see McGregor.
So the difference is Andre Berto didn't move the sport of boxing forward. but the McGregor fight did move the sport of boxing forward. So my question is, how is fighting often move the fight boxing forward? Because McGregor totally moved the fucking sport forward.
When Canelo gets to that point, he fights Jake Paul, then he'll do $400 million, okay? And then he'll.
No, I'm saying like, what is again? I got it, but you guys didn't answer my question. That's rolling around in Floyd's fucking world. I'm wondering what Canelo is going to do to move the fucking sport forward, not what Canelo can do to imitate Floyd.
Indoor attendance American record. A Mexican.
No, what is he going to do to move the sport forward, bro? That's what the face of boxing is supposed to do. Move the sport forward.
That's what. That's your.
That's what they've been doing. Okay,
hold on. My
that's
point
what
of view. Let me just say my point of view real quick. Is carrying the sport on your back. That's being the face of boxing. Now, if you're gonna put something weird on it, like he's got to be some kind of boxing crusader or something, well then that's you, then brother. Because
I don't know if that's weird, bro. I think that's the historical. That's historically what they done. Okay, you tell me. Okay, so hold up a second.
Earlier you said
okay, let me ask you a question.
Magazine and
okay, so let me ask you a question.
Vacating belts and fighting circus events is what you said. Vacating belts and fighting circus events is what Floyd did. That's what
and he put a ton of fucking eyes on the sport, and the sport grew as a result. Yeah,
exactly. Does count now. Eyes in the sport they do count. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, hold up a second. When talking about moving the sport forward, when is that not counted?
Well, when I bring up the numbers that Canelo's have done, and I bring up the eyes in the sport, you discredit them. You say, "Oh,
no, I didn't discredit the fact that I didn't discredit what you said."
When it doesn't matter how he's fought 6 times in 20 months, and every time he brings a shitload of eyes to the sport. So if you do the math,
I said he wasn't the only guy doing that. I didn't discredit him, bro.
It doesn't matter what the fights were for, or what they were.
Yeah,
about.
but he was.
I didn't discredit that. You said that he was the only guy doing it. I didn't discredit the numbers. I said other guys were doing it.
And you never
proved me wrong.
Holy shit, bro! Like you guys are fucking lost.
Never proved me
wrong.
I
never discredited him for the numbers. I never discredited him for the numbers.
You never proved me wrong on that point, though.
I did. Again, what I said was Floyd. What I said was Wilder and Fury did the same numbers. AJ was doing the same numbers. I didn't say that the numbers were irrelevant. What I said was he wasn't. You said Canelo was the only guy doing it, and I said he wasn't the only guy doing it.
Wilder and Fury had to combine their forces to do less numbers than Canelo. I agree with you, Smoke. You made a good point. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder combined did less numbers than Canelo by himself. That's a good point, Smoke.
Right. Canelo didn't fight anybody by himself, but anyway.
I'll tell you.
He dumbs it down for this. Hey, he dumbs it down for this conversation, Jimmy. He dumbs it down.
Okay. Javante Davis when he fought Leo Santa Cruz. Do you think the majority of the fans who bought that pay-per-view were Javante Davis fans, or were they Mexicans?
Nah, they were Mexicans, bro. But his next pay-per-view flopped.
We can go down this road all we want, right? There's always two dance partners to a fight, right? When Manny Pacquiao fought Floyd, right? I was doing a computer course at the time, and I was telling people this should be a very good fight. People bought that pay-per-view on my recommendation. They asked me to pay them. They asked me to pay them for their pay-per-view after the fight because they said it was disgusting. Right? So I give, I paid them the money. Right? So yeah, it brought fans to boxing and also put fans off for good. Right? So, the dance, and these people never watch boxing. I said this is the fight to watch. How fucking wrong was that? Right? People bought pay-per-views on my fucking recommendation on that. Every single one of them asked me to pay their pay-per-view thing. That's like 5 people.
I mean, Smoke thinks, Floyd sucker punch Victor Ortiz. I mean, that's what, I guess that's what he's into. I don't get what you're saying.
No, I thought that I would probably get a straight answer to a straight question instead of a bunch of deflection and weirdness. But I'll pose it again. Maybe you guys, for all you guys who are so gung-ho about activity, please tell me how activity.
Why did Floyd Mayweather sign a 6-fight deal with Showtime? If he's, like you said, the face of boxing, why didn't he keep himself flexible?
Moving the sport forward.
No, it's not moving the sport forward. Signing a 6-fight deal with Showtime.
So activity is not moving the sport forward. Okay, great. So that's my issue. That's my issue with activity.
He just said the face of boxing shouldn't sign long-term deals. Why did Floyd sign a 6-fight deal with Showtime?
Helping launch a platform like DAZN?
Because he wasn't the face of boxing when he did it.
You don't like that? You don't? Is that not enough?
Because he wasn't the face of boxing when he did it.
Helping launch a platform like DAZN, is that enough?
I think he will. I think he was.
Alvarez is the first. Black and Brown is right, bro. Canelo Alvarez is the first dude to sign a massive deal with a global streaming sports service.
Exactly.
So,
that broke huge fucking news. 11-fight deal with the
yeah,
zone,
but again, that's fine. What I asked though was about activity. I said, how does activity move in the sport forward? Not how it's so signed into the zone.
Bro, I told you when you carry the sport on your back, and when you're consistent, it's good for the sport.
We're giving you different things, Smoke. We're trying to touch all the bases
but doesn't answer my question. When I ask my question, okay, so you guys,
because it's never enough, Smoke. We got to keep coming with different things for you.
No, it's not enough, bro.
It's
not coming enough. What you're not doing is not answering my question. So of course you're not going to satisfy me because you're not answering my question.
Well, you need to reframe the question.
No, I don't need to reframe the question. They can just answer it. How's activity?
Well, obviously they can.
Okay, then great. Just say that. Just say that it doesn't. Just say that it doesn't, and then let's move on.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Just say that they can, and let's move on.
No. I'm not saying you're wrong, Smoke. I'm just
saying. I'm not saying I'm wrong either. I'm saying that I'm asking them for their. Bro, here's the thing. Again,
if we're not getting the data you're seeking, then I'm just saying maybe it needs to be.
I already said that he is the face of boxing, so I'm not uncomfortable with that. So anyway, again, I was also praising another Mexican when he was the face of boxing, and I'm saying, why is Canelo doing what that guy did? Anyway, that's beside the point. I know that you want to do this ethnic thing and all this like weird thing because you're just kind of like weirdly racist, but it's all good. But beyond that, but for all the people who are talking about activity, I just would like for you guys to explain to me how activity moves the fucking sport forward. Because the face of boxing, in my opinion, should be moving the sport forward.
Can I ask a genuine question to people, right?
I was trying to answer.
Do you think Canelo Alvarez, right? This is for everyone on the panel, has had the dance partners the likes of Floyd Mayweather, the likes of Julio Cesar Chavez, the likes of Mike Tyson? Do you think he's had the dance partners?
No, and because he doesn't have the dance partners, he has to do it in other ways, and he finds ways like activity. That's how he does it. And going undisputed in certain divisions, that's how he does it. Because he doesn't have the dance partners, so he has to find his own ways to stand out and carve his own fucking lane. Not do it like the last guy did it. Do it the way you want to do it, the way Canelo Alvarez does it. This is Canelo's generation. He's setting the tone. Let's see if the next guy can keep up.
All right, so I'm with real quick.
Yeah, what?
Really. Again, you're describing how you come to face the boxing.
Go ahead. Who's the next guy? Go ahead, Smoke. Who's the next guy? Who's going to keep?
Who's the next guy? Who's the next guy? Is going to keep up with Canelo?
Who's going to do the numbers, the accomplishments, whatever, the activity, whatever you want to name, and wherever you want to go.
Who's the guy who can take over the spot from Canelo? That's right now.
Yeah, and win.
Look, Smoke is an aerosexual, bro. This is the truth. Smoke is an aerosexual, and he wants EJ to be the face of boxing.
Oh, that's
and you're on Rick Glazer's nuts. I mean, come up with your own words and don't just repeat what you hear on fucking online. But anyway, get your own insults. You'll be like at least you won't be a hack, right? At least you won't be a hack. But anyway, let me think. I don't know, man. It's kind of I don't think that I'm not
have
sure.
a Smoke, you know.
I don't think that
there was a Kanye West.
Like Canelo is like Canelo to me. Like Canelo is he's 15 years deep. He's 15 years in. Like who is even like close on that thing? I think like Canelo's like lapped. I know, like he's not even from this generation. He's like lapped everybody. Yeah, I don't even. Shit. Fuck, I know. Like I think maybe.
Can you say that again? He's lapped everybody, right?
He's lapped the generation, and I.
He's not even from the generation.
My disdain for cannoli.
Did you just say Tank with 50,000 pay-per-views? Come on, Smoke.
I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. Who's your pick for the next guy after Canelo?
I feel like
that's a good
before.
No, it actually is a good pick. He set himself up in that way. He got the popularity. He's got the skill set. Now he's got to put it to work. It actually is a good name.
Yeah, but Tank's largest pay-per-views fighting a Mexican who was 2 weights down.
But I think he has enough time to get those numbers up.
No, he has plenty of time to get.
He's just kind of small though. That's right. Like I don't know if he can make the one. He does have some young guys who also came up, so he can fight Shakur at 147. He can fight Haney at 147. He might. Well, he looks like he's going to fight Ryan, but I think
I can never.
I remember. Hang on, guys. I remembered something. What I wanted to my tidbit I wanted to say in answer to what Brian brought up about Santa Cruz and Tank, right? Now you are correct insofar as definitely the majority, meaning at minimum 51%, right? But probably more than that of the fans watching that and all that were Hispanic.
No, he bought the pay-per-view. I'm talking about not who watched it.
No. Fair enough. Even that, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing I can tell you as an American. That makes this a little more complicated. I guarantee you. Now, I'm not going to say it's the majority of his fan base, but I guarantee you, Tank has his share of Hispanic fans. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, I agree with that. But
all right.
I do agree with that.
The Hispanic fans don't judge. It's not. I mean, they carry their own. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's not just them that you know what I mean. They are. What's the word? Like if they think you're the goods, that you'll get their support. That's his. That goes all throughout history.
I feel like Anthony Joshua was a close second. To Canelo as a face of boxing, because who else before him took boxing to the Middle East? No one was out here getting $100 million site fees or things like that.
I would say this much. I'd say this much. AJ's definitely. I'd say AJ is the face of boxing in the Eastern Hemisphere. I would say Canoli maybe in the Western Hemisphere.
You didn't realize the United Kingdom was in the West, right?
Well, no, okay. Well, okay. North and South America. How about that? It's Canoli, and then I would say Europe eastward. How about that?
No, I don't think so. I feel like
you don't think so.
Even in America, when it came, no, I'll tell you why. Because when it came to America, he sold out the Madison Square Garden, right? And when Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder fought 3 times, not one of those fights was a sellout. So.
Yeah, but my man, hang on, but my man sold out fucking MSG against Stocky from Rocky from Stocky. Come on, man.
No, but Canelo's a North American. No, but Canelo's a North American-based fighter, though.
I'm saying Canoli is the face of boxing in North and South
I'm saying
America.
He's number 1. No, I'm saying with Canelo.
I just think he's the face of boxing, period. My issue is not whether or not Canelo's the face
of
boxing.
No, it was Joshua.
You're going even further. I think
Joshua was the heavyweight champion, bro. Joshua was all over billboards in Dubai, London, Paris.
East of the Atlantic.
Yeah, what year was that?
About 3 years ago.
No, but Joshua, hang on, but Joshua could still sell out over east of the Atlantic.
Yeah, okay. So Canelo was Canelo was bigger than AJ before AJ, and also after AJ. Like he's been there the whole time and always been bigger.
Yeah, but
is he bigger on that side of the Atlantic?
I said Canelo was number 1, and Joshua, when he was at the height of his powers, was a close number 2, or they were equals.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
That's fair.
AJ sold out the Tottenham Arena, right? With Usyk.
I mean, I'm sorry, guys. That does not translate to anywhere else. I'm sorry. Like it just doesn't. Like selling out Tottenham. I mean that.
Look, it's a Hotspur Stadium, bro. 70,000 seats. All right, who's making more money than Fury and Wilder combined? Smoke. And Andy Ruiz rematch, he made fucking $70 million.
Bro. It's the Hotspurs.
You know
what? Put some fucking respect on his name.
Hey, you know what?
I know. There's only so much respect I can have. I'm sorry.
What type of numbers? Hey, Jimmy, let me ask you this: what type of numbers does Wilder Joshua do still at this point after both been lost before and lost multiple times? What type of numbers does Joshua Wilder do, in your opinion?
I think it's probably, if it was $100 million fight, I think now it's probably
well, Joshua does have a country behind him, right? No matter what you think, right?
I think they'll still do big numbers. I think on pay-per-view.
They'll do big numbers too. I just want to know you guys' predictions. Like, what's your, just as like a guesstimate, because I still think it's a huge fight. I think
I would say 800,000. I would say 800,000 pay-per-views.
You think it
could
over
$1 million?
Yeah. I would say around 800, 900,000 pay-per-views.
Where at? In the UK, Brian? In the UK?
UK and America.
Okay, combined.
Okay.
Combined.
Yeah, combined.
No, combined, I think there's over 2 million.
Yeah.
I think combined it is over 2 million.
I think they'll do $1 million in the UK. I really do, because of the rivalry. I think Joshua and Wilder do $1 million there. I think they'll do a hella numbers in America too, depending on the time zone, depending on if they have it here in Vegas.
Yeah, and also right, Deontay Wilder's name in the UK is bigger because of Tyson Fury, right? So yeah, they would. I think the name values alone would do. Yeah. Probably $1 million.
He did 1.7 million with Ruiz. I think he'd probably do over 1.5 million in the UK and maybe 500,000 in America.
That's that's awesome. That's awesome numbers, I think.
That fight should take place in Africa. No, I'm serious. I'm not even joking, bro. I'm not trolling. That fight should take place in Africa.
Wilder wants to fight him in Nigeria, bro. What I heard, he wants to fight him in
I'm dead
Lagos.
serious, bro. That's where they should fight at.
I should tell you where it's gonna happen.
Groundbreaking. Like Smoke said, moving the sport forward. I like that shit. You know what I mean? Like, do that shit. Do some.
No, I like it too. Right. I don't think any fighter has
in a way, Black and Brown, they'd be bringing the sport full circle.
Yeah.
You know, back to the 60s and 70s, where they'd have these international, you know, crazy places where they do stuff.
Do those countries still have dictators though? Because I think dictators are the only ones that pay site fees out there.
I was about to say that used to be the gimmick, was the dictator would pay ridiculous money for the.
Where's Don King when you need him? You'll find it.
A lot of these Arab countries. No, I'm not even joking. A lot of these Arab countries, the reason why they pay these site fees is because they got monarchs there, like kings and stuff. So they pay whatever they want.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Where's Don King? He'll find these dictators. So he will.
I wouldn't blink 2 seconds about taking some dictators, but not for.
No, he doesn't. The only thing Don King ever gave a shit about was the green.
As long as it's kept clear.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's like the thing in Saudi Arabia, right? With Vince McMahon, right? You heard one about the plane. Not going off, right? He went right into some Saudi Arabia's prince's office, right? Because he was they didn't get paid, and he said, "I want my money," and he said the plane doesn't leave this country until I get my money. Vince McMahon, you know. So,
well, to be fair, what are they going to do off Vince McMahon? I mean, that ain't going to work.
I know what I mean.
There's no way you're going to cover that one up, right?
Mr. Doc, just give me a second, bro.
Hey, Jim, can I ask you a question?
What was what? What happened?
I just wanted to ask another question. If David Benavidez is successful against Caleb Plant in March, and he does it in an impressive fashion, how good would the numbers be for Canelo and Benavidez if they were to fight? Do they crack 1 million buys in America?
Oh, they pretty good numbers.
I don't know if they crack 1 million.
Well, I don't know. Hey, North America.
Amongst the Mexican fans, that's a big fight, though.
Yeah.
No. Why do I actually disagree though? I'll tell you why. I actually don't think it'll do bigger numbers, because the problem with Canelo and David Benavidez is they're kind of dipping into the same fan base. So with Canelo, I feel like every single person that will ever want to buy or pay for David Benavidez is already paying for Canelo.
I agree.
Yeah.
So it's like double dipping into the same. It's like with Canelo, Joshua Fury, like you're kind of dipping in the British fans. Joshua Wilder, not now, but maybe a few years ago, might have been bigger than Joshua versus Fury. Because when you dip into different demographics and fan bases, you do bigger numbers.
Hey, the only counter I got to that, Jimmy, is Canelo did 1.4 million with Chavez.
Yeah, but I think.
Yeah, but that was based on. Yeah, that was based on Chavez Senior.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, Brian. We already knew by then that he was a terrible fighter. All right.
No, I think 750,000 people tuned in to see Canelo knock Chavez.
I was telling him earlier. I was telling him earlier. Benavidez is going to make fucking Cannoli look like James Toney. All right, he's going to counterpunch the shit out of that kid, and he's probably going to stop.
I think Benavidez is a good fighter. His footwork.
I'm not saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Footwork
He's all wrong. Cannoli is going to exploit that poor kid. He's going to exploit that.
I think it might do. I'm not sure if it is a bigger gate than Caleb Plant though, because from what I've seen, Benavidez outside of
Jimmy, it'll be bigger than Caleb Plant. Trust me, I promise you, it'll be bigger than that.
And I hate to say this, but like, obviously Caleb Plant is obviously a white guy, so I feel like that was kind of like a different demographic. Like with Benavidez, like you kind of just like you got the Hispanic fans, and you're asking all of them to come out.
It's simple. Americans don't fucking watch boxing like that. Period.
Yeah,
period.
That's true.
Period. All right. The Hispanics, hold on. The Hispanics, on the other hand, still do watch boxing like that.
But they're already coming out for Canelo, though. That's the problem, though. I mean, unless Benavidez has equal star power to Canelo, then if you bring them together with Chavez Jr., I feel like this guy was actually a big star back in the day, and a lot of people didn't like Canelo, especially a lot of Mexicans. They were rooting for Chavez Jr.
I think the Benavidez fight does probably roughly about what the Chavez Jr. fight did, and yeah, you're right. It'll probably be mostly Cannoli fans, but it is what it is. I still think he beats the fuck out of Benavidez and stops him. Sorry, Black and Brad.
No, it's all good. I think if Benavidez beats Caleb Plant, that catapults him. It really gives him a lot of momentum, and his name will get a little popular within that time before he fights Canelo. So he beats Caleb Plant. They announce a Canelo fight. He starts getting more popular, and I think it does good numbers, better than Caleb Plant. And I think Tony said here in the comments that fight definitely needs to be at AT&T. You know, when he fought Caleb Plant at the MGM, that's a small little arena there. I think it only holds 19 or 20 at max or some shit like that. They do that fight at AT&T, they're doing 80. They're doing 80 plus, like Tony said in the chat. Benavidez Canelo's doing 80 plus at AT&T. Because Benavidez' name is going to get more popular. You consider that beating Caleb Plant, if you beat him in dramatic fashion, especially if you knock Caleb Plant out.
If he beats him better in Canelo,
Yeah, and then he calls him out inside the ring. Come on, man. He's going to get popular. He's going to get momentum. He's going to get
That's what I was saying. Let's say he stops him at 8 or something, and he calls out Canelo, and it's a former Canelo opponent, and he beats him, like you said, man. I really believe because the people want to see Benavidez, and you know, a lot of the Mexican legends have been caught, like Marquez. A lot of guys been calling for that. Eric Morales told me that's the fight he want to see. You get what I'm saying? So I just think Canelo will end up fighting him. And I do think they can crack 1 million. He did 800,000 with Plant. And I know Jimmy said it's a different demographic, so I do kind of agree with you. But I could see, as much as we don't like the guy, Canelo and Charlo doing 1 million too. If Charlo gets back on, gets a good win in, I really do. I think those are the only guys you got to think, because a lot of guys Canelo been fighting, like BNB said, don't have the same name value that you would in America or anywhere. Or doesn't have opposing demographics, or gives Canelo that type of dance partner where it's easy to do 1 million. Because every time he fought Triple G, the first 2 fights on HBO, they did 1 million or close to it. So every time he's had a dance partner, even with Canelo, it was like 900. I mean, even with Cotto, I think it was almost 900,000. When he was a young guy, young guy. So I just think that every time Canelo has a dance partner, he performs.
See, therein I think lies the problem, though. I feel like boxing in America, period, it just doesn't have the attention on it to where you can make those kind of dance partners, even if they have the talent, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's such a struggle to get the eyeballs on them in America because we have so much other, like, you know what I mean? Like, you've got the NBA, right? All the finals and the playoffs, free TV. You got the NFL, all the playoffs and finals, free TV. College football, same thing. So on. Major League Baseball. Boxing is such a, not even an afterthought. It's like a afterthought. You know what I mean?
Not only that, bro. The problem is in today's world, because of the economical destruction that's happening all over the world, I feel like the average Joe, I mean, it's tough for him to take up $80, $90 or 20, 30 quid or whatever it is. It's tough, bro, because like piracy all-time high, Fire Sticks. I mean, you got millionaires like Errol Spence using Fire Sticks. So, I mean, what about the average?
But at the same time, right? That what you just said is true. But at the same time, where is our Hearns Leonard? Right? It's not like they're stealing no Hearns Leonard or Hagler Leonard or, you know what I mean, or Ollie Frazier of any kind, or fucking Duran Leonard or Duran even.
You know what's funny about
Evander Riddick Bowe? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so dance partners are to me the thing that gets you the ATG status, which is why I was more like, forget these title defenses at 168. Go unify 175 against Bivol Beterbiev. They're excellent champions.
I think
It's a new division. But before that, I want to have just another point on the business side. Then I'm done. I feel like this environment is really it's lacking like a someone with a business brain and a love for the sport. Because right now right now, right now it seems like sponsorships should be the thing that people are going after, since the networks can't fucking pay for these fights because of the piracy. What you will get, though, regardless of piracy, is your logo on everything. You'll get that kind of cachet. So what they should be going after is the advertisers, the people who actually pay the networks even.
Yeah, well,
Johnson are the only ones with that type of corporate, big, mega, sponsorship deals. I think Eubank as well, Eubank Junior in the UK, he just signed a deal with KFC, a sponsorship deal. I'm not even trolling. He actually did.
Does anybody else remember? Does anybody else remember? Now that you bring this up, Smoke, does anybody else remember when the boxers used to have the giant temporary tattoos put on their back? I think B-Hop did it once for like Golden Palace Casino or something like that, right?
Yeah, I think Smoke has got. I think you call it. What would you call it? A tramp stamp. I think Smoke has got.
No, that's not my point.
They would advertise on the bottom of your shoes. They would like write the ink would run. Like
the shorts used to be covered. You had advertisements and all that, right?
I mean, you see these guys in NASCAR, right?
Tattoo of Errol Spence on his ass.
You see these guys. You see these NASCAR guys, and they come out. They're covered in fucking sponsors. Like, why aren't boxers?
Now, how come the only sponsor for the Cubans is Shoe Palace? What's going on there?
Hey, I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Errol Spence got sponsored, isn't he? With OnlyFans, so.
Nah, I think a lot of the PBC fighters have Shoe Palace.
I'm saying boxing. I'm just saying like boxing in general, because like really like these networks are fueled by, well, I mean, they're publicly traded companies, so they not only have their stock price, but their lifeblood, like most of their revenue comes from the advertisers. They make like, you know, I think something like $20 billion a year goes through these fucking networks. Actually, fucking $20 billion a quarter. What am I tripping off of? And it seems like some of that revenue should be going to fights, and they should be looking for that instead of like pay-per-view numbers.
But Smoke, here's the problem, bro. If Errol Spence fights Ugas and they does 150,000 buys, or same with Terence Crawford where he fought Porter, if they do 150,000 buys, I mean, I feel like the big sponsor, like the big corporate sort of, mega companies, there's not really any incentive. I mean, if you do 100,
because they're not, right? Because they're not, because the corporate is not looking at the buys number. They don't give a fuck about that. What they care about is how many eyes. And so because
that's
why the reason why there's so few buys,
150,000 pay-per-view.
The reason why there's so few buys is because of piracy, not because no one's watching the fight.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
which is why. Hold on now. Here's real quick, Brian. Here's what who was it brought this up the other day, and I agree with them. Bruce Gass brought this up the other day. Why aren't most, not all of them, obviously, but why aren't the majority of these fights being broadcast on for free as live streams on YouTube by these various outlets? To get eyeballs, to do exactly what we're talking about, to get eyeballs on these people so that when they decide to charge for them, everybody in the world knows who the fuck they are.
Yeah, imagine if they put a big fight on in America, like on ABC, and they also streamed it online for free as well. Like that's universal access.
Yeah.
That's what I was. Listen, that was my like remedy for the Spence Crawford style negotiation. I thought they should both just fucking go to YouTube and sell the shit directly to the people and pocket the cash. But Bud went to BOK Prime, and we're not getting the fight at all. But whatever. I wasn't talking about David Avenue on BOK Prime.
But the lower,
that's literally what's
happening.
Right.
Spence fucking bottled it. He didn't want $50 million. He told Crawford he's his own boss.
Hold on. Forget all that. If the two of these guys,
I'm not even going there.
Let me explain my point.
About that fucking life.
Listen,
Bud Crawford, I'm my own boss.
Easy, Jimmy.
And when Bud Crawford called him, he fucking bitched out and jumped on the bed eating strawberries, giggling, with his girlfriend calling him gay.
Yeah. The only point I'm trying to make is this. If the two of them had spent the last 2 years fighting on fucking YouTube, right, for free, where everybody was going to see them, then there would be all kinds of financial interest in the fight, where to the point where they wouldn't be worrying about piracy. It wouldn't get. It'd be that big they wouldn't care. Everybody would know who's choosing.
Right. So, I don't know that. I don't know that YouTube is that kind of silver bullet.
It's the closest thing we have. It's the closest thing we have in the modern day. Hear me out. This is my reasoning. It's the closest thing in the modern day we have to the old model of ABC, NBC, CBS, when it was only 3 networks. Where you didn't have this.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at the idea. I literally had the idea that was one of my thoughts. The only problem that I have with it is having obscure fights there, like obscure fights on YouTube don't get a lot of eyes. Like I see fights on YouTube, like
why do you blame Crawford for everything?
Dude, I can.
Better place for obscure fights than on pay-per-view.
I'm not right. So again, it depends on who it.
It's 50 million, and you're cool with that. Spence can walk away from 50 million, and you're cool with that, all right?
Why would I be cool or not cool with that?
Jimmy,
I'm sorry. Hold up a second. I'm not sure. How am I supposed to feel? Like, why would I give a fuck?
No. It's just, but Crawford fucked that up. No, Crawford fucked that up.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
We were talking about something else entirely.
I didn't. No, I didn't. What I said was, I thought. Okay, just so Jimmy can catch up.
We're going to talk about Crawford and Spence.
What I said was, they should take that fight over to YouTube. I thought that's what they should do, is take that fight over to YouTube and charge the people directly. But they didn't do that. Instead, what we're getting is David Avenesian and Bud on BLK Prime. That's what my idea was. That's what I said.
And I simply countered that with saying that if they had spent the last 2 years hypothetically fighting on YouTube, they could have built themselves up to where they would have been big enough.
But it's just a counterfactual that hasn't been proven on YouTube.
I understand
it's a great idea. It's a cool thing, but it's kind of
I concede. No, Smoke. I didn't say. I'm not stating it as a scientific fact. I'm stating it as
I'm telling you that. Here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that we have evidence of fights on YouTube, and they don't get very much. They don't garner very much attention. There's one fight. There's one fight on YouTube that got a whole bunch of fucking play. It was a long time ago. It was KSI versus Jake Paul. I mean Logan Paul. It's because they both were YouTubers.
Let me be okay. So let me get Jimmy. The adults are talking. Hang on.
Definitely did numbers.
Now, Smoke. What I to be super clear then. What I'm talking about is, okay. We had the old system back in the day where boxing was, a primary sport. It was one of the big sports, right? Why? Because we only had 3 options in life. We didn't have 50,000 fucking channels and whatnot to flip through. So the idea here is to try and narrow it back down to some kind of source that gets the majority of eyeballs. In my opinion, it's YouTube. All right. If boxing in general, and more specifically these two, had consistently, right, been presented on YouTube in a prominent fashion, if boxing had been presented on YouTube consistently in a prominent fashion, you'd be in a whole different environment where these guys would be household names, or at least, maybe not Leonard fucking Hearn's household, but way more household than they are now, and there'd be enough money in it to make it happen.
I would agree with you if we saw a pathway to that with the fights that are being displayed on YouTube.
I said hypothesis.
They don't get very many eyes.
I think there's an issue with that based on the fact that there might be other shows that people are watching that are gaining more ratings than the boxing. So television networks are not just going to say, oh, yeah, or whoever. They're not going to say, oh, yeah, let's fuck this show off just so we can put boxing on, and boxing's not getting the same ratings as that show.
That's why I'm saying YouTube's got to be the way.
And now, but I do agree with you about
YouTube is a weird platform.
For example, I usually stream like fights and stuff on Discord, and this past week I had people who usually come for KSI shit, like those social events, and they were there for Zepeda and Prograde. So it's like even me, like I'm opening the eyes of casual people to the wider the wider scale of the sport, basically. So
what you're coming up against is the market force of educating the public. So the way that Bud Crawford and even Teofimo and Loma to a certain extent, the way they've been getting these numbers is because they've been piggybacking a network that reaches 80 million fucking people and dedicated to sports, but in one of their most trafficked fucking times. So after the Heisman fucking ceremony, they'll put on a fight. So you have that audience who already are watching TV. To have fights on YouTube, they have to either already be watching some shit on YouTube, and people are doing that. But a lot of people who are watching on YouTube are not boxing fans. If you look at the top 10 fucking most watched channel on YouTube, they're Indian Bollywood shit. They're Ukrainian shit. They're just not boxing fucking shit. Nobody's doing this shit. When it comes to boxing on YouTube, This is it's a niche of a niche thing.
It would.
Yeah, but Smokey, when did they
To be clear, no. I want to make something clear though. Smoke's not wrong. Hang on, I want to make sure Smoke's not wrong. But my whole point from the beginning was this is like a law. It would require a long-term process of people getting used to. Okay, boxing is going to show up on for free, right? Generally speaking, on a regular fashion on my YouTube feed, and I'm going to get to see, if not the absolute best versus the best, I'm going to see a lot of pretty good fights, and I'm definitely going to see all my other
you're also
fights.
talking about, and not only is it a long-term project, but it's also it's not just going to take a long time, it's also going to be very expensive.
Exactly.
So like you're talking about an industry that's bleeding fucking money.
Yep, I know. You're not wrong.
Like
you're not wrong.
Education re-education of public.
I'm not saying the solution is. I'm not saying that it's a function, that it's a plausible solution. I'm just saying if it could be done, it would be.
It's not a bad thing. I think Amazon Prime is probably a better way to go than like YouTube. But
a
YouTube
year
is bad.
ago,
might be.
A year ago, right? And I'm saying this right. A year ago, every time I turned on, I went to a YouTube channel. Doesn't matter if it was for boxing or for whatever, right? I would have seen advertisements of UFC fights every time pop up. The 5-10 second, skip ads, right?
Yep.
I would have seen that on my screen every time I popped up. Every week, different fight. Every week, different fighters, right? I would have seen that pop up on my screen. Why can't boxing do that there as advertisement in general, right?
Because UFC is an organization that markets MMA. Boxing is a sport. Like what you're describing is if every time you saw a Matchroom thing, you'd see some other thing. But like boxing is too fucking. It's like hurting cats, right? So let me finish, bro.
What I'm trying to say,
bro, I'm not done. Like why can't you just wait for somebody to be finished?
Because I had a eureka moment because
I got you, bro. I got you. So just fucking hold your eureka moment.
I'm trying. Go.
Thank you.
Mr. Dogma, you all kind of excited.
Because UFC,
what I'm trying to say,
UFC,
because you didn't let me finish.
Bro, God damn! Like, and I've just. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian. And then,
what I'm trying to say though, I do agree with you, right? Because you got different promotions, you got different entities, right? UFC is just basically USC, right? Dana White promoting, right? He has a deal with YouTube, right? What I'm saying is boxing has done such a bad job of promoting itself, right? How many of you would like to go into a channel and see a fight coming up in a couple of weeks' time on YouTube, click in your thing, and it gets stuck in your heads, right? How many people would that there bring to the sport of boxing if that happened every time they clicked on a YouTube channel and you saw Regis Prograis versus Cepeda or Chocolatito versus Estrada, right? Coming up this weekend.
Let me ask you this.
Like,
Brian, do you think that
as a casual, I'm talking about.
Do you think that Matchroom is doing a good job promoting the sport of boxing?
I don't think none of these promotions is doing a great job of promoting the sport of boxing.
Do you think that the UFC is doing a great job of promoting the sport of MMA?
I think they're doing a better job than boxing, but they're one-sided in
it's a smaller thing, right? They're big. What you're describing is what? Yeah, you're describing one organization who's a big fish in a small pond versus trying to get like. Yeah, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
I think there's another factor. Now I'm strictly Brian. For you specifically, and Jimmy, I think I'm addressing from the American perspective, right? Because I'm not going to pretend to know the exacts of how it works over there. And I know Eddie Hearn is a younger guy, but I also know he's a scion, right, of his father Barry Hearn, who I remember quite well, right?
Yeah, I hit a Barry.
So here's what I'm getting at. Here's what I'm getting at, though. I think another factor, at least to an extent, or certainly in America, a factor for UFC versus boxing is UFC is, for however old and unhip he might be, Dana White is younger and hipper than fucking Bob Arum or anybody else we got over here running things.
Yeah. No, I
understand Eddie's young. I understand Eddie would be the exception, maybe.
All I'm saying,
you guys explain it. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is boxing's not utilizing the most basic thing we have today to promote itself, and that's the internet.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
because okay. So the idea that boxing would promote itself, there is no boxing doesn't promote itself. A promotional company who works in boxing would promote itself.
Well, they're not even doing a good job of that.
Golden Boy promoted his fights. Like boxing doesn't promote itself. There is no such thing as like boxing promoting itself.
Well, I remember turning on my TV back in the late 90s, early 2000s, right? And Sky Sports would show a fight 2 weeks prior to a fight being on, right, here in the UK. And I'm talking about American cards, and I'm also talking about British cards, right? They would promote the fighters. And when I watch Sky Sports nowadays, they don't do that. They don't even get to that point.
Well, what they do is they'll just say they have Matchroom Boxing, and that's the closest thing you can get if you have an exclusive deal with the promotional company. But the idea that like boxing is ever promoted, like it that literally can't be a thing. Like MMA doesn't even promote itself. Really,
it's like 1 a.m. in the morning.
Hang on.
1 a.m. Saturday morning.
The point is this. Really, what I'm telling you is this. What gets promoted in boxing? What gets promoted in boxing is fighters and fights. That's what gets promoted. That's it. The UFC can just promote its own brand. God damn it, guys! The way the UFC can just promote its own brand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're talking about
1 a.m. 1 a.m. Saturday mornings here. Back in the old Saturday, Sky used to show US fights, right? Those fights were promoted 2 weeks prior. 2 weeks prior to just say, right, when Bernard Hopkins fought when Bernard Hopkins fought De La Hoya, right? That fight was promoted 2 weeks prior to like on Sky 2 weeks prior to the fight happening. Right, other fights too used to happen with Mike Tyson as well. Right, Mike Tyson used to fight when other fighters used to fight. I remember Winky Wright versus Trinidad. I remember that fight probably 10 days prior was near enough on every Sky fucking ad. Right? Tune in at 1 a.m. Saturday morning, right, to watch the fight. Right, so they don't even do that anymore. That's all I'm talking about, right?
They used to be on some bullshit, Brian. Check this out, right? This is how slick Howard Cosell and ABC would be, right? So I'll just use like Thrill in Manila as a random example, right? They do this shit for the advertising, like you're talking about, in the week leading up to the weekend when they would show a replay, right?
Yeah.
It'd be Howard Cosell live this Saturday on Wide World of Sports. You will see in its entirety the replay. But you notice how he led it with the word live.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but no, these fights were live when I watched them. But I'm just saying.
But within like a week or so of the time that they happened, and like you said, they got advertised the shit out of them.
Yeah, they advertised the shit out of them. And what I knew from that, there, right, that they didn't, they weren't breaking record views, but they did good enough views that Sky did that for years, right? They promoted fights from. I think it was basically HBO, only with the same fights HBO were showing, but it was Sky commentators over the top of it,
Yeah, dude.
It was an international version of it. But
first it was I want to say it was BBC originally, right? Where you'd either have Reg Gutteridge, because I've got a lot of British versions of these fights, Brian, where it's either Reg Gutteridge or what's my man's Harry Carpenter?
Harry Carpenter,
right, on a lot of it. Harry Carpenter, for example, does Rumble in the Jungle, all right? Anyways. Yeah. The point being, though, that these are, and also, by the way, they're like completely reverse camera angles. They're not even just different commentary; they're different camera angles.
Yeah, different camera angles. Yeah, because I remember watching the fight. I remember watching Manny Pacquiao versus Marquez Free. Right, and I watched it on Box Nation. I'm not sure if it was on BT Sports or Box Nation. Right, one of those two channels. And the next day, you go to download the fight on YouTube, right? So I went to download the fight on YouTube, and I got the HBO, and it was absolutely different camera angles.
Right. There's and like sequences will look so because boxing being the way it is, sometimes sequences will look completely different from one.
I watched the fight. I watched the fight in BT Sports, and I saw the fight one way, and then the next day I watched the fight the other way, right? And it was a completely different, and I saw things different from the second camera angle, right? That was the third Marquez Pacquiao fight, right? Nice. But I remember that distinctively, right? But I'm just saying, right, that they used to promote these fights on Sky.
Yes.
You know, they don't even do that now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Boston's done a poor job of promoting itself.
It used to be the same way over here, man. Up through, I would say, at least the mid '90s, you would have you'd have your pay-per-view, right? And then within about a week, 1 to 2 weeks time, during which they'd advertise the shit out of it. For example, the first, I want to say, Ruddock Tyson fight, right?
Yeah.
That was an example of one that, after like a week after the fact, they showed that on, they were still doing that. They showed it on ABC. Okay. This is all integral to the whole thing. It's all integral to the whole thing.
Yeah.
You have to find that, boxing's going to have to find that, that broad bandwidth that it used to have back when there was only 3 stations. And then, like you said, it's going to have to, remember how to promote the crap out of itself.
Yeah, even that, it hasn't done that. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, there's different promotions and all that there, right? But at least promote the fight like 10 days prior to the fight. Get people interested, get people talking about it. Because I think they brought a lot of casual fans back then to boxing back then, right? And people actually saw some good fights. Not great fights, but people saw some good fights, right?
Or and even if they don't go to where, if they don't go to showing most of these fights live on YouTube, go back, make sure you post them up within like a week, it within like a week, and you know what I mean, and promote it like you say. Instead of waiting a year, what is pretty, fair play. PBC will post its fights up, but it waits a long time. It's no, bro. You need to give us that shit like a week after after your actual broadcast. Or something.
Yeah, it's not even that difficult, right? For me, right? I understand, right? You got different promotions, you got different entities in the sport of boxing, different. Right, like PBC, you got the Zone, you got promote your fighters and promote your fights. That's all I'm asking you to do, right? And if you have to use general TV to do that, if you have to go on YouTube to spam ads to do that, something like that there, right? Do something. Try to get some more eyes, casual eyes on the sport of boxing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because casual eyes become smart eyes, right? They watch the sport and they pick up things, and they learn more things. They listen to experts when I wouldn't call the people now who are commentating on these fights experts, but they're listening to people explain the sport of boxing, right? And they pick up things.
Yeah, you turn casuals into hardcores.
Yeah, you turn casuals not into even hardcore, but you turn casual into curious fans, where they actually pick up things from boxing, right? And they tell people, this is a good fight. This is a good fight. And the more people say this would be a good fight, you should tune in for that. Because I was telling people, right? I was telling people the weekend that Prograis versus Zepeda was a fight I was looking forward to. And I know a couple of people stayed up to watch that, and the fight ended at 6 a.m. here, right?
There you go.
It was 6:03 a.m. when Prograis knocked him out. Because I remember looking at my phone, I picked up my phone, and it was 6:03 a.m.
No, see, that's another thing. That's a good point too, Brian. Whatever getting it right might mean, as soon as sport starts getting it right, people like you and I are going to be going over to all of our casual sports friends, our dad's houses, right, and telling them, no. Yeah, they're finally getting the shit right. You need to pay attention to this, that, or the other fucking fight that's coming. You know what I mean? And,
I think the problem is the reason why the UFC boomed so much Because they kept it simple, you know. They put on tournament-styled events, and when the fans were demanding fights, they put them on. When you deliver quality of product consistently, you develop a very fast customer fan base, right?
And they also promoted it well. That's you know.
So boxing, even though the promotion, I mean, look, I just think they need to put on better fights. That's it. Like, we could talk about the promotion and the free angle, and that is a valid point. But I mean, a lot of these mega fights, they're just not happening. I think that's one of the major issues.
No, I also agree with that, right? But maybe, right, if they could get more fans into these normal fights, they get more fans watching these normal fights, then maybe making these bigger fights might be easier because people know that they'll get views off it, and people, these fighters will know they can make more money off it, right? The reason why Canelo fights has been so easy to make is because they've been guaranteed money off the rip, right? When you fight Gervonta Tank Davis, and you're offered so much money off pay-per-view buys, maybe that might not be interested to you because you think to yourself, well, how many pay-per-view buys are we going to get? Because they have done such a poor job of promoting their fighters. I honestly believe that. If they promoted boxing better and they promoted their fighters better, maybe these major fights would be easier to make.
The sport as a whole has been promoted.
I think you're just unless you're gonna get two guys who are able to promote themselves, you would get that one fight. But boxing has a bigger issue. Boxing is the entertainment business, and you have to be. And these guys today are not really entertainers. Like Muhammad Ali was a fucking entertainer. Sugar Ray Leonard was an entertainer. Like, who are the entertainers, right? Like, even Canelo Alvarez is kind of fucking boring.
That's not his fault. I don't understand the word you know. Except for get the fuck out of here, man. That's the only thing Canelo ever said that I understood.
Yeah, do that. He'll be for Messi. He'll cuss Andrade out. He'll lock horns with Golovkin on the face-off. Literally butt heads.
Yeah, he was already like a Hall of Famer when he did all that shit, and all of that was fucking boring. And it was fucking boring too. Like, none of that shit was believable. All it seemed like was like duck moves and like being mad at the wrong person and all this fucking weird shit.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Hang on, I'm pretty sure when he
all that shit was pretty fucking
when he slapped.
What duck move? Hold on, Mr. Duck, hold on, Mr. Duck, Mr. Duck, hold on.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Smoke? What made who look bad? What duck moves?
Right. So all of those dudes, like, nobody wanted to see the Triple G fight to begin, Triple G3 to begin with. So him being mad at Triple G was just fucking cringe. Like, him, like, people wanted him to see. So people wanted him to see Andrade, for him to fight Andrade. So him saying like, "Oh, I'm not gonna fight you because you suck," like, this kind of cringe. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Billy Joe, though.
It doesn't ingrate. It doesn't ingrate. What?
Smoke. This is the problem. No. I see what you're saying. Me personally, I want the Andrade fight. Not so much now though, because I mean, it's just a different environment now, landscape. But I think, a couple of years ago, I definitely want the fight. I feel like with the Billy Joe fight, I feel like that was more relevant than Andrade, right? Billy Joe, that was a 3-belt unification. Billy Joe is just as accomplished, if not more accomplished.
I don't necessarily disagree. Like, I'm not here for that one. I'm not mad at it. Like, if Billy Joe Saunders is more relevant, I'm just saying that if a guy is calling you out, is coming up to you, and there's people who want to see you fight that guy, and just wanted to see you fight that guy at like multiple divisions, like, you telling him that he hasn't fought anybody and he sucks, isn't like, that's not sufficient.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're just making an excuse.
Yeah, but do you think
don't have to
Andrade wearing the shirt?
keep not fighting the guy.
Okay, but do you think Demetrius Andrade wearing a shirt the night before at the event with Canelo Fears Boo Boo, or calling him a bitch during his last press conference? Do you think that might have been the reason why Canelo snapped on him?
If that's the kind of thing that you're into, but for me, like I said, I don't think the problem of boxing promotion is solved by Canelo calling Andrade a bitch. But that's really that's the state of affairs. That's my entire fucking point to you. Is that, like, that is like the high point of his promotional fucking career, is calling a guy a bitch that we want to see him fight, not cuss out.
Yeah, but who is we though, Smoke? I want to see him fight Billy Joe.
The people who've been waiting to see this fucking fight since they're at 154 together. Like, you want to list of names?
I want to see. If he's fighting Billy Joe. If he's fighting Bivol, a champion at 175, or unifying him with Billy Joe, a champion at 168, who are also undefeated champions, who also Olympians.
I don't know why this is it's not an either.
Who also have negative
It
style.
wasn't like, but it's also not an either or situation.
Yeah,
it's not an either or. It's not like. But here's the thing: people wanted to see the Andrade fight, and they've been waiting for that fight way longer and way more than they've been waiting for the Billy Joe Saunders fight. Am I mad at him taking the Billy Joe Saunders fight? Of course not. But this is not about that. This is about talking about how boxing promotion is in the shitter.
No,
and then your example of the boxing promotion not being in the shitter is Canelo Alvarez cussing out a guy.
Smoke in the UK, bro. I'm being honest. The British fans, right? They wanted the Billy Joe fight because that's like the British Andrade, I guess, for them, right? So
I don't know why you keep bringing up Billy Joe Saunders. Nobody's saying it's not an either or situation. It's a false dichotomy. It's a really weird thing that it's either Billy Joe or Andrade.
One guy can't do everything. Floyd Mayweather never fought Keith Thurman, Errol Spence. He never fought a younger version of Pacquiao. He never fought Paul Williams. He never fought Margarito. He never fought Costa Zoo.
What does that have to do with boxing promotion? What does this have to do with boxing promotion?
He never fought Sergio Martin. No, you're questioning Canelo's resume, right? And
I'm talking about boxing promotion. We're talking about boxing promotion.
Okay. So boxing promotion.
We're not talking about Canelo's resume, bro.
I remember
a guy gate crashed his press conference, right? A guy that has a history of being disrespectful to him, and Canelo cussed him out and told him to leave. I don't get what he did wrong, though. I don't get it.
I remember when Floyd Mayweather was tipped the fight.
Smoke, it was promotion because the video had about 7 million hits. Smoke, the video's got about 7 million hits on it.
Okay, awesome. Did you think that saved boxing? We didn't even get to fight, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
I just want to see Andre fight someone more pulse.
Yeah, but so Smoke. Clearly, the Caleb Plant undisputed fight was that not more relevant though?
More relevant than what? More relevant than what?
You said we didn't get the fight, so it wasn't relevant, right? And
right. My point was, again, what wasn't relevant is him cussing him out. If you want to see a fight, him cussing him out is who gives a fuck? You want to see a fight, not somebody cuss somebody out.
Smoke, he was one step away from becoming undisputed with Caleb Plant.
Awesome.
Was he supposed to
what does that
walk away
have to
from
do
that
with
fight
anything?
Andrade?
Again, if somebody's asking for a fight and you cuss him out, I don't know how that saves boxing promotion.
No, I said it got a lot of media buzz though. The clip went viral.
Awesome.
I mean,
they wanted a fight, bro. Like if a fight happened, then I would understand how you're saying they use that to promote the fight. But we didn't get a fight. All we got is him deflecting from a fight and fighting somebody else.
Yeah, but fighting Caleb Plant for undisputed was more relevant.
Who gives a fuck, bro? We're talking about boxing promotion. So great. Yeah. He fought Caleb Plant. If you're saying that he used Andrade's name to fucking promote the Caleb Plant fight, okay, fine. That's still one fucking fight. And it still doesn't make Canelo more interesting. Like it's still, he's still fucking boring. It's still goddamn terrible fucking boxing.
I mean, a lot of people enjoyed it, Smoke. A lot of people disagree with you. Because a lot of people kept, I mean, it was on Twitter.
Okay, did any of those people want to see the Andrade fight? And was any one of those people who wanted to see the Andrade fight satisfied with the fact that Canelo just cussed him out instead?
I don't think
I'm an Andrade fan though, bro. But I'm just saying that
were you satisfied with him just cussing him out?
Well, Andrade and Canelo going back and forth.
Instead of getting the fight, were you satisfied with instead of getting a fight, you were just satisfied with them going back and forth?
I mean, it was a bit of WWE entertainment. That was it. I mean,
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask if it was entertaining or not. I said, were you satisfied as a person who wanted to see a fight? Was that a reasonable fucking replacement? Or was that a reasonable substitute for a fight? Them cussing each other out in fucking social media.
Well, him fighting Caleb Plant was a reasonable replacement.
Again, if you want to see the Andrade fight,
that was the next fight.
Again, man, listen, I can't go around and around with you about like really straightforward questions, and you're being like unnecessarily weaselly about it. I don't get it.
No. You're saying so he should have fought.
No, I'm asking you like a straight fucking question. Were you satisfied as a person who wanted to see Andrade versus Canelo? Was it a reasonable substitute for them to just cuss each other out instead? Were you satisfied?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay, great, awesome. That's my point.
Okay. I thought you meant he should have fought him next instead of undisputed with Caleb Plant. That was my point. Yeah. Andrade got some buzz off it. I mean, when you're in a video that's got 9 million hits, I mean, it's
I just want to see Andre fight someone more pulse. That's it.
Yeah, me and you both.
I don't think Andre deserves to fight one of the top fighters anyway. Who the fuck is the guy fought?
Well, Brian, I think it was me and you, or at least, weren't you there when we watched him fight? What's his name? Liam. Yeah. And he won, but he like I said, man, that fighter in decline.
That was a very entertaining fight. You know, for all the fans that say Demetrius Andrade is boring.
No, but it was. But Jimmy, it was entertaining for all the wrong reasons. It was entertaining because he was making incredibly basic mistakes. Brian, am I wrong when I say he made? Hang on. I want time. I want to get Brian because he's a pro as far as I'm concerned here. Did he or did he not make basic fundamental mistakes against Liam?
Oh, no, Andrade's always had a bit of a wild style. When Andrade lets combinations go, he also
even his movement. He was consistently moving to his right into, or I'm sorry, to his left, right into fucking Liam's fucking power hand the whole night.
Look,
it was maddening.
Crazy pressure fight. Look, when Danny Jacobs fought Selecki, right? They had a very tough fight. Andrade schooled him. Akabov had a very controversial fight with Billy Joe. Demetrius Andrade blew him out the water. Vanas Matarazzi, a lot of people thought beat Erislandy Lara. Demetrius Andrade outboxed him soundly. So I think he's definitely got a lot of skill.
That was my fight, though, but you know. That was my fight.
Andre.
That is true, but Andrade, here's my thing.
A champion.
Yeah, that's where I was going, 150. This is where I'm going.
I haven't fought in a long time, man.
Yeah, this is where I'm going with it.
Andre hasn't fought an active champion, bro. This guy is all his fights with fucking vacant belts, bro. All of them.
No, 150. Yes, he fought Jack Koke.
No, stop it. Jack Koke. Andrade is a fighter. Here's the thing. Andrade is a fighter in decline. What has he done in boxing? Jimmy, he's a fighter in decline.
Your strap. He gave his belt away, bro.
Yeah, for nothing. For nothing.
Andre, Andre, right? For me, is the biggest waste of talent in boxing over the last 20 years.
Yep.
I 100% believe that. Anyone can come argue with me on that, right? For me, right, he's done nothing.
Before he pulled out the Zach Parker fight, I would agree with you. Because when he didn't fight Johnny Beck, I had no problem because I thought, he's moving up. He's to fight Zach Parker for the interim belt. And Habakam Canelo's mandatory. When he pulled out of that fight, I don't know why he did that. That was a fucking career suicide for me. Because I don't know what he does now.
He spent the majority of his life pulling out of fights that are close.
Here's the sad thing about Andrade. Andrade is he's an example of a fighter. He's not in decline because of the mileage. He's in decline because of the lack of mileage, because he didn't have the necessary developmental fights. Ever. He never had those. Andrade has never had those real sharpening steel moments. And that's why when he's fighting a guy like Liam Williams, who, and frankly, talent-wise, Brian, you tell me if I'm wrong, he ought to just blow him away. He should have stopped him in about 6 rounds.
100%.
He should no.
Why did Charlo go life and death in Montiel, though? A cab driver.
For the same fucking reason, because Charlo don't fight nobody to sharpen the skills.
And Charlo fights once every, what?
That too.
Every 14 months or something like that there?
Yeah, less than once a year.
Yeah, right. These fighters ain't nothing to hold up to and go, well, I want to follow the way their careers are going, right? As a fighter, right? These names are big on social media and all that. They're bullshit, right? The one fighter who could probably get sponsorships today is probably Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, he's got
on a social media platform. That's it. And it's nothing to do with boxing.
No. You forgot Chris Eubank Jr. Chris Eubank Jr. just signed a new sponsorship deal with KFC.
Yeah. I'm talking about. Yeah. Well, yeah.
No, I'm not trolling though. It's true though.
I don't.
You don't see his leather jacket though at the press conference.
I don't really rate.
Right. But at the same time,
Chris Eubank
think about this. Think about this.
I've been bored in his last 3 fights.
So let's see. At 22, Oscar. 22.
Brian, you better have your 20 quid ready.
Yeah.
Brian, you better have your 25 quid ready.
Hang on. So Ryan is what? 20? How old?
People.
24, 25.
Okay, by 25, Oscar De La Hoya had done what? I think he was at least a 2-weight champion.
Yeah.
And a gold medalist.
Right. Right.
That's not fair. Not everyone's a golden boy, though. Not everyone's a golden boy.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia came out and said, I don't give it about belts, right? Which really, I don't understand, I don't understand. He's never held a belt.
Davis said it too, bro.
Who said?
Tank Davis, he said the same thing. He said, "Fuck the
Because
belts."
he's never held a he's never held a he's never held me a belt.
Yeah, the regular.
No, hey, listen. Either Tank Davis is either a 3-time champ at 130, or he's a 3-division champ. But he's definitely held the belt.
Yeah, he
held one real belt.
Yeah,
He's held
at least 2 real belts. I think he held like, wasn't he the WBC guy at 132? Was he just a WBA twice?
No. He was the IBF, I think.
I know it's the IBF. I know it's the IBF, but I'm asking, was he WBC?
Yeah, because the one he beat Pedraza for was the legit title, and he had one of the
that's IBF. WBAs. I'm pretty sure that's IBF.
Yeah, that was an IBF, and then he had a WBA title that was legit. I can't remember.
Okay, so he's had 2 WBAs. So then he's had 2 WBAs.
No, that was a baby belt.
No, one of the WBAs.
No, he was a
WBAs.
Miguel Cotto's fighter won the super belt, but the WBA did some bullshit and they switched the statuses. I remember that.
Well, whatever. All I'm saying is,
by hook or by crook, he had the super title.
He's had 2 legit titles. The WBA super, he got off of the IBF. And then I think he got the WBA, and I think
he got the WBA one through fuckery, but he got it nonetheless.
Look, Tank's never had a real belt.
No, he had the real belt. He had the real belt.
He got the real belt off of Pedraza. He got another real belt off of Santa Cruz, and he got another real belt off of somebody else once he lost the belt.
No, that wasn't real. No, one of them was fake. One of them was a regular belt.
Well, no. The one he got from Jezreel Corrales was real, but I think it was Corrales.
Is that Jezreel Corrales had the super belt? There's no way Tank can.
But they stripped it from him and gave it to Tank. Remember, I'm not saying it's right.
No, they didn't strip it from him. Miguel Cotto's dude. No, what was his name? Miguel Cotto's fighter from Puerto Rico, the one that knocked out Corrales. He got
okay. Well, then they stripped it from him. My point is, they took it from somebody and gave it to Tank.
No, they didn't strip it, bro. He lost on the scale.
Oh, okay. Well, they gave it. The point is, they gave it to Tank.
Really, the point is, he's been the champion, the main champion, with the recognized title, in at least at 130 pounds. He's a 3-time champion at 130. Or he's a 3-division champion if you consider the WBA world title.
It's 2 times.
No. Smokey's a 2-time champion at 130 because I just told you Jezreel Corrales missed weight, but the dude that put him to sleep won that belt, the super belt.
Machado.
Machado.
Yeah. Machado. That's
Machado
who it was.
won the super belt.
And then they took it from Machado and gave it to Tank.
Oh, but that's some fucking horse shit, man. Like, come on, you beat a bomb.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's right. I'm telling you what happened is what happened.
Look, this is the main point. Tank Davis has never fought a top fighter in any division. At 30, it was Lomachenko. He didn't fight him.
Let's not change the argument.
It was. I mean, look, the dude's just not it, man. He's not the goods.
I did think he struggled with Santa Cruz or not. Isaac Cruz.
Anyway, it's a bullshit statement to make, but it's at least has some valid. It has a little bit more. It has a little bit more weight because Tank, has proven more than goddamn Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia has had 0, but he's had an interim title. That's it.
Dude, Ryan Garcia proves that mid-level.
Ryan Garcia is also 23, and Tank is 29. Smoke. Ryan Garcia is 23. Tank is 29.
Okay, so what does that mean? You're supposed to say stupid shit and get away with it when you're young?
And be shitty?
Well, when Tank Davis beat the fuck out of a pregnant woman.
Yeah, but I got you. Yeah, listen, this is not. If you want to make if your next argument is about who is the worst character
champion. Listen, when Tank was calling Devin Haney an email champion while he's holding the regular.
That was Teofimo Lopez.
No, that's Tank Davis. The clip is on
anyway, but bro, you got to stop with the deflection, man. It's just really weird. We can't get through a really simple conversation. Tank Davis has been a champion. Ryan Garcia has not.
But
we all agree, right? That Tank Davis has done more. Tank Davis has done more than Ryan Garcia. That's not a very high bar.
Not even close. Not even debatable. Not even debatable.
That's not a very high bar, though.
Hang on,
it's comeback fight. I'd say Javier Fortuna and Luke Campbell are just as good as, I don't know, washed up Gamboa, a bum in Barrios. I think they're comparable, their resumes.
Oh, not Gamboa, man. Come on.
Who's the Leo Santa Cruz on there?
Dude,
who's the Leo Santa Cruz on Ryan Garcia's resume?
Okay, so you think Leo Santa Cruz will beat Ryan Garcia? Okay, well,
what I asked was who was it? Ryan Garcia? That's not what I
he has
said.
to prove. He has
I
to
said,
prove
I said, who is the Leo Santa Cruz? Because we were comparing resumes, not talking about who's going to win a fight. We're comparing resumes. Who is the Leo Santa Cruz on Ryan Garcia's resume?
Ryan Garcia didn't bully a bantamweight. Okay, I mean, what's the point?
Who is the name? Please name the name.
I don't give credit for bullshit fights.
Is it Dogbo? No, it's not Dog. I mean to go. Not Dog.
Okay, no. I got better. Okay, no. I got it. No, Smoke. I got this. I got Smoke. I got this.
Cuellar.
Okay, no. Who are the name us? Give us the top 4 names on Ryan Garcia's resume.
Sure.
The top 4 names on Ryan's resume. Top 4.
Depression.
No, not you, Brian. No help.
Ryan Garcia.
Hey, hold on. We got Major
Ryan
Key
Garcia
on the
just
panel.
Man's gonna put himself on his own resume, right?
Yo, we got Major Key on the panel, bro. You
Oh
gotta
shit!
get your shit off, bro.
I feel bad. I didn't see him.
Hey, listen, man. I'm fresh off a body, yo. I know how Smoke. You know how that feels, right? When you come fresh off a body into a new channel and shit like that, you feeling like, yo, you know what I mean? You wearing the trinkets and all that shit. Bro,
feels like breathing to me.
Huh?
Feels like breathing to me.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? I feel you on that, man. Shit, you know. I just came off the World Combat channel. This dude had no fucking idea what the fuck he was talking about. He was talking about a bunch of hypotheticals, made no points at all. Everything we try to flip it into a different conversation about different fighters.
Whose channel though? Whose channel
was that? World Combat. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with Scotty, yeah. So so I was on World Combat, yeah, but it was this dude, Captain Chaos or some shit. And,
Ryan Garcia's biggest opponent though is his depression.
Oh no! Seriously.
That's a hell of a fight opponent. Like, listen, depression.
Well, I mean, you guys are out here defending the dude that's being pregnant.
I want to know. I want to know.
You guys are on here defending the dude that's trying to run over a pregnant woman. I don't know what to tell you guys.
No, see, deflecting, Jimmy. Don't stop deflecting and answer a direct question directly. What? Just give us your opinion. Who were the top 4 wins on Ryan Garcia's resume? And
Mr. Doc, in the words of The Rock, I don't answer to you.
Well, you just answered our question.
Exactly. You don't have
top 3 wins.
No, I'm good. It's okay.
No, I got it. If you want to assassinate Tank's character, cool. But we're talking about comparative resumes, not who's going to win like Jesus Christ fucking award of the year. Like, that's not what we're talking about.
I'll tell you. Listen, Luke Campbell, Javier Fortuna.
Okay.
And who the fuck was that?
Yeah, 2 more.
Who's an African bum he beat up?
You're talking about To Go.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, what are Tank's top 3 opponents?
No, one more. No, I'm not saying that.
He ran out.
Let's get to that.
A bantamweight and Gamboa.
Give us one more.
Just answer LT real quick. LT, it was that dude, Captain Chaos. Just so you know, bro, that was easy work, bro. You should go over there and body him too. LT, whenever you got some time, whenever you got free time, LT, you know what I mean? Just go body him too. Everybody can body him.
That's what I do. I body Smoke every day. It feels good, man. And I know it feels, Major Key. You know when you catch an easy body like Smoke.
Okay. I don't know why everybody needs my body on their resume, man.
We're still waiting on number 4, man. Come on,
I don't want to body someone, right? I'd rather teach someone, you know, if they don't know anything about boxing, you know. I see it as a teachable moment.
You gotta body them, bro. If they don't want to learn, bro, you just gotta give them the fucking 3-step fucking, you know, the touch of death. You know what I mean? That's it.
Well, here's the thing. Like, sometimes you body them, sometimes you teach them, sometimes you body them and teach them. Right? It is what it is.
I don't like the word bodying them though.
I don't either. I think the whole thing's fucking stupid. I never understood it. Like, I remember when I was on DJF and they kept saying this shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Anyway,
man, I love that shit, bro. I love that shit. I'm from the Bronx. I love the word body. That's it.
Here, I see it as different levels, right? If I was arguing with Mark on anything, right, on anything historical in boxing, right, the guy would kill me, right? Like he would literally kill me, right? So I take that there as, okay, I'm learning from the guy, right? I actually listen to what he says, and I try to, right?
Well, you learn and still body somebody, like, yay, and you can teach them and body them, right? I mean, the thing, and whatever.
I don't know, right? When I listen to someone who's smarter than me, I actually try to listen and learn, right? Because
And I would be facetious. I'm not. I would prefer to educate somebody, but the thing is, the guy is a fucking complete fool. He didn't know about boxing, and so I had to fucking body him, bro. And I'm proud of the fact that it was easy work. Just put it like that. But in his mind, he had to continue talking about me after I had to leave. Which I told him, yo, I'm leaving. I gotta go to the store. I got no time for you anymore. I'm going. So when I left, he kept talking about me. You know what I mean? So it is what it is.
Well, Major Key, you should have known that was going to be the score.
I know it was.
We know it ain't right, but you know.
Yeah, I think you talk about something when they're off the panel than when they're on, right?
It is what it is.
No, it is what it is, right? But I just see it as, trying to teach someone, because maybe my point of view is something they didn't think about, That's
see, with me, my thing is this though. This Oxford university education isn't free, so that's why I body him, bro. It's not free to go to Oxford University, is it? So that's why I'm just smoking it. He's always going to be my grandfather, but I got to educate him, I got to school him, I got to expose him. And I'll be honest, man. At this point, I'm gonna claim him on my taxes because I send him day in and day out.
Yeah, I try to teach. I don't know. When I talk to a casual fan, I try. Right, because I'm not the smartest on here, right? But we're talking about strategy of fighters, boxing styles. I know my shit, but the history of boxing, I admit I'm not the most thing on that, right? I know enough, but it's not my bag, Right, I'll be the first one. And I always say when I say something, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, it's my opinion. I don't mean I'm right, don't mean I'm wrong. It's just my opinion. If you know what I mean.
The beautiful thing about you, Brian, is I'm going to be honest with you. You always talk with intelligence, though. Let's be honest, guys. We all know that Brian Harkin, if you invite him to a conversation, he's going to talk with insight about actual boxing. He's going to give his opinion as well if we ask for his opinion, but he's going to fucking talk facts. But when you're talking to a bunch of fools online that don't even have any insight at all, and they just giving opinions, it just sounds foolish, bro. It's an easy victory when you're having a boxing discussion.
Major Key, did you ever watch that movie, The Big Lebowski?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay,
yeah,
check it. Hear me out.
Right?
No, hear me out. No, Big Lebowski, where the bowling with the bowling.
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah. Okay, now these, you know what these cats are? They're motherfucking Donnie. All right, Donnie, shut the fuck up. You have no frame of reference. You're like a kid walking into the middle of a movie, asking what the fuck's going on. All right, you got no frame of reference, right?
Doc, are you a Judas Priest, Doc?
No, I am a fan of Zen Buddhist koans, but I would never ever once think.
I actually am. I actually am a Judas Priest, and I can marry you if you ever,
That's awesome. That's awesome. If I ever go insane and decide, I want to fucking get married again. If I completely lose my shit and do that,
and I give Smoke his props too, because I've argued with him for over the last
Smoke's awesome. Smoke's fantastic, man.
Yeah. It takes a really intellectual guy to get into a real conversation where I have to stumble over my words. You know what I'm saying? And Smoke is probably one of those few people that will have me like, okay, well, hold on, what the fuck did he just say? I gotta dig deep into that one. What the fuck?
Smoke makes it work.
I know I do the same to him whether he admits it or not, but it's always a great debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Smoke.
That's my praise.
One thing about Smoke, right, is if he asks you a question, if you veer off the question,
he'll get
say, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because I get confused, man. I'm like, I'm getting the answer to my question. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, wait. That don't have shit to do with what we're talking about.
But if you veer off the question, right? Just say you're going somewhere to try to get back to where you were, right? You're using an example for whatever. You go, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, my man's like Star Wars. Stay on target. Stay on target. No.
Just stay on target, right? But sometimes you have to get off target to find the target.
Well, all right. So here's really what I find strange in my communication with a bunch of people is them giving me examples where you don't need to. Like if you made your point, like I understand your.
I don't need. I think your mic fell.
Oh shit! Is my mic up?
There you go. Now you came back now. Came back now.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, shit, yeah, no. Yeah, like it's weird. Like people give you examples when like when you already understand their point. Say like, why the fuck you give me an example to a point I already get?
Yeah,
bro, you do that shit every time I'm bothering you in a fucking
bro. No. Come on now. That's because Smoke. You know that's because none of us are fucking psychic. And at the end of the day, it's all about, like, yeah. So,
hang on. That's what you guys gotta understand. Never take nothing personal. Never take nothing personal.
Human but you're not wrong. Wait, hold up. A lot of human communication is verification of that which is most likely already known. That's
yeah, but Smoke is a politician, though.
That's between you and him.
He knows that, bro. He knows he's an excellent politician, bro. He's gonna make you question what the fuck you just said. He knows what he's doing.
No.
I like to have constructive conversations, like just conversations that don't go fucking anywhere, or like belabor a fucking point, or beat a dead horse. Like shit, that shit just this annoying, right? For me, it is.
Yeah.
No, I get that. Sometimes I have to veer off to find my point, or to make my point relevant.
I just hate it. I just hate it when there's universal agreement. That's when it becomes boring for me.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I hit that too, right? I would rather talk to people who actually know their shit on boxing than people who don't.
Well, no, I mean, or how about people that know their shit enough to just like come, even if they don't believe it, they can come up with a counter argument to make the goddamn conversation.
I'm still just looking for the answer to my question of like why Canelo should keep the belts. Like I'm like
Well, okay, but then
asking the question for you imposing it, but
maybe they didn't think of it or something. He stripped Josh Taylor, didn't he? So you are correct, right? He should have to face some sort of mandatory to keep his belts. But yeah, no, you are correct. The fact is that he has been a very active fighter, and his last fight at 168 was against Triple G. So he has fought recently in that type of what he's fought in the last 3-4 months. That's he is. His activity might be the reason, and if he is coming off an injury, right, and he is injured right now, right, and he's going to fight twice next year or whatever it is. Right, you can't, fighters get injured, people get injured all the time in sports.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Yeah, I'm not mad at him being injured. It's not.
I'm not mad at that.
But Brian, hang on. Now, Brian, if he decides to fight Bivol for the WBA at 175,
but let Brian finish though. Hey, Doc, let him finish.
Make him. Okay,
before you go, but let's let him finish because I feel like he was going somewhere. We always interrupt Brian. Let's let him finish.
I'm not right. Basically, I'm saying right, like. Do we take belts off fighters like if it's a long-term injury, right? If it's like a few months, just say 3-4 months, and he's back fighting maybe 2 months after that, 2 months after that, right? Is it really a reason to take the belt off?
That's why you guys are bringing up activity. All right, so I'm not talking about stripping him. I'm talking about why doesn't Canelo relinquish the belt? Why is he keeping them? Not why is there people stripping him? Because like when I talk about this Canelo thing and being the face of boxing and all this stuff, and you start talking about how active it is, it's kind of like if you're getting set up with a blind date and you ask how good if she's good looking, and they start talking about how funny she is. It's like, okay, I didn't ask you that shit. It's starting to make me think like you think she's fucking ugly, but she's funny.
Okay, are you suggesting? Hang on, are you suggesting he vacate? Hang on,
are you suggesting she a woman?
No.
I'm comparing the idea of like this weird like this space that we're talking about his activity when I'm literally talking about him being the face of boxing and moving the sport forward, like what the responsibility of the face of boxing is, and then you start giving me reasons why we call him the face of boxing. Cool, I already called him the face of boxing.
Like, right. So hang on, smoke.
That's just like
I want to ask. I got a question. Like. Are you saying then? Is what you're saying then more along the lines of Canoli ought to vacate some of these belts to, for lack of a better term, artificially create dance partners?
Well, not just artificially create dance partners. It's the way dance partners are created. Like, listen, say what the fuck you will about Robert the Ghost Guerrero, but he fought an old ass fucking dude and he had a fucking belt. That's what they say about him. They talk about guys being champions. If you're not fighting these fucking guys, like the reason why they even fucking give Canelo's run any fucking relevancy at all is because they were champions. When you talk about Floyd Mayweather's career, it's not just who he fought, it's also how many champions he fought.
You know, there's not many fighters going to fight as many champions, but you got to admit, right? If you're talking about back in the 90s and the early 2000s, right? There's far more belts today to be a fucking champion than there was back then, right? So it's easier to fight champions today, or it should be easier to fight champions today. It should be easier to get a fight with champion today because there's so many belts in each fucking division, right?
Well, but it's also like the only guy who's ever get like so. All right, so here's the thing, is that Canelo is in the unique position to be the face of boxing and undisputed, right?
Yeah.
Like those two things that hasn't really happened since maybe Lennox Lewis was probably like the last guy.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Right. It's been fucking bleons.
1999.
Yeah. So, but even Lennox Lewis was still crafting his own way. He was dropping belts. He wasn't taking fucking Mandos and all that shit. Like they tried to give him to fight. What is it? Either Chris Bird or John Ruiz, or maybe both of them. He like just dropped the belt and fought Michael Grant instead.
Yeah.
Because fuck it. Like once you've already been undisputed. You already beat Holyfield. You already beat Mike Tyson. The fuck does it matter?
No, yeah, you're correct, right? Fighter back then, right? I don't know if Canelo thinks having the belts is his legacy. He definitely fought. He definitely fought like how many fighters in a year to get those belts, right? So I don't know if he thinks it's his legacy and him keeping the belts. You see, this depends on Canelo, right? Does he want to move up and fight again at 175? Or is he going to fight fighters at 168? If he's moving up, he should drop the belts, right? If he's staying at 168, he should keep the belts.
Why? Why?
Yeah, why?
Why? That's my question. Why? Why should Canelo keep the belt?
Well, who's at 168, right? It's going to take the. Do you put one of the belts for the King of Plant Beterbiev fight or Beterbiev fight?
Yeah, I mean, assuming like let's say, all right, so let's say they scatter to the four winds, right? And one of those guys unifies just to set himself a little bit more apart, make a little bit more money, get a little bit slice of the pie, and also increase the pie. Maybe he gets an even smaller piece, but he increases at least the value of the pie, right? That sounds like a pretty good fucking thing. Like, let's say John Ryder was to unify against the winner of fucking Benavidez Plant.
Yeah,
that seems like a bigger fucking fight, right?
Yeah,
let fucking John Ryder fight for a goddamn vacant. Let those guys fight. Like that fight could have been for a vacant. Morrell could be fucking fighting for a vacant. Those guys can fucking unify while you dick around doing whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, well, if he's injured,
Not
right?
when I say dick around, I mean fight fucking. You can take your pick of who you want to fight. If it's Bivol, if it's fucking better, if you really want to do some ATG shit, it is definitely tightening up the ship and righting the wrong that was Bivol, because that was just, to me, an atrocious fucking outing for Canelo. So
yeah, but I never, right, prior to that fight, right, I didn't think he had stood a chance against Bivol anyway.
That's
right?
fine. That's fine.
Just not the fact he moved up to 175, but from a boxing style standpoint.
What I saw was the worst performance I've ever seen out of Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah.
And
well,
at the end of it, it was also 7-5.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, well, come on, those judges give him.
Hey, listen, they're gonna be the same motherfucking judges next time too.
Right. Right. That all three judges give them the first 4 rounds. That tells you if.
Well, I gave him the first 3, but that's me. I don't think. Like, I think I gave him 3 of the first 4 rounds. I don't think it was the first 3 but I gave him 3 of the first 4. And like I said, the fight's still going to be in Vegas, right?
Brian was so disgusted by that. He just kidding.
I mean, listen, like I only gave him 4. I only gave him 4 rounds in the fight. I only gave him 3 rounds in the fight. It was early in the fight. And I thought that you could probably find another round to give him. I thought the most you could give him was 4, but I gave him 3 and it was early. I think I'm wrong. I gave him 2. I think I gave him 2 early and then like 1 in the middle, and then he could have found maybe 2 in the middle. I think there was another one that was like maybe.
Oh, I had the whole fight all together. I had it 9-3.
Yeah, that's what I had it all together as 9-3. I had the same thing, right? I could see an 8-4, and I could see an 8-4. But the judges scored it 8-7-5. And what I'm saying is, the judges had him doing better in a couple of rounds, because if you see him, they were like split on which even fucking rounds. It was like swing rounds in there. Like if he just did if he did better in a couple of rounds in that fight, he would have won.
Yeah,
and that was the worst version of Canelo I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was right. He looked slow. He looked sluggish. He fought moving up to 175. He looked more muscular than he should have been. He should have came in lighter and tried to cut off the ring quicker. But my thing with Canelo, right, and I've watched him a lot over the last year and a half, is he tries to counter punch, and he throws a lot of he throws single punches at a time. And he's been doing this for a long time. He hasn't utilized his jab the way he has prior. I seen Canelo 4 or 5 years ago, right? It's like he's completely neglected his jab, right? If you're fighting someone like Dimitri Bivol, your jab has to be on point. And I didn't think it was. He just looked slow. He looked sluggish. I thought moving up to 175 was a bad thing for him. Prior to one of the reasons why I picked Bivol, but I also thought Bivol was the more skilled fighter, right? And I didn't think he could hurt Bivol. It didn't matter if the fight happened at 160 or 175. I honestly believe Bivol would outbox him. If they fought, 9 times out of 10, Bivol outboxes him.
Well, listen, all I'm saying is Canelo has a very fan-friendly style. And they're used to seeing him fight in Las Vegas, and there's only the pool of judges that exist in Las Vegas, right? Like that dude is very well known, and they're gonna know what a Canelo fight looks like.
Yeah,
more than they know what a Bivol fight looks like. They're just any number of Like Bivol is still up against it, and I don't know how much Bivol is going to improve. Where I do think that we can see a better fucking version of Canelo, perhaps. Because like even in his very next fight, even though he still looked like shit, he looked better than he did in his fight before.
Yeah, I thought Bivol prior to the fight, and I said he was going to win.
I
think Big Say So was also on my. I think he talked up Bivol as well.
I said Bivol was going.
Yeah. So I thought they would outpoint him and get robbed.
Yeah, that was my.
I thought he was going to win.
Yeah, that was my thing, right? But I thought it would be a moral victory for him because honestly believe he was what I mean going to he was going to win the fight but get robbed. Yeah, in his mind he won the fight. I honestly believe that. I thought it would be another Lara type thing. Here's my thing, right? Canelo's not Flamino. He's not the best pure boxer I've ever seen. He does have holes in his game. From one shot at a time now, right? What he's been doing the last 5 or 6 fights has not worked for him. It might work for him against the likes of Caleb Plant where he can get away with it, right? For me, Caleb Plant, he looked very good in that fight for parts of that fight. My only thing with Caleb, right, was his concentration levels. He lost concentration, then he got caught. Same with Blowjob Saunders. He lost concentration, he got caught. Yildirim was a fucking walkthrough, and what's his name prior to that, right?
Rocky Fielding and Smith.
Smith and Fielding, Smith, right, was a punching bag. He sat there with high guard, and he looked like Claudio fighting Pacquiao, right? The high guard.
Hey, Brian, before we continue, can you guys say happy birthday? Hold on, can you guys say happy birthday to my wife? Because I'm just smoking with her. And her birthday's in 14 minutes or 13 minutes now. You guys just say happy birthday because if I fall off, I'm gonna leave and I'm not gonna say peace or nothing like that.
Yeah. What's your wife? Okay.
Claudia, say happy birthday, Claudia.
Happy birthday and have a great day.
Happy birthday, Claudia.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
She said, "Thank you." She's very like reserved, so she's like, "Why the fuck did you tell him that?" You know, but I'm still trying to show her some love, so I appreciate you guys.
You know, I was gonna say, you know, you're gonna get your ass whooped later, right?
Okay,
No,
so you
I
just
know. She's smiling
all
because you said
around
that
just
she's
like
smiling right
don't
now.
care about people's boundaries. That's the thing. Like you just don't give a
Exactly,
shit.
you're right.
Like if people are like, "Oh man, this is not something I would want to happen." Well, you know what? I want it to happen.
Here, major key, right? If you go missing, right? If you go,
Lord, Brian, what are you playing?
Don't be giving ideas out, Brian Hart. What are you trying to do?
On the other side of the pond, what the fuck are you thinking? Hypothetical about me missing?
we refer you to, and I told you that now because his wife has a right.
Yeah, no, but really, like really, enjoy the boys.
She used to be him with a slipper when he said something.
Okay,
wrong.
so you know what, Smoke? I apologize. I didn't realize when I was starting. But
we apologize. We apologize in advance.
You know, we got to bang on Major Key on the way out the door. We got to do that. Make sure the pigs don't fly and all that stuff.
It's all meant in fun. It's all meant in fun. I hope you
shout out to the chat too for saying happy birthday. I showed her that as well. So shout out to you guys in the chat saying happy birthday. I appreciate that.
No, seriously, have a good one.
Yeah, have an excellent fucking birthday. Must do that.
Yeah. We argue all year long, but we make up all the time too. So I mean, you know, I appreciate you guys very much.
It's all good.
Hey! If you don't argue, something is wrong. Something is wrong, bro.
That's true.
That's the truth. If you ain't arguing, that means you ain't either one or two things.
Probably start a pill, right? They'll probably come out with a pill. Are you not arguing enough?
No, there's one or two things. Seriously, on some real shit. It means not arguing means one or two things. It means either that shit is eventually going to blow because it's building up, or you guys don't give that much of a shit. You know what I mean?
You're damn right about that.
Bro,
Absolutely.
Hey, bro,
so you're an expert. You're a fucking OG and a scholar. You know about this.
Well, I don't know about OG and a scholar, but I appreciate it. Yes,
so since did you guys think that that Maul was really calling out B-Ball? Did you think that's what was really happening in that moment?
No, that shit was cloud chasing.
I think he was.
Okay, so wait a minute. You think that B-Ball has? You think that B-Ball has more clout than Charlo in America?
Well, maybe right.
Bro, being realistic right now, yeah.
No, okay. In what world? Like when you get that? Being realistic? You said being realistic?
He was drunk, bro. He was drunk.
World War man, not only.
No, okay. He said realistically. Okay, so when two fighters get in each other's face, this is exactly what they do. What about
say so? As an expert, I know when a man is drunk, and my man was intoxicated. Now,
I don't understand. Like people really came across regardless if he was drunk or not drunk. I don't think he was either calling him out or really trying to make a fight. It's just like what fighters do. It's just like talking shit, like in the moment, having fun.
For
the record, I'm not that worried about it.
Like even if he was sober, it would be like the same thing. Like the fact that he was drunk actually like supports my point.
Here, Bebo just smiled at him, looked at him like you're.
Yeah, they just had a conversation. He's like he wasn't sure which Charlo it was. He's like, no, I'm the 60-pound one. Like he's like, you the undisputed one. Like he's like,
that's looking at him like if he was brain dead. That's how he was looking at him.
He's looking at him like I'm not quite sure which Charlo you are.
Here, Bebo looked at him, smiled, and like you're cute. You know, like just for even thinking you could beat me, that's cute. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. Like he was just like, okay, yeah. He was just like, yeah. It was like it wasn't serious. Like neither one of those guys was serious. Yeah. B-Ball wasn't serious. Charlo wasn't serious.
Bebo looked at him like, who the fuck?
No, he didn't know which one it was. He like literally was like, "Which one are you? Are you the undisputed?" He's like, "No, I'm the 61."
Yeah,
he didn't know which fucking Charlo he was talking to. He's like, "Well, I'm trying to do this other thing."
No. Man, Charlo fucking said B-Ball called him out. B-Ball did not call him out. Charlo said that on his own.
But that's why I'm
talking about the thing he said. I'm just talking about what he said.
But say so.
That's about the interactions that they had.
Say so. That's why I'm convinced my man was intoxicated. because he
exactly,
he had
and that's
Hey,
get
no,
the
I'm.
smoke, get the smoke, and he said that call out. That's why he went to him. That's why he went to him, bro.
Okay,
Because he
so
said he
hold
called
up
him
a
out,
second.
but he didn't call him out. He lied.
Okay,
He didn't call him
so
out.
also, here's the
Clout
thing.
chasing, bro. I'm telling you.
Just because you said again, B-Ball having clout is like that's fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. Let's see. What clout is like B? Okay, all right.
Canelo.
Yeah. I
Canelo
saw.
the big-
Yeah. Canelo has
Yeah, I
clout.
mean, hey,
Like he's high right now, bro.
He beat
Like, he's
But
about to
B-Ball
fight
is hot
for
right now.
undisputed.
Okay, hold up a second. Yeah, because he's in Abu Dhabi and that shit's 110 degrees.
Well, he's the modern day Matt Executioner.
Oh
So
my god.
What? Yeah, bro. Yeah, this dude.
Well, that can only buddy he can afford the fight.
That, bro, like you guys, like I'm sorry.
Bro,
Like you
B-Ball
guys,
said
like I
he have a
understand.
belt.
This
Like
man's
B-Ball,
like a
B-Ball is
true
hot in the
black
YTBC.
apologist, no
And
cap.
no, listen, B-Ball is hot in the YTBC.
No.
That is where B-Ball is hot.
Nobody is saying. Hang on, nobody is saying that he's a worldwide star. But
no, I mean I'm just like this idea, like he's clout chasing B-Ball. Like, are you for
It
real
is.
right now?
He's high right now, bro. Man just beat Canelo. He's high. What
Okay,
you talking
great.
about?
bigger than
Awesome, he's high.
He's bigger than
Yo,
awesome.
so why he ain't say nothing about Munguia then? Answer that. When they asked him about Munguia, why he ain't say shit? Why he ain't keep the same
What is he
energy?
supposed to say about
What
Munguia?
you talking about, bro? What do you mean they ain't around the same weight? What the fuck you talking about? What are
Do you
talking
understand that
about?
Munguia turned down a fight with him?
Yo, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What
are you talking about?
Talking about? No.
He sent Munguia a contract. Oscar De La Hoya pulled it. What are you talking about?
Man, about Munguia. Why
Who
he
gives a
ain't say
fuck
nothing,
about
though?
Munguia turned
Why
down the
he ain't
fight?
keep the same energy though? Why
Because
he ain't like, be
Munguia
like, oh,
turned
fuck
down the
Munguia,
fight
blah, blah,
already.
blah. Why he ain't give some rowdy energy?
Munguia turned down the fight already. Like, what are you missing about this?
I don't know how people like you.
Munguia turned down the fight already, bro. Like, do you understand?
I don't know.
Okay, Jamal Charlo, Jamal Charlo sent Munguia a contract.
people are trying to say
Jamal Charlo sent Munguia a contract to fight. Munguia people turned it down.
Can you send me that?
Oh my
Can you
God!
send me that? Because last time I saw
somebody please bring this guy up to date.
Can you send it? Can you send it?
I can't. I am on my phone. I literally cannot. I literally cannot. I'm on my phone.
Last time I saw, they tried to mandate Munguia versus Deryachenko, and I know he turned that down.
No. Okay, all right. No, we can be on the same page. All right. So here's what. No, what? Okay. So here's what happened. You asked me if I could. Bro, you asked me if I could. I told you I couldn't. So stop saying show me.
All right, hold on.
So now, let me tell you that what you missed was, Charlo sent Munguia a contract, and Munguia wanted the fight. Munguia thought he was going to have the fight, and then Oscar De La Hoya said that the zone needed to be involved, and he pulled the fight.
Look, can somebody tell me who Smoke is arguing with? Because I don't know who the guys on the top next to Big Say So is.
I want to see the
Who's
contract thing or what. That's what I want to see. Cause
okay,
I
cool.
know.
I don't know who that is. What's your name, bro? Up the side.
Swat's Best.
Oh, that's Swat's Best. Okay,
Yeah,
I like his energy because you know, hey guys, Smoke is gonna bring you guys in as long as you want to stay in, bro. He's gonna keep drowning you, bro. Like, you know what I mean? He's just gonna keep going, bro.
Yeah,
I'm listening and I'm appreciating him. I'm
like
smiling.
I used to fuck with Charlo, but
yeah, because he's doing it 3-on-4 at a time, bro. Like he's he's a politician, man. Like doing this shit professionally on YouTube, bro. Like he's literally arguing with 4 or 5 people at the same time, bro.
Hey, I've seen Smoke argue, yeah, 4 or 5 people.
He's a professional.
Yeah, the conversation keeps going.
I stopped arguing with Smoke already, bro. I'm like, hey,
listen, we're just talking about facts right now. Like, here's the thing. And no, it's not even about arguing right now. Like, really, if we need to be working from the same group of facts. If he didn't hear that, then we're not even talking about the same shit.
Swat's Best is cool though. I like him. I like his content. I like his
I mean, I don't know. Did you guys? So, can anybody else corroborate that? Anybody in the chat? Anybody on panel? Did everybody forget about the Munguia? Like, did everybody forget about the Munguia Charlo thing?
No, Smoke. I know what you're saying. What I'm saying
is
that
like help this guy out. Yeah, help the guy out.
If you start on a different point though, even if the point changes, right? The goalpost moves or whatever, you're still going to hold accountable to the. You know what I mean?
It's not even that. He said like, why not Munguia? So I'm telling him like, why Munguia would be like a thing. Like if they already had,
I'm not arguing with that. That's why I didn't even jump in, bro.
That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah,
like
like instead of going into this all this weird fucking space, I'm just saying like, help my man. So that since we're talking about like educating and not trying to catch bodies, like my man is like literally saying like, can you show me this thing? I'm on my phone. I can't show him this thing. So maybe other people who also know what I'm talking about is the case can say, yeah, what he's talking about is actually the fact of the matter.
Yeah, I don't.
So what I see from right here from Bad Left Hook is Jamal Charlo versus Jaime Munguia talks off due to broadcast disagreement. What does that mean? Man said sent a contract and he declined it. Yo, bro, well, whoever your sources are, bro, get rid of them. No.
Okay, so like I said, they were supposed to fight. They sent in the contract, and then Oscar De La Hoya said the zone needed to be involved and declined the fight.
Is this what we're gonna involve this?
That's different. That's different.
That's what I said.
That's not like, oh yeah, like man just said.
That's why he didn't mention Munguia.
Come on, bro. Man's is come on, bro. That dude's looking just to cash out. And
oh my god, dude! Yes, I agree with you there. Like that, there we go. I'm just talking about why you don't mention Munguia.
Unheard of.
We already know why he doesn't mention Munguia though. That's the only point I was making. Like it's and the idea that like B-ball is. I'm not saying like B-ball is hot. B-ball is hot in the YPBC
by somebody who's considered lower opposition. That's what it is. He rather get smoked out by somebody like Triple G or Canelo and be like, oh yeah, fuck it, I lost to Canelo though. Or I lost to Canelo though. But then you lose to somebody like Munguia, you lose all. That's what he look at it like. Come on, stop playing around.
Munguia pulled out the fight, bro, not Charlo.
It was a broadcast disagreement. It's not like Munguia
pulled out of the fight, bro.
Munguia got that Zerto record.
Huh?
Munguia got that Zerto record.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and cap like
me. I'm a real
man. Come on, man. Like he's afraid to lose to Munguia. Like the reason why he doesn't mention Munguia is because Munguia pulled out of a fucking fight.
I'm not gonna sit here and
I agree with that.
He got the Tijuana taxi cab record. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I'm a real person. Like I'm not defending Munguia or what, but they got to get it on.
But it wasn't him personally. That's why I don't want to like slander because he seemed like he wanted the fight. He thought he was gonna get the fight. He seemed genuinely disappointed that he didn't get the fight. But Oscar pulled the plug on that shit.
That's why I hate the politics of boxing.
Yeah,
promoters fuck things up more than they actually make fights.
That's what fucks up all the fights now. The politics.
But we can just get rid of all the promoters.
Now it's gonna be like Jamal Charlo come back to fight. I don't even know. But it's gonna be somebody that we all likely are not gonna be happy with. But this guy is gonna be like, yeah, it's a good fight. Jamal Charlo, salute.
I don't.
Like
here's the thing. Like I think you're used to like some other kind of person and just presuming a whole bunch of shit. Like there's some things we can agree on. It's just not Munguia. He should be mentioned Munguia, or that he's clout chasing fucking B-ball. That's what we don't agree on. Whether or not like he's fighting anybody and like he needs to get his ass in gear, or he's just trying to cash out, or that he's a drunkard and got some really severe issues outside of the ring that he needs to get together before he starts talking about fighting anybody inside the ring. We can have all those kinds of discussions, and I think we'd probably agree.
Whether
or not B-ball is some goddamn star now that you need a clout shark, you're tripping.
I guarantee you, Mexicans know who B-ball is now.
That's why he's looking at it. He trying to clout chase. That's what it is.
Mexicans know who
B-ball, bro. Yeah, he was really drunk then. Then he's super drunk then. He got like fucking whiskey goggles for fucking B-ball's clout.
He's super mirage. Come on, bro. Man, that's just an excuse. But hey, it is what it is. That dude is a fraud, and yeah, it is what it is.
Dude, yeah, Abu Dhabi, but yeah, the Mecca of boxing. Sure.
Man said, "Oh, no belts, attraction."
I'm not a big fan of Jaime. I think he's got all the talent in the world, but he hasn't fought. Yet again, he's one of these other fighters. He hasn't fought anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
Who is this?
I think he's very talented.
This is Charlo.
I think he's a fucking man. I don't think he's going to beat Better Beef, but he's fucking nice with it. I mean, actually, Better Beef's getting a little long in the tooth. But if they fight in the next 6 months, I'll pick Better Beef. But if they fight outside of that, then yeah, I'm going to pick B-Ball. B-ball is fucking nice. That has nothing to do with it. Whether or not that has no bearing on his popularity. All kinds of unpopular guys are fucking are really good. You add a guy who like doesn't fight here and doesn't speak the language. It's not like a far cry, and also fights in a division that doesn't really have Americans in it that people follow. Like it's like outlandish to say, hey, you know what? This guy's not very popular, and somebody like Charlo, who's done pay-per-views here, wouldn't be like fucking clout farming that dude.
I guarantee you one thing, though, Smoke. Mexicans know who B-ball is.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm sure
they do. So I'm like it is what.
No, I'm saying like it's a different thing if you do a peer-to-peer, right? Like if you were like if Loma and fucking Terrence Crawford are hanging out, like and they start talking shit like they used to in the fucking back of the day about fighting when Terrence Crawford was at 30, was at 40, 35 or 40.
Yeah.
Right in between that fucking thing. And they were talking about fighting. It wasn't like that's not clout chasing. That's just like what fighters do when they're like peers and around the same fucking thing. You go, oh, anyway, it is what it is.
But man is not even worrying about. Why are you worrying about other people in another division if you're not handling the smoke in your division?
Because he was chilling, man.
Man,
but okay, do you understand PR? Do you understand PR? The dude was drunk. He was at a fight and fucking chilling.
Come on, bro.
I bet even this fucking whole call out thing is him fucking being drunk at a fight, fucking chilling. Like it's not like this dude is like, oh yeah, I got my fucking prize. We're about to make a fight right here. Follow me. Or hey, this is for my IG. Let me do this live with my shit. Like,
I've been drunk plenty of times, and people been drunk around me.
I've been drunk plenty of times at boxing events. You never see me go up to Tank and be like, "Oh yeah, I need to fight you." Or
yeah,
go up to
I'm sorry. Are you a peer, Tank?
Are you
people
I see them all the time, bro.
Are you
see them all the time? Like dude's actually been backstage.
Yeah, and people do that shit to Tank all the time that know him. Like Gary Russell Jr. did it to him when he was at a fucking fight. Guys do that to him when they're peers and they couldn't fucking fight.
This dude got 101 excuses, bro.
No, you just sound ridiculous, bro. Unless you're okay. Hold up a second. Are you a ranked fighter in any division?
No, but I got guaranteed.
Okay, then why in the hell would you equate yourself with Charlo?
No, I'm just using the aspect of being drunk. That's the part. I'm using the aspect of being drunk.
I agree with you that Charlo needs to fight people. I agree with you that Charlo is a fucker.
So
I agree with you that he's a waste of talent. What I don't agree with you is that fucking B-ball is somebody to fucking clout shark. Now, what he is a peer though.
Dude is the biggest fighter at 175. The fuck are you talking about?
The biggest fighter at 175 means exactly what to you?
It means nothing to me. Like you said, it means nothing.
So let me ask you this.
I follow all the divisions. I don't know what you do.
Who's the biggest fighter? Who's the biggest cruiserweight? I got you. I already told you what I felt about Charlo. But who's the biggest fighter at cruiserweight?
What are you saying? Like
who's the biggest fighter at cruiserweight?
Me, in my honest opinion, I like a Coley. That's just me. But
okay, cool. Like who would be clout sharking fucking a Coley?
No one.
Nobody.
That's different though.
Fucking nobody. So you said he's the biggest guy at 175.
Canelo, bro. It's different. Dude just beat the man. It don't matter.
And nobody it didn't matter at all.
Yo, bro.
It didn't change it. Like he did, like he's still pound for pound. Like Canelo's still pound for pound. Canelo's still undisputed. Nobody even fucking like tripped off the shit.
This shit could have been that Deji dude that just fought against Floyd Mayweather, and if he would have knocked out Floyd Mayweather, everybody would have magically wanted to fight that Deji dude. That's just how it is.
Imagine
I mean, I don't know what you think. I don't know who you think you're talking to about what is and what isn't about some Deji and fucking Floyd Mayweather already in the Hall of Fame. But you really lost the fucking plot.
No,
if you want to talk about if you want to actually criticize Charlo, we can talk about criticizing Charlo. The way Charlo, and I think there's all kinds of fair criticism that you can bring up. But the fact that you're now talking about like fucking Floyd Mayweather,
because I'm using it in the same aspect.
I know, because we're comparing. Because the glass can be half full or the glass can be a dragon. But listen, I don't understand. Like, let's just stick to the point. When it comes to like B-ball is not nobody,
so he has the clout right now.
B-ball is not a okay. He doesn't have more clout. Okay, clout chasing is when you go to somebody who has more clout.
Man
Just
said
because
Jimmy.
Bivol has some clout that he got very recently, that doesn't mean he has more clout than fucking Charlo.
Here. Okay. Let's take clout out of it, right? Let's take clout chasing. Who here honestly believes if they fought, if Jamal Charlo and Bivol fought, Charlo could win?
But nobody. That dude Bivol will crucify him. I'm willing to bet my life. I'm willing to bet my life, bro.
Exactly.
Dude's
Right.
out there trying to get his name in the fucking headlines. That's clout chasing.
No, that's PR.
Yes, it is, bro.
That's PR.
It's clout chasing, bro.
No, okay, I don't know. Okay,
You can do
anyway,
anything
all right,
else to
cool.
go get your name in the
I got
headline.
you.
Okay, hang on. For those,
I'm not quite sure why you think yelling it over and over again changes it. If you want to define clout chasing that way,
what
fine.
is the difference?
I don't mind it, but keeping your name in the paper is part of keeping your name in the headlines is part of a fighter's job these days. It is PR.
Yeah, that's part of the fighter's job. But what about their actual job, stepping into the ring and fighting?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? So that's the fair criticism. We can do. That's what I'm saying. Like that is a fair criticism.
At the end of it all, he's high right now, bro. That's the whole point.
Okay, that's what I said. If you want to talk about him outside of the ring, we can do that. That is a fair criticism.
There's a reason why man got like 200,000 more followers than Charlo.
Oh my God. Okay.
Fuck you talking about? And dudes from America. What are you talking about? Dudes in America.
Hold up a second.
You one of the very few people.
I'm not quite sure why you're yelling about the demographics of his followers as if you were his social media manager. Are you fucking stoned? Are you high right now? I am high, but I'm not that high.
He's fighting globally.
Listen. You gotta stop yelling and stop yelling dumb shit.
He's fighting globally. What is Charlo
for real,
doing?
both of those things. Like let's talk and hopefully stop saying dumb shit.
Charlo is still fighting domestic opposition.
Okay,
like,
great, awesome.
We
started fighting domestic life. So you're saying he's not fighting world-class guys?
This dude was about to fight Sulecki. What are you talking, bro?
Okay, do you think Sulecki world-class or not?
Hold on, let me go bring the rankings up real quick.
He got you there. He was about to fight Sulecki.
So let me go bring up all the guys.
Yes, I know. Is Sulecki world-class or not?
No, he's not.
No, bro, you gotta be smoking crack if you think that Sulecki is world-class.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold up. Since when did Sulecki become a regional fighter?
Bro, this dude
he's a good
Sulecki
fighter.
is
He's
not
not
world class.
No. Hold up a second. So when I say world class, I'm talking about the stages that a fighter's development goes through when they graduate from being a regional fighter to being a world class fighter.
He's not there.
He's not.
He's not there. He's already fought for the title. Twice.
Yeah, this dude was WBO mandatory, if I'm not mistaken. He was a WBO mandatory, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro, he's like he's literally a title challenger. You're talking about he's like, okay, so you're saying like title challenger, a 3-time title challenger is not world class, in your opinion.
This dude Chris Eubank was chasing Charlo around. Fuck you talking about? This dude Chris Eubank dead left Sky Sports, if I'm not mistaken, to go chase Charlo around. Fuck you talking about?
If we're gonna keep doing is redefining the language at the top of your lungs, then this is going to be a really unproductive conversation. Like, listen, you've already redefined clout chasing. Now you're going to redefine fucking world class. Bro, how many other terms of boxing do you have your own private definition of?
Let me go bring it up real quick because this dude think I'm stupid or something. Meanwhile, I'm in
No,
the field.
I don't think you're stupid. I think you don't understand the terms you're using.
So Sulecki's never going to win a world title.
We don't have the same definition for the terms. Maybe that's what it is. My definition is based on 40 plus years watching the sport. I'm not quite sure what the fuck you're talking about.
I call Sulecki a good challenger. That's it. He's never going to win a world title.
A title challenger is a world class fighter.
Yeah, but he ain't good enough to win a world champion.
Right. I didn't say he was a champion fighter. I said he's a world class fighter.
So if you had to take, look, all right, I'll give you 3 guys that Charlo could fight. Right, I'll give you 3.
So everybody on BoxRec, right? So the BoxRec guys all have a regional title, their national title, their national ranking, and they also have a world ranking.
Yes.
Where is that guy ranked in the world?
I don't know.
Fighters, out of all the guys at middleweight, all the thousands of guys ranked in the world at middleweight.
Let me go see that. Matter of fact, hold on real quick.
That's just BoxRec. Who has the worst fucking rankings on fucking earth. But let's see if they think he's fucking world class. At least they have one. Or you can look at the transnational board too.
Bro, this dude is ranked 21st in the whole 160, bro. He can't fight Chris Eubank. He can't fight Munguia. He can't fight Adames. He can't fight any of those dudes. But you like, okay, man's fighting Sulecki. So, oh shit, Come on, bro.
Do you understand? I'm going to say this for one more time for you. The reason why he fought Selecki, right? The reason why Selecki came up, because he sent contracts to because he sent offers out to both Canelo, and he sent an offer out. He sent offer out to Munguia. They thought they were going to make the fight. It got very advanced in it. At the end, at the 11th hour, Oscar threw them the zone fucking monkey wrench, so the fight didn't happen. That is how Selecki fucking happened. Because Canelo didn't fight him, because Canelo turned down the fucking fight, and Munguia turned down the fight. The two guys that you're talking about. Anyway, I can't do this. I can't do this with you. You need to figure this out, man. You need to figure this shit out.
Here, when was this, right? Or when did he turn down the fight with Canelo? Or when did Canelo turn it down? Because Canelo was either chasing titles back then, because everyone he was going through, except for Yildirim, who was a mandatory.
It was when he fought. He had a 3-fight. He had a 2-fight deal on the table with PBC, right, with Tom Brown, and he had a 3-fight deal with Matchroom. It was after he was already undisputed.
Okay, so it was after, right? So
I think the Fielding fight was a fight to put him in position for Callum Smith.
So you're telling me he turned down the fight with Charlo to fight a Bivol? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you that Charlo, how the Selecki fight happened. Charlo was apparently. This is not about Canelo at all. This is about Charlo fighting Selecki. He was they were in negotiations for a little bit for some time with trying to make the Canelo fight. After Canelo went a different direction, they also went out to the Munguia people. He went to those people to try to make a fight before the Selecki fight. So the idea that you get, all I'm trying to do is get to the fact that this guy keeps bringing up Munguia as if Charlo didn't pursue a Munguia fight.
Yeah, but the thing that happened to Munguia,
I just want to bring up this point.
Like Munguia said, no, he would not fight Charlo. It was a brawl.
I didn't say that, but you're too busy yelling. I already told you 3 times. I already told you 3 or 4 times. It was Oscar De La Hoya. You want me to tell you one more time? It was Oscar De La Hoya. I thought that Munguia was sincere when he said he wanted to fight Charlo. I thought he was dejected when the fight wasn't there. I really thought that Munguia wanted the fight. I said that already. Now I've repeated myself.
You fine with Charlo fighting Sulecki?
Sulecki's an okay fighter. I don't think he's top drawer.
No, that fight sucks.
He's a decent challenger, right? That's it. He ain't. If he beats Sulecki, is it going to move the needle for Charlo? I don't think he would. I don't think that fight would if he beats Sulecki. Just say he knocked him out in 6 rounds. I don't think it moves the needle for Jamal Charlo. That's what we're talking about, really, right? We're talking about the quality of these guys' opposition, and so far there's a lot of fighters, there's a lot of boxers today that really they got the record but not the opposition. There's a reason why there's so many fighters today still have their zeros.
Yep,
they're fucking protected. Munguia. A lot of these fighters are protected.
Sad to say it like that, but yeah, guys like Munguia, Ramirez, them dudes is protected.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to say this, right? But for me, right, a fighter that still has a zero, I would say 80 to 90% of them has not been tested in that way. They haven't tested themselves, right? They just haven't, right? These guys haven't kept their zeros on accomplishments. These guys haven't kept their zeros on fighting the best fighters. These guys have kept their zeros by staying away from the best fighters. That's what's fucking wrong, right? This is something Floyd Mayweather, this is where he dragged boxing back, right? Because keeping that zero means you make money. And a lot of people fall that there to the point.
It's like they selling Floyd,
right? At least Floyd would pick a fighter, right? Maybe at the end of their career and all, but at least they were a name. At least at some point in their career, they were a threat to him, right? Not at the point when he fought them, but they could have been a threat to him at some point, right? Canelo, 23 years old, right? Could have been a threat if he could have got his shit together, but he didn't have his shit together then, right? So timing is everything, right? But these guys have gotten through not fighting anyone of note. And that's a lot of boxers. And I'm not saying every boxer is the same, but there's a lot of boxers still have their zero. That really, if you look at their records, you go, okay, half decent, okay, decent.
Plenty of them.
Okay.
Tons of them.
That's the reality of it, Smoke. Right? For somebody to have their zero today, I'm not really that impressed. I'm not.
Yo, hey, bro, I'm want to end this live, bro. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
All right, man.
No, I'm gonna go to bed, take a shower and shit.
Yeah,
man.
Air 150. Thank you for having me on, man.
Yeah,
Bro, I appreciate you, yo.
Appreciate y'all for coming through, man.
Absolutely,
Everybody, man.
You know,
Peace.
have a good one.
Yes,
Just gonna
sir.
read these comments.
Salute to the chat, man. Shout out everybody in the chat.
Yeah. Okay, read some of the comments.